In the year 2025, the divine world suddenly appeared. While sleeping, humans were pulled into this place. Life itself was the only currency. Dying cost you lifespan, while killing monsters increased it. Players could use their lifespan to bring their abilities into the real world. The strongest among them could tear apart tanks with their bare hands, slice airplanes out of the sky, and even block bombs with their bodies. Ever since this world appeared, that boy had carried his troublesome younger sister through countless hardships, becoming one of the top 100 players. During the final battle, Tan Fong had conquered the ancient divine ruins. He obtained the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, only to be betrayed by his own comrade. The person who stabbed Tan Fong turned out to be the adopted sister he had carried on his back throughout their childhood. What hurt even more was that she betrayed him because she wanted to give the divine artifact to an idol she was obsessed with. Even in death, Tan Fong couldn't close his eyes in peace. As the blade swung down, his life came to an end. But Tan Fong opened his eyes again, only to find himself 9 years in the past. Before he could even process what was happening, his wretched sister kicked the door open and stormed in, her face furious. Tan Fong, so you are home. Why weren't you answering my calls? Were you trying to disappear or something? Do you have any idea how important it was for me to go cheer for Tong Fai? He didn't even bother to react, merely thinking to himself, just like before. On the day the divine game launched, Tan Tu-du and I fought because of Tong Fai. Before the game, Tong Fai was a famous underground idol, and Tan Tu-du was his obsessive fan. He looked clean-cut, but he was actually a scumbag who scammed his female fans. He had tried to stop Tan Tu-du from getting involved with him, but she accused him of meddling in her private affairs. Tan Fong, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? Because of you, his ranking dropped. If you don't give me the money, I'll... Tan Tu-du didn't get to finish her sentence. She was met with a sharp slap from Tan Fong. She clutched her swollen cheek, her eyes wide as she stared at Tan Fong. You dare, Tan Tu-du. I'm not in the mood to argue today, but if you keep causing trouble, I'll smash your face in. He threw a card at her. This is the money our parents left behind. I haven't touched it for years. Now, it's all yours. For our parents' sake, I'll let this go. But listen carefully. From now on, I, Tan Fong, have no sister like you. After saying that, he turned and went into his room. In his previous life, because he was busy protecting Tan Tu-du, Tan Fong missed out on countless opportunities. Many secret realms and hidden treasures that required risking his life to explore. He had to pass them all up. He wondered, if he hadn't been held back by that burden, just how strong could he have become? Now, armed with the knowledge of the divine world from his past life, he was determined to surpass everyone. As for Tan Tu-du, she could fend for herself. And as for Tong Fai, I'll deal with you. Tan Fong thought to himself before getting into bed. Not long after, his consciousness entered the divine world. The class selection hall. It was all too familiar. He remembered his first time here. He had been in a complete panic, and it took him hours just to choose a class. I have to be quick this time. I chose a warrior before to protect Tan Tu-du, but that's not suitable anymore. Without anyone to hold me back, my solo speed will be much faster. Mobility is the priority. In the end, Tan Fong chose the assassin class. Just then, a notification panel appeared. The divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, has finished binding. Eye of Judgment activated unique attribute, Power of Judgment. Upon entering the world, you will immediately receive the highest tier class and talent. It turns out my reincarnation was thanks to this divine artifact claiming me as its owner. Once bound, it can never be taken away. Suddenly, a black aura enveloped Tan Fong's entire body. Congratulations. You have received a hidden class. The class change process is starting. Complete. You have become a shadow. This is the ultimate hidden class for assassins. Completely different from his previous life. The burst of power he felt right after getting his class astonished Tan Fong. Normally, the probability of unlocking a hidden class is almost zero. But the Power of Judgment grants an absolute chance. Just what is this thing? The Power of Judgment, the most ancient power in the universe, transcends all rules and order. Although it cannot be actively triggered, its passive effects are still present. Tan Fong read the information panel, trembling inwardly. This was truly an original power of the universe. In his past life, it wasn't until the 7th year that someone managed to escape the God-forsaken zone and reach the zone of order. Only then did humanity learn about the power of order. But even after so many years, no one could touch it. Unexpectedly, this time, he possessed a power that surpassed even order right from the start. As long as he escapes the Forsaken Zone and reaches the Zone of Order, he will gain divinity and activate the power. His goal for this life was clear: The system displayed class selection complete. Please enter your character name. If my power is born from the shadows, then my name shall be Shadow. Naming complete. Beginning entry into the God-forsaken zone. A desolate land where monsters roam everywhere, waiting to claim your life. By leaving town and killing monsters, you will gain more lifespan. However, if you die, you lose half of your lifespan. Within this zone, Shelltown is a safe zone. There are no monsters. You cannot attack each other, and the rate of lifespan loss is slowed. When Tan Fong stepped into Shelltown, the area was already filled with confused newcomers. Where is this? Why am I here? I just woke up. No. This pain is real. It's not a dream. People began to panic. Tan Fong's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. What class is he? He looks completely different. Probably an assassin. But why don't I look that cool as an assassin too? He ignored the chatter and walked silently, knowing full well that soon, the world's powerhouses would emerge and re-establish order. To get a head start, he had to act faster than anyone else. Time waits for no one. Just then, a group of people teleported in front of him. Ouch. So dying just sends you back to town. Those monsters are terrifying. One bite took away half my health bar. How are we supposed to fight that? It took 3 of us working together just to get its health down by a third. And I still lost half my lifespan. Someone in the group turned and asked, "Letu, what should we do now?" Tanfong glanced at Letu and noticed she was holding a longbow instead of a short bow, suggesting she also had a hidden class. She looked up, and their eyes met, recognizing he was different. She smiled. "Hey there. It looks like you have a hidden class. Want to party up with us? The monsters out there are really strong. Your experience is getting wiped out," he thought to himself, then coldly walked away. One guy said angrily, "Playing the expert. Are you? The 5 of us couldn't even handle it. You think you can solo? It's nothing but killer monsters out there." A bald guy chimed in, "Just let it go. He has a hidden class, and he's an assassin. If he can't win, he can at least run." Letu opened Tanfong's information panel and saw the name Shadow. She frowned slightly. What an arrogant guy. She closed the panel and said to her teammates, "Let's go. We'll follow him. Maybe we can learn a few tricks." "Yeah. Let's see how he dies." The whole group started following him. On the way, Letu thought that this godforsaken land was truly bizarre and filled with unpredictable dangers. Even though she didn't understand how she got here, she used her gaming experience to quickly form a party. She never expected the first monster in the starting area to be strong enough to wipe out an entire team. It was truly impossible to defeat at their current level. As for that shadow guy, there was something very different about him. Following him might lead to some clues. From behind a tree, her teammate peeked out and whispered, "His weapon is different from mine. He uses a short blade while I have a dagger. Yet he's still faster than me." The bald guy grumbled, "But I'm supposed to have the highest agility." Just then, Tanfong turned his head and looked back. Startling Letu, she held her breath, not daring to peek out for fear of being discovered. A few seconds passed in silence. She peeked out again, but Tanfong had vanished. Where did he go? Did he really disappear? Was that a stealth skill, if that's his starting skill? This class is totally overpowered. Seeing no trace of him, they decided to head back. Let's go back to town and figure out how to level up. We'll die too quickly out here. Who knows? Maybe there's a hidden reward or a quest NPC. Little did they know, Tanfong was still standing in the same spot. Thanks to his shadow pursuit skill, he was invisible and would only reappear if attacked. Breaking stealth would increase the damage of his first strike. He also had stealth mastery, which extended the duration and increased his movement speed. The shadow class was truly different. Normally, assassins are easily detected, but not the shadow class. Neither people nor monsters could see him. Recalling what Letu's group said, Tanfong just chuckled softly. The starting town had nothing of value. It was just a temporary shelter. In this world, players were just prey for the monsters. Tanfong's body slowly reappeared as the invisibility wore off. Luckily, the cooldown was short, and he could go into stealth again after a few seconds. He opened his status window and glanced over it. All starting players began with 10 points. Each class had different stat growths. In his past life as a warrior, he only gained strength and constitution. But as a shadow, all his attributes increased. With agility being exceptionally high, he also had 5 free points to allocate. Most people would put them into strength or spirit, but that was a mistake. Agility was the key. In the early stages, no matter how you allocated your points, monsters would still outdamage you. Only by increasing agility and speed could you take down monsters without getting hurt. Tanfong put all of his attribute points into agility. Suddenly, A strange sound nearby startled him. A level 1 creep was swallowing a lifespan orb to evolve. Tanfong guessed this was the one that had taken down that group of 5. After swallowing the orb, the creep charged straight at him. Tanfong looked at its wounds and silently made his calculations. From its injuries, he could tell that the other group had dealt a significant amount of damage to it. By killing players, monsters gain lifespan, which they then use to evolve. He stepped back, dodging the monster's attack. Then he activated his shadow pursuit skill and immediately became invisible. While the monster was still hesitating, he leaped high into the air. A critical blow from Shadow Ren Strike came crashing down. The finishing blow landed, and the monster collapsed on the spot. You dealt 174 damage, defeated a level 1 creep, and received 10 experience points. A true one-shot kill. Attacking from behind should be a critical hit, but this damage is just insane. The system panel appeared, explaining that backstabs deal double damage if you're outside the enemy's line of sight. So there's a sneak attack effect too. Multiple skills activating at once pushed the damage over the top. He clearly remembered how warriors used to struggle just to deal 40 damage, taking a long time and getting injured just to kill one monster. Back then, even when he was hurt, Tanfong never hesitated to give the rewards to Tan Tu-du. But things were different now. You have received an additional 3 days of lifespan tradable, and 54 years, and 155 days non-tradable. Those 5 people who were killed, each lost at least 20 to 30 years, so it should have been over 100 years in total. But the monster used most of it, leaving only 54 years. It didn't matter though, since that part wasn't tradable anyway. The power of judgment has been activated. Congratulations. You have received the Infinite Evolution Talent, Primordial Level. Defeating monsters in solo mode provides a chance to earn evolution points, which can be used to upgrade skills. You will receive 5 points every 24 hours. If you defeat a boss solo, you will receive all of its points. Current points 5. Evolving skills, he'd never heard of such a thing. Loot dropped by monsters always had a fixed level and couldn't be changed. This was truly a rule-breaking power. Tanfong used 4 points to upgrade Shadow Veil and Backstab. Skill upgrade successful. Shadow Veil has been upgraded from common to bronze rank. Stealth duration increased from 12 to 16 seconds. The first attack after breaking stealth now deals increased damage, from 60 to 90. The cooldown is reduced from 28 to 26 seconds. Backstab has been upgraded from basic to common rank, and its bonus damage from behind has increased from 10% to 15%. Tanfong was ecstatic. Shadow Veil now lasted for 16 seconds, and combined with his stealth mastery, that became 32 seconds of near-continuous invisibility. If he upgraded it further, a single blow might be enough to kill a monster at full health. Just then, he heard someone exclaim, "Look at that skinny guy, he killed a monster by himself. See? I told you this game was easy. Changtu, you're amazing. With that kind of stamina, you could probably handle a dozen girls." Kang Tu laughed heartily. "I'll protect you. With me here, you don't have to worry about a thing." Tanfong turned around to look at the couple who were being all lovey-dovey, when he suddenly noticed something. A monster was dangling right above their heads. He immediately activated Shadow Veil and backed away. The other two hadn't even realized what was happening when they saw a dark shadow cast on the ground. They looked up to see a giant spider and a swarm of spiderlings hanging directly above them. The breeder. Level 1. Bronze quality. Raises spiderlings of common rank. Tanfong hid in a corner, watching quietly. This was the starter village's boss, with 1,600 health, far beyond what a newbie could handle. Not to mention it had a swarm of smaller spiders with it. Alright, let's see just how strong this new skill is. With that thought, Tanfong left his hiding spot, charged straight at the boss, and activated Stealth Breaking Strike. The attack hit a weak spot, dealing 338 damage, but his position was immediately revealed as the invisibility effect ended. The boss roared, its 2 sharp legs stabbing toward Tanfong's position. Luckily, he managed to activate Shadow Step again. Combined with the increased agility from his evolution, he was only grazed, narrowly escaping death with his current health. Unable to find its opponent, the boss began to rampage, destroying everything around it. These demonic beasts aren't stupid. They know how to search instead of just attacking randomly. The giant spider thrashed about wildly, and the smaller spiders around it were on high alert, not daring to get close. If I'm not mistaken, a stone flew through the air, hitting the boss right in its weak spot. It immediately lost another 299 health. Clearly, the main damage was coming from critical hits, plus the effect from breaking stealth and the attack power boost from his class skill. Even when just throwing a stone, the damage was still extremely high. Tanfong waited for his skill to cool down. Then he threw another stone. activating an effect similar to stealth breaking strike, a backstab, aimed straight at the boss's weak point. Not long after, an announcement echoed throughout Seashell Town. The player Shadow had defeated the bronze boss, becoming the first person to reach level 2. This news sent shockwaves through the community. I've been killed by small mobs twice already, and he's soloing a boss. Does anyone know this guy? Make an introduction. He did it alone. There's only one name on the ranking board. Latu's group read the announcement. This Shadow guy is the one who just left. How did he level up so fast? It's completely insane. He even killed a boss. Our whole team can't even kill the small mobs. But he took down the bronze boss. Is the system bugged? The newly revived couple, Kang 2 and his partner, were also stunned. That spider was defeated, but it was surrounded by a swarm of smaller ones. Who is this Shadow? It might be that assassin who was hiding earlier. In the forest, the system announced, you have defeated the bronze boss, gained 300 experience, reached level 2, received 2 evolution points, and unlocked the Seashell Town ranking board. You have gained 1 reputation point, a town-wide announcement, an additional 46 days of lifespan tradable, and received the bronze grade skill book, Hand of Greed. It increases attack by 35, agility by 4, requires level 1, and costs 2 evolution points. This is an assassin class skill. When used on monsters, it has a 20% chance to yield additional loot. The learning requirement was level 1. As the large spider fell, the smaller ones fled. He felt a pang of regret, thinking he should have killed the small fry first for more experience. He never expected the bronze boss to drop such a rare God tier wheel for assassins. It increased his looting chances, giving him a 20% bonus reward every time he killed a strong boss in the future. He remembered in his past life, someone in the Godslayer guild became famous because of this very skill. That man was originally weak, but because of that skill, he was highly valued and had bodyguards escorting him everywhere he went. Tan Fong suddenly realized that while the skill only had a 20% chance, combining it with his infinite evolution talent meant the probability could be increased endlessly. The next morning, Tan Tu-du went to school as usual. On the way, her friend asked, Tu-du, aren't you going to call and apologize to your brother? You skipped your exam yesterday to go support Tong Fai? He must be furious. Hearing Tan Fong's name, she snapped. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I apologize? He's the one who made me late, so he should be the one apologizing to me. But he's so good to you. I'm actually jealous you have a brother like that. Good for what he's always meddling in my business. And he's not even my real brother anyway. Having Tong Fai is enough for me. Her friend started to say something else, but changed the subject. What happened to your face? I just fell. That's all. When the two of them arrived at class, the classroom door was already surrounded by students. Her friend squeezed through the crowd and exclaimed in shock. What happened to Truong Vi? Why is he so transparent? A male student answered. I don't know either. Vi just said he was going to take a quick nap. And a moment later he looked like this. The whole class started buzzing with discussion. This wasn't just happening here. The phenomenon was spreading across the internet as people all over the world reported the same thing. Many experts theorized that people were entering a phantom state while sleeping, but the exact cause remained unknown. Tan Tu-du's friend panicked and pulled out her phone. I have to call my parents right now, Tu-du. You should warn your brother to be careful too. She just scoffed. I'm not going to bother. It'd be better if a guy like him just disappeared completely. Back to our story. After several hours of monster hunting, Tan Fong had made new progress. His Hand of Greed skill had evolved from bronze to gold rank, significantly increasing its item drop rate. The chance of acquiring additional loot increased from 20% to 70%. You have learned Hand of Greed +2. Skill Judgment successful. You have received 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan. He chuckled to himself. His luck was amazing. He got another 2 evolution points, meaning he only needed 3 more to upgrade it to +3. At which point the item drop rate would be nearly 100%. Realizing that the whole world was starting to catch on and more people were flocking to the game, Tan Fong knew he had to act faster. He immediately equipped the corrosive dagger, which added 35 attack and 4 agility. Soon, everyone would realize that powers from the game could be brought into reality, and the world would fall into chaos. To bring skills into the real world, you had to reach level 10 and have enough tradable lifespan. Grinding small monsters was too slow. He needed to find a more powerful boss. As he walked, Tan Fong heard the sounds of fighting, followed by a desperate cry. Get away from here. He activated Shadow Stalk and silently moved toward the sound. Where he saw a group struggling, they were fighting a level 2 Swift Runner. Of bronze quality, Tan Fong smirked. What perfect timing for an enemy to show up. But wait, That person is Vuongman. He never expected to run into him here. The rumors were true. When Vuongman started the game, he formed a party of 6 people, all of whom had hidden classes. His hidden class was Holy Shield Warrior. He possessed double the stats of a normal warrior and had a support skill that granted invincibility. Tanfong glanced at his teammates and saw a prophet mage. Her magic damage was double that of a normal mage, and she had the prophetic fireball skill. The hidden Star Eye Archer had double the stats of a regular archer and could use the barrage shot skill, while the hidden Spirit Wanderer Priest had double the healing ability and even a group heal from the very beginning. At first, they were able to hold their own, but they were gradually losing ground. The monster's speed threw the entire team into disarray. The archer and mage couldn't land a hit, and their formation was starting to crumble. Vuongman's shield was also weakening, and he commanded, "Priest, heal me, the rest of you. Just keep chipping away at it." Tanfong thought to himself that he was too confident, forgetting this was the wilderness. A prolonged battle could easily attract other monsters, and just as expected, a pack appeared behind Vuongman a moment later. They were a group of level 2 defilers, their bodies covered in brown mud, specializing in ranged attacks. "Boss, watch out." A young man with a broadsword rushed forward, his strike landing true, but the blade got stuck and he couldn't pull it out. The defiler counterattacked, spitting thick brown mud toward them. "Damn it. I'm caught in an earth bind, my speed is reduced." The female mage was cornered by a monster and screamed, "Help me." Tanfong immediately activated Shadow Step and rushed in. A flash of a blade gleamed, slicing the defiler in half in the blink of an eye. The female mage was saved, and the entire group was stunned into silence. Did someone just kill that monster? Is someone helping us? It takes us 10 seconds to surround and kill a level 1. But a level 2 was killed instantly. How is that possible? While they were still discussing it, another monster prepared to attack. But luckily, Tanfong struck again just in time. It really was an instant kill, Dai Li 2. "Did you see anyone?" "No. I just hope he's on our side." "Let's keep fighting," Vuongman shouted. "Keep up the pace. Focus all damage on the Swift Runner." At that moment, Tanfong was already hiding in a tree, collecting his rewards. You have defeated 2 level 2 defilers. You received 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, a common rank Venomous Dart skill book, and an additional 8 days of tradable lifespan. Venomous Dart is a continuous attack skill for close and mid-range, which is great. Evolve immediately. Venomous Dart +2. Silver rank. Assassin class. Maximum range of 14 meters. On hit, Venomous Dart deals an additional 120 damage and applies a poison status. 5-second cooldown. Requires level 2. The hypertoxic effect deals 50% damage per second and applies a 5-second weakness debuff, which does not stack. At the same time, Vuongman raised his shield to block the Swift Runner's attack, but he was impaled by the monster's other leg. "This is bad. His health is dropping too fast," the priest shouted from a distance. "Everyone, run," Vuongman said weakly. Just then, a dart shot out, piercing straight through the monster's weak spot on its head. The Swift Runner was hit, losing 845 health. Nearly half of its health bar was wiped out. The poison spread, and the hypertoxic effect activated. The Swift Runner's health continuously drained away, until it completely collapsed. Your damage contribution exceeded 90%. The loot belongs to you. You have defeated a bronze-level boss, gaining 600 experience points, reaching level 3, and receiving 2 evolution points and 55 days of tradable lifespan. Tanfong chuckled to himself. He hadn't expected the damage from his extreme poison dart to synergize so well with his passive skill. Combined with stealth, he was truly unbeatable. No one could match him in this early stage of the game. With that level of damage, is he even human? Vuongman saw the light from the loot disappear. Realizing someone had collected it, he looked up and said, "Brother, I don't know who you are, but thank you for saving my life." "From the shadows," Tanfong replied. "Thanks. In a wasteland like this, don't trust people so easily." Vuongman fell silent and then left. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Master. I won't disturb you. I'm Vuongman. If you ever need anything, just find me. I'm Break Bloom. Can I add you as a friend?" "Quiet. Let's go." The male priest pulled her away. Watching them disappear, Tanfong thought to himself that Vuongman wasn't a bad guy. He seemed trustworthy and was backed by the Great Xia government, making him the perfect type for a long-term partnership. He could sell his spare items to him. He crushed the loot orb, and the system panel popped up. You have received 3 evolution points, 55 days of tradable lifespan, and the bronze-level sprinting leather pants. Equipment worn +9 physical defense. Plus 5 elemental resistance. 15% cooldown reduction. Requires level 2. It was a pretty big haul. He still had a lot of extra equipment and skill books for other classes. Once his backpack was full, he would return to town and exchange them for tradable lifespan. His current pace was 100 times faster than in his previous life. Tongfi, just you wait. I'm coming for you. The scene changes to a group of people fighting desperately. They were facing off against polluters and swift runners. More and more monsters kept appearing. Just as the group was about to retreat, they encountered a giant demonic beast. With a single blow, the entire team was sent back to the starter village. Back in the village, players were buzzing with discussion. Damn it. The monsters keep swarming. The low health ones just run away. You have to reach level 3 to get out of here. But how are we supposed to level up? We need to form a bigger party. 3 people isn't enough. We need at least 6 or 10. Another person retorted. That won't work. I saw a 10-man team get completely wiped out. A large group just attracts a boss. A party of 40 just ran into something like a primal turtle, and it killed over 30 of them in a single move. The crowd went silent. À moment la terre? Latu's group was also sent back to the village. If we don't reach level 3, are we just stuck here forever? Our consciousness is trapped, but our real bodies will starve to death, the bald guy said, his voice trembling. Latu gritted her teeth. Damn it. Why is this game so hard? We can't afford to die anymore. Whether this is real or virtual. Then she looked at the ranking board. The name The Shadow was at the top. Already at level 3. How did he level up so fast? He must know a trick. We have to find a way to get his help to reach level 3 and get out of here first. Latu told her teammates. Send out a message. If the Shadow helps us reach level 3, I'll send him 10 million in cash when we get back to the real world. In her heart, she believed that amount of money would tempt anyone. Meanwhile, back with Tan Fong. After a while of grinding monsters, Tan Fong had raised his Greedy Hand skill to a new level. The Jade Tier Greedy Hand, an assassin-type skill used on monster corpses, now had a 160% chance of granting additional loot. The bonus reward also had a 20% probability of increasing the item's grade by 1. That meant a 20% chance for an item to be upgraded to a higher grade, which was a truly insane effect. If it continued to evolve, could this rate reach 100? Or even 200%? While he was pondering this, a cursing turtle, a bronze boss, appeared before him, swallowing blue orbs. It seemed to be absorbing lifespan. It was about to ascend to a silver tier boss, and it must have already devoured an entire team of 40 people. Unfortunately, my bag is full, so even if I kill it, I can't pick anything up. I'll just mark the coordinates for now. The boss needed time to evolve, so Tan Fong decided to return to the starter village to clear his inventory first and deal with it later. Just as he returned, he set up a stall, displayed the items he didn't need, and posted an announcement, selling equipment and skills, only open for 10 minutes. First come, first served. Tan Fong's appearance caused an uproar in the area. Oh my god. Where did this guy come from? He's covered in bronze tier gear, and he's selling even more. Could he be the one who killed the bronze boss? Look at his name. Shadow. That's the guy at the top of the leaderboards. One person asked. Why can't we see his face? Another replied. He's on full anonymity mode. The same in-game as in real life. What a mysterious guy. While the crowd was still buzzing, a girl approached and looked over the stall, asking, this ice cone spell, how much are you selling it for? She was Grey Rose, ranked 11th in Seashell Town, also with her identity hidden. Tan Fong replied, 100 tradable days of lifespan. She was shocked. 100 days is too much. Can you lower the price? A common grade skill significantly increases your monster killing speed. 100 days is a bargain, he said calmly. Grey Rose asked, can I use real money? If you have the money, you can buy lifespan from others and then trade with me. If no one offers a higher price, I'll hold it for you. Tan Fong replied, wait a moment. She messaged her group to ask her teammates for their opinions. What should we do now? One person said, we level up fast thanks to you. I don't object. I agree too. With this skill, we'll reach level 3 sooner. Let's just log out and figure it out. Okay. Transfer the lifespan to me. I'll send you the cash later. After gathering enough, Grey Rose returned to make the trade. A level 2 team could kill around 30 to 40 monsters, so they definitely had more than 100 days of lifespan. While Tan Fong was thinking, the transaction was completed, and his lifespan increased from 268 to 368 days. At that moment, Jiang Lei walked over, her voice arrogant. I've finally found you. Shadow, I'll give you a chance. Power level me to level 3. And when we get back to reality, I'll pay you 10 million. My father is the chairman of the Daijiang Corporation. You can ask around. I'm not short on cash. So it was Jiang Le. In his past life, she was a crime lord who was eventually taken down by the government. She had used money to buy lifespan, forced people into illegal labor, and even killed those who resisted. Speechless, Tan Fong replied coldly, I refuse. Jiang Lei was stunned, and after a few seconds, she hissed, Shadow, you may be strong, but no one knows what this game really is. Stick with me, and you can have anything you want. If you're not buying anything, then step aside and don't interfere with my business. Tan Fong thought to himself that cash was useless now. Lifespan was the true global currency. Realizing her attempt to entice him had failed, Jiang Lei's tone turned sharp. I was being generous with my offer. If this were the real world, I'd have already taught you some manners. Say one more word, and I'll drop your lifespan into the negatives. Tan Fong's ice-cold voice made her tremble. Jiang Lei quickly pulled her companions away and retreated. Tan Fong went back to focusing on his sales. After finishing his transactions, he packed up the remaining items. Then he immediately returned to the monster zone. He was preparing for a new hunt. Meanwhile, Jiang Lei and her underlings had turned into a deserted alley. Jiang Lei was furious. That guy Shadow not only rejected my terms but also dared to threaten me. Just you wait until we're back in the real world. I'll make you pay. At that moment, Mao Lap Tuan emerged from a dark corner. Hello. Le Tu. Jiang Lei's group eyed him with suspicion. My name is Mao Lap Tuan, but you can call me Lao Mao. I'm level 2, and I know a few leveling tricks. If I help you level up, is that 10 million offer still on the table? Zhang Le frowned. Tricks? What kind of tricks? Mao Lap Tuan smiled. I wouldn't tell anyone else. But for you, I'll make an exception. If you want to level up fast, you need to dump all 5 of your initial attribute points into agility. That's the only way to outrun the creeps when you're going all out. Get it? Zhang Le nodded. So that's it. I see how this game is meant to be played now. Unfortunately, I already put all my points into strength. Oh well. It's a good thing I ran into you. She smiled. You're pretty interesting. Alright then. Take me to get leveled up. You may not be as strong as Shadow, but I'll pay you 5 million if you can get me to level 3. I'll transfer the money once we're back in the real world. Mao Lap Tuan was ecstatic. No problem, then he scoffed. That Shadow guy might be strong, but there's something wrong with his head. Turning down 10 million. What an idiot. While they were striking their deal, Tan Fong had already returned to the lair of the Cursed One. The boss had evolved to the silver rank. Its entire body was covered in a gray mist, and it looked like the evolution process was still ongoing. It would take 7 to 8 hours for it to reach the gold rank, and Tan Fong had no intention of waiting that long. He launched an extreme poison dart combined with a stealth break strike at the boss, then immediately concealed himself using stealth. A shower of damage numbers appeared: -659, -219, -219. The boss roared and unleashed a wide area of effect attack. Tan Fong dodged around the boss, calculating silently as he moved. A silver rank boss has 2 to 3 times the health of a bronze rank 1. He'd need at least 2 or 3 more darts to finish it. This was a magic type boss. Almost all of its skills dealt area of effect damage. Getting hit, with his current health and defense, would mean instant death. He had to wait for stealth to come off cooldown before he could make his next move. As the boss's attack began to lose its force, Tan Fong seized the moment to emerge from stealth. The boss stopped. Its body hunched over as it began to tremble slightly. This was the moment. Tan Fong charged forward, using the same old trick to drain a huge chunk of the boss's health. It suddenly turned around and started to run away. Just as he predicted, the boss started making a run for it when it was about to croak. Perfect. If it runs on its own, it saves me the trouble of hunting it down. Tan Fong gave chase, landing a stealth-breaking strike in the boss's back and taking its life. The system announced, "You have defeated the silver-grade boss, the Cursed One, and received 1,800 experience points. You have reached level 5. You have received 4 evolution points. You have gained an additional 124 days of tradable lifespan." Haha, I leveled up twice in one go, and even got 4 evolution points on top of that. Laughing gleefully, Tan Fong used Hand of Greed on the boss's corpse. The system announced that the skill had been successfully activated. He received an additional 4 evolution points and 124 more days of tradable lifespan. He received the bonus rewards twice. That's a total of 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. The system continued its announcements. A skill effect was activated, upgrading one item from silver grade to gold grade. The Jade skill was truly incredible. The boss dropped a good 7 or 8 items, but his backpack only had 10 slots left. He couldn't just kill something and then run back to town. It was too time-consuming. I hope this boss drops a storage ring or something to increase my inventory space. Tan Fong muttered while looting. When he touched the golden orb of light, he paused. This is, back in Seashell Town, Vuong Manhe's group had just teleported back. We finally made it back alive. It's all thanks to Boss Vuong Man that we managed to reach level 3. That's right. It was a whole team effort. Oh, it's a shame we didn't get to add that pro as a friend. He probably looked down on me because I was covered in mud. Who knows? Maybe if you wore nicer gear, it would have been different. Just then, the ranking board updated. Rank 1, Shadow, level 5. Rank 2, Vuongman, level 3. Rank 3, Balala, level 3. The players were in an uproar. What? Shadow is already level 5. He went from level 3 straight to level 5. What in the world did he kill? I just saw him selling items a few minutes ago. My sister is 18. I hope the big shot takes a liking to her. If that's all it takes, count me in. Carry me. Pro, get real. He turned down 10 million. Why would he care about your sister? I just hit level 3. And that pro is already 2 whole levels ahead of me. How am I supposed to compete with that? Vuong Man cleared his throat. Stop daydreaming and get back to reality. Go inform your loved ones about the game. Divine disposables. The world is about to descend into chaos, and we need to be prepared. Right. With that, the entire team logged out. In the real world, Vuong Man shot up from his bed, clutching his head and letting out a soft groan. Seeing this, his teammates rushed over. Quick. Brother Vuong is awake. Notify the captain. Brother Vuong. Are you okay? You scared us to death, you have no idea. Your body was completely transparent. Don't freak me out like that. I told you that you needed to rest, now fully conscious. Vuong Man shouted. Gather everyone. Something major has happened. An emergency meeting was immediately convened at the police department where Vuong Man worked. After listening to his detailed account, a middle-aged officer sitting in the center of the room asked, You previously reported forming a party, encountering someone with a hidden class, and being rescued by them. Correct, Vuong Man had replied. Yes. His name is Shadow. When he saved us, he was only level 3. Yet just an hour later, he had jumped 2 levels to reach level 5. Another officer exclaimed in shock. 2 levels in a row. Doesn't that make him the top player in the world? How did he do it? He probably took down a high-level boss. Someone else asked. If he reached level 5 an hour ago, why hasn't he logged out yet? Or maybe he doesn't have any family in the real world. I'm not sure about that, but that's probably the case. As the atmosphere grew tense, a female officer named Anvu spoke up. Could he be a transmigrator? It's always the orphans who are that overpowered in stories. The entire room turned to stare at her. She blushed and asked, Did I say something wrong? The middle-aged officer sighed softly. Anvu, I've told you to read fewer novels. This situation is extremely serious. This is no time for jokes. He looked around the room, his voice heavy. What Vuong Man has reported matches the intelligence from our superiors. New research indicates that people have been found dead in their sleep. The data shows they had all died multiple times within the game. This means that if a player's in-game lifespan hits 0, they die in real life as well. Someone whispered, This is beyond anything we can comprehend. The middle-aged officer nodded. This is likely some form of unknown supernatural invasion. The higher-ups have issued an urgent order to form vanguard teams in every region, infiltrate the game, divine disposables, and gather intelligence. We must establish a professional legion as soon as possible. This is a global event, and nations are racing to research this game. If we fall behind, we will lose our international advantage. We must obtain information at all costs. Envu, you will be the captain of Team 1. Understood. Vuong Man will be the vice captain. Pick your own people. Yes. Seer. According to Vuong Man, the Shadow has an approachable personality, so we can get close to him. I've chosen you. Envu, because you're suited for investigation. Find out the Shadow's true identity, and if possible, cooperate with him on behalf of the government. Establish contact, gather information, and maintain social stability. Is that clear? Yes. Sia. He nodded. Dismissed. Meanwhile, in Tantudu's dormitory, her friends were discussing the game. I heard that people from the same area will enter the same starting village when they fall asleep. Really, I want to go home. I'm so worried about my parents. Don't worry. Let's just focus on getting stronger first and figure it out later. Tan Tu-du sat in a corner, staring at her phone with a troubled heart. Something this big is happening, and he's still silent. Why won't he apologize to me? Before, whenever she got angry, he would always comfort her. But this time he actually hit her. Something even their parents had never done. I only skipped school to go to Tong Fai's concert. That hateful Tan Fong. If he doesn't apologize 1,000 times, I'll never forgive him. Humph. At least I got to see Tong Fai. Otherwise, after this whole game thing started, I probably wouldn't have another chance. Yesterday, we were so close. My dear Tong Fai, I miss you. If falling asleep means entering the game, then he must be in there too. As long as I get into the game, I can find him. With that thought, she messaged Truong Vai. Hey expert, teach me some strategies. Truong Vai read the message and sneered. Huh. The goddess is messaging me. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. He replied, Do. You asked the right person. Remember to put all your initial attribute points into agility, or you'll get wrecked by monsters. What if I'm a mage? You still need it. It increases casting speed, which is super important in the early game. But what if I'm fast but still weak? Don't worry. As soon as someone in the village reaches level 5, the teleportation circle will activate. I'll find you then, and we can party up to level together. After reading the message, Tan Tu-du smirked to herself. Perfect. I've got a meat shield now. Tan Fong, you just keep being arrogant. And watch how I leave you in the dust once we're in the game. Back to the moment Tan Fong touched the golden orb of light. Information appeared before his eyes. Cursed One's Ring. Gold grade. Usable by all classes. Increases all stats by 8. Dark resistance by 26. And weak point attack by 0.1. It requires level 4 and is equivalent to 32 attribute points, making it extremely powerful in the early game. The weak point multiplier increased from 1.5 to 1.6. Nice. And there's this too. He opened another panel. Instant Shadow Slash. Silver grade. Un Assassin Huil. Dashes 15 meters. Enters stealth for 5 seconds. And delivers 3 consecutive slashes. The cooldown is 12 seconds. Reduced to 10.43. And it's learnable at level 4. It increases attack power by 100. And all hits are considered backstabs, even if they don't hit a weak point. It's a powerful area of effect skill that combines movement and stealth. I'm learning it now. As he thought this, Tan Fong evolved his Hand of Greed. The system announced that 8 points had been used, with 4 remaining. Hand of Greed. Diamond grade. Un Assassin Huil. Grants a 220% chance to receive extra loot, with a 40% probability of increasing the loot's rarity by 1 tier. Perfect. Now every monster kill gives me 2 drops, which is like what other people get for killing 3 monsters. With 4 points left, I'll upgrade Instant Shadow Slash to level 3. The system reported that 3 points were used, with 1 remaining. Instant Shadow Slash. Platinum grade. Has a 21 meter range. 7 seconds of stealth. 5 slashes. Plus 200 damage. And the cooldown remains at 10.43. The cooldown didn't decrease. Oh well. At this point, it's basically infinite invisibility anyway. The rest of this stuff is all junk. But this silver grade Warcry scroll should sell for a bit. As he was speaking, Tan Fong heard a strange noise around him. Looking up, he saw several monsters rushing toward him. Level 4, 4-limbed crawlers. Perfect timing. Let's test out Instant Shadow Slash. As soon as he said that, Tan Fong instantly vanished. A few sword flashes streaked by, dicing the monster into pieces that fell to the ground. The system announced that he had defeated a level 4, 4-limbed crawler, gaining 80 experience points and 5 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong appeared, thinking, killing monsters is much faster now. With throwing knives, it would have taken at least 2 to finish it. The shorter the engagement, the lower the risk. I currently have 618 days of tradable lifespan, but I need 900 to bring a skill into the real world. Time to go back and sell some items. I'm close to meeting the withdrawal conditions. Once I hit level 10, I can extract skills and equipment into the real world. On his way back to Seashell Town, Tan Fong happened to see Jiang Lei talking with Mao Lap Tuan. Congratulations on reaching level 3. Young miss. Now, about that promise. Don't worry. The Jiang family isn't short on your money. Here's my number. Call anytime. Oh, and sell me all your tradable lifespan. I'll pay 10,000 per day. No problem. Haha, I told you. That shadow guy is blind and can't judge people. To not value a young miss like you. What a waste. Before logging out, Mao Lap Tuan smirked to himself. You can always earn more lifespan. Turning the game into cash is the smart move. Soon after, Tanfong arrived back in town. As soon as he entered, he ran to the teleportation array and activated it. The system announced, the teleportation array in Seashell Town has been lit. You get 1 free teleportation per day, and subsequent uses cost lifespan. Currently, no arrays are open in Zhanghai. To connect 2 locations, both must have a player who has reached level 5. In his past life, Tongfei was in the small town of Du Nam. I'll set a reminder so I'll know immediately when their array opens. But teleporting between small villages isn't that important. The biggest goal is still reaching level 10 to go to the Forsaken Continent. That's where the real game begins. With that in mind, Tanfong went to the plaza and opened his stall to sell items. The sign clearly read, selling for 10 minutes only. First come, first served. Players quickly gathered around. Hey, Lord Shadow is here. I've saved up 150 days of lifespan just waiting for you to sell stuff. Last time you sold that Ice Spike skill book, it pushed Grey Rose to the number 2 spot. I hope there's a mage book. There is a book, but it's Battle Roar for warriors. I'll take it. System notification. Transaction successful. You have received 300 days of lifespan. 300 days for 1 book. Is it worth it? With that skill, a warrior can farm mobs twice as fast. They can make back those 300 days in just 2 days. I want this shirt. I'll take those boots. In no time, every item in his stall was snatched up. Tanfong closed his stall, thinking, sold out in 1 minute. That's a total of 650 days. I now have 2,174 days. But it's still not enough to extract everything from the game into the real world. Those who couldn't buy anything lamented. Aw man, missed it again. Me too. Will you be selling here again next time, please? Just one more sale. Suddenly, Break Bloom ran up to him. Lord Shadow, I have a treasure. Are you interested? She held out a leather ring, which provided an additional 12 inventory slots. It doesn't take up an equipment or backpack slot. Tanfong was startled. A spatial item. A special storage item. It's extremely valuable. It doesn't take up a slot, and each person can only use a maximum of 3. This type is incredibly rare, with an abysmal drop rate from monsters. In my past life, a 12-slot, one like this sold for over 3,600 days. He then asked, are you planning to sell it? Break Bloom smiled. I don't want lifespan. I just want to be your friend. And for you to help my team kill a boss? All right. Tanfong sent a friend request. The system announced that Break Bloom had accepted. What kind of boss is it? Just a golden grade boss. What's its name? It was too far away to see clearly. All I know is there's an old boat in the middle of a swamp. Tanfong was taken aback, thinking, an old boat in a swamp. Could it be the Golden Ghost Ship? The Golden Ghost Ship is a rare boss that can appear at any level. It's very difficult to encounter, but it drops extremely useful items. Every time it appeared, the major guilds would fight to the death over it. If it spawned in a level 5 area, it should be fairly easy to kill. To encounter a rare boss this early, plus a storage ring, and she's on Vuong Manhe's team. Could you be the legendary Koi? Cam Lai. From my past life, Tanfong asked. How did you find this boss? I logged out for dinner, and when I came back, my team wasn't online yet. I was bored and went for a walk, and I just happened to see it at the bottom of a cliff. Tanfong thought, in my past life, there were rumors that someone on Vuongman's team would randomly stumble upon rare bosses, divine temples, and hidden dungeons just by wandering around. I thought it was just government propaganda, but it was actually true. I can't believe it's really her. Break Bloom blushed. Lord Shadow, why are you staring at me so intensely? It's nothing. The two of them left town. From a hidden corner, a man who had been secretly watching them immediately rushed off. In a secluded spot, a gang leader was boasting. Back in the day, I led our group to dominate everyone. Just then, the scout yelled, Boss, that guy just left town with a girl. The leader sneered. Humph. Already off picking up girls. Who, all right boys. After me. Meanwhile, Tanfong said to Break Bloom, I'll do the fighting. If gear drops, that's good for you. You can take it, and the rest is mine. What about Vuong Man and your team? If any assassin gear drops, I don't want to have wasted my time. All right, but I have one small request. Name it. If you sell gear to Captain Vuong Man, could you give him a little discount? No problem. Then let's wait for Vuong Man to come online before we set off. Oh, right. Where are we headed? To fight a gold rank boss. Hearing that, Break Bloom's face paled. Big shot. You're an assassin. And I'm a mage. I can't turn invisible. I'm more than enough to handle it alone. You just watch from a safe distance. Breakbloom was shocked. Wah. Take on a gold rank boss alone, she thought. Even if he's really strong, that's just terrifying. Suddenly, Tanfong vanished, leaving her completely bewildered. Big shot. Where did you go? In the bushes. The group of stalkers saw Tanfong vanish and whispered, Boss. Ed disappeared. Haha. He probably just tricked that chick and left her stranded in the wilderness. Let's go. We'll grab the girl and have some fun first. I told you guys. Follow me and you'll be living large. Hey. Look. There he is, boss. You're a genius. But before they could make a move, Tanfong appeared out of nowhere. He materialized right in front of them and used Phantom Shield Slash, sending them all straight back to the respawn point. A system notification popped up. You have eliminated 5 players, receiving a total of 12 points. Are they so broke that killing them is only worth as much as 2 small fry monsters? Tanfong's voice was low as his figure flickered and reappeared next to Breakbloom. She asked in surprise. Big shot. Where did you just go? Tanfong replied. We had some tails. I've already sent them back to the starting town. Breakbloom said, Oh, I thought you went to take a leak. Big shot. By the way, having an invisibility skill must make bathroom breaks super convenient. Right, you could go anytime, anywhere, and nobody would see. But I wonder, if it fell out of you, would it be invisible too? Tanfong cut her off. Just take me to the boss. Back in the starting town, another player had just appeared. If Tanfong had been there, he would have recognized her instantly. It was Tan Tu-Du, the very person who had once stabbed him in the back. Oh my gosh, I can feel it. This is incredible. I've obtained the hidden class, Priest of Life. It must be super powerful. This way, I'll finally be worthy of Tong Fi. I wonder how he's doing right now. I hope he knows the trick for allocating stat points. Who knows where that Tanfong guy went? He's never around when you need him. But whatever, I have a hidden class now. Plus Truong Vai promised to back me up. Tanfong, you can fend for yourself. While thinking, she glanced up at the ranking board. Level 6 already, the Shadow is in first place. Truong Vai was already bragging when he was only level 3. It's obvious the Shadow is the real pro. If I could get his help, I'm sure I'd level up even faster than Truong Vai. But where would I even find him? Just then, Tan Tu-Du overheard Vuong Man and his group talking nearby. This is so annoying. I can't get a hold of Freedom on the Wind. We can't just wait for her forever. Any ideas? We need a healer to grind monsters. We're not pros like the Shadow who can just solo everything. I suggest we find another support. Hearing this, Tan Tu-Du's eyes lit up as she stepped forward to ask, Hi everyone. Are you looking for a support? I'm a Priest of Life. It's a hidden class. At the same time, Tanfong and Breakbloom had arrived near the boss's location. Looking down at the swamp from a cliff, Tanfong said, So that's the Golden Phantom boat. You stay here and hide well. Watch out for any sneak attacks. I'm going down to handle the boss. Breakbloom replied, Okay. Big shot. Please be careful. Tanfong nodded and then leaped down. A system notification appeared. Due to the influence of the Phantom boat, this area has become a rampage zone. The passage of your lifespan is accelerated by 100 times. This means that for every 15 minutes spent here, you lose 1 day of your life. Even so, the temporary effect isn't too severe. Tanfong landed silently and quickly dashed toward the center of the swamp. Boss information: Golden Phantom boat. Level 5. Gold rank. Special type. The countdown showed 45 minutes and 25 seconds left. This boss only appears for a limited time, but luckily, there was still plenty of it. Tanfong initiated with Phantom Shield Slash, and then entered a state of stealth. The boss was hit by 5 consecutive strikes, each one dealing 549 damage. Right after that, Tanfong appeared, throwing a poison dart combined with an ambush strike that hit the boss's weak spot. After dealing massive damage, he used Shadow Retreat to quickly back away. Anticipating the boss's counterattack, the ghost ship lifted its oar high. A pillar of water rose like a waterspout, sweeping across the entire swamp. While in stealth, Tanfong dodged continuously thanks to his agile movements. As soon as the waterspout dissipated, a horde of waterlogged corpses rose from the mud. A quick count revealed more than a dozen of them. Defeating the golden ghost ship was not going to be simple. First, many people didn't know the boss's weak spot. It wasn't the bones, nor the ship's hull, but the eerie bell on the bow. Second, if its weak spot was hit, the boss would manipulate the water and launch a wide area attack. The water spout dealt extremely high damage. In the early stages, only warriors wearing silver rank armor could withstand it. Fortunately, the Shadow class has high agility. Otherwise, dodging wouldn't be easy. Third, after the series of long-range attacks ended, the boss would summon 12 putrid water ghouls onto the battlefield. Each one was as strong as a silver rank boss. All 12 of them would attack frantically, throwing any party formation into chaos. Every 3 minutes, the boss would summon another one. If they weren't dealt with quickly, you would be overwhelmed and annihilated. But I'm in stealth, so they can't detect me. I just need to pick the right position, and I can wipe them out in a single blow. As he thought this, Tan Fong appeared, using instant shadow slash to dispatch the vicious ghouls and take a huge chunk of the boss's health. On the cliff, Break Bloom's eyes went wide, her jaw dropping open. Is this the #1 Shadow Pro? He's too strong? He moves like a ghost, and the boss lost 1/3 of its health without even being able to fight back. While she was still wide-eyed, she received a message from Tan Fong. Chu Ak, I'm about to die. Break Bloom panicked and messaged back. What? Tan Fong messaged. You don't need to do anything. Just wait for me to revive. Break Bloom replied. What do you mean? You're a pro. You're dominating the fight, and what's with Tuhak? Tan Fong asked. Aren't you Tuhak? Break Bloom was furious. My name is Break Bloom. Hakbo Lam Dai Li Tu. Nut Tuhak. It sounds like you're calling a dog. Tan Fong messaged. Got it. Tuhat. Meanwhile, the group that Tan Fong had just wiped out had revived and were aggressively heading back to find the two of them. Their leader roared. Dumb. We got completely owned. I've won countless tournaments, and now I get ambushed by some punk. One of his lackeys ran up to report. Boss, that girl is on the edge of the cliff, and the shadow guy is fighting the boss down below. The leader snorted coldly. Let's go. This time, call all the boys. Let's see where he can run. The battle between Tan Fong and the boss continued, and the final part was also the most difficult challenge. The Golden Ghost Ship unleashed a spirit burst that covered the entire swamp. The root effect lasts for 5 seconds. I can't escape. While Tan Fong was still calculating, the boss's area of effect skill crashed down. Engulfing him, the system announced, You have died. You have lost 326 years of non-tradable lifespan and 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. Just then, the group of pursuers arrived and burst out laughing at the scene. Haha, what an idiot. Did he really think he was some pro who could solo a golden boss? This shadow dog is loaded. A light orb that big has to be at least a few hundred days of lifespan. Let's go. Boys, the boss is only at half health. Kill it, and we can loot his lifespan too. Losing that much lifespan serves that dog right. Today, the little dog swallows the big dog, the leader roared, leading his lackeys off the cliff. But the moment they touched the swamp, the scene shifted. The gloomy sky vanished, replaced by clear, bright light. The whole group froze for a few seconds. Looking around, they saw only buildings and realized they had revived. The group yelled out, Dumb it. That boss is too strong. How did that shadow guy get it down to half health? Is he a monster? We died to the water spout the second we stepped into the swamp. And there are all those little mobs too. How are you supposed to fight that? Dumb. We took a huge loss. Let's go. Back there, I refuse to believe that thing is that hard. I'm a monateur. Tan Fong returned to the swamp and saw the ground littered with orbs of light. He messaged Break Bloom. I'm back. Xiao Hei. Why are there so many life orbs here? Break Bloom replied. A bunch of guys charged in just now, and the water pillars took care of them all. Tan Fong replied. I see. Haha. They really overestimated themselves. Looking at the boss, he remembered how much trouble this golden ghost ship had given him in his past life. The ghost ship only uses its immobilization skill once, so the remaining half of its health is easier to deal with. When its health drops by half, there's a chance it will disappear and reappear far away. A normal person would have trouble catching up to it, but I've already figured out its movement pattern. With that thought, Tan Fong charged toward the boss and launched his attack. On the cliff, the other group had arrived again, shouting loudly, Boss! Look, that guy is fighting the boss again. Good. We'll wait for a chance to take them down. From a distant cliff, Break Bloom saw them too. Those idiots are back again. How annoying. My boss is about to defeat the boss. I have to stop them. With that thought, Break Bloom activated a skill. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting their leader directly. She yelled, The gods said there would be thunderstorms today. The group panicked. Damn it. Who attacked us, boss? There's a mage over there. Humph. That audacious woman. Get her, seeing them charge at her. Breakbloom screamed and turned to run. "Stop right there. I'll deal with you," the group shouted, chasing closely behind her. But what they didn't know was that another group was hiding and watching them. In the middle of the swamp, the battle was nearing its end. Phew. Finally about to take it down. It really lives up to the name Golden Ghost Ship. Even though it's only level 5, it's still extremely difficult to solo. Low damage makes the fight drag on, attracting the attention of others. On the cliff was the group that had just died and respawned. And by the swamp, there was another guild. They were obviously waiting for me to kill the boss to steal the loot. Knowing this, Tanfong remained calm and used a skill that had just come off cooldown to finish off the boss. The system announced, "You have defeated the gold rank Golden Ghost Ship, gaining 4,800 experience and reaching level 8. You have also received 7 evolution points and 216 days of tradable lifespan. Nice try, but you miscalculated." After saying that, Tanfong activated stealth and vanished, leaving the loot behind. At the same time, the entire server received an announcement. Player Shadow from Seashell Town is the first to defeat a gold rank boss, receiving 3 reputation points. The forums exploded. A gold rank boss was defeated. Holy crap. Is this Shadow guy a monster? He's insanely strong. Which country is Seashell Town in the first powerhouse to kill a gold rank? Boss is definitely one of us Koreans. Smekta. In Seashell Town, Vuong Man said, the last news was that Shadow could solo a bronze rank boss, and now he's killed a gold rank one. The gap between a person and a monster is just too wide. Behind him, Tan Tu-du frowned slightly, thinking, he's so strong. If I had his help, I could probably meet Tong Fai sooner. Back at the swamp, after Tanfong left, the leader of the other group chuckled. Haha, this boss dropped a ton of stuff. He ran away without picking it up. He must be scared of us. A Kwang. Use a skill to find him and kill him. This reward is ours. A Kwang replied. Got it. And drew his bow. He used the skill, Spectral Eagle Eye, firing an arrow straight into the swamp. Tanfong, who was in stealth, saw this and whispered, Spectral Eagle Eye. Huh. I didn't expect that hunter to learn an anti-stealth skill so quickly. No wonder they were so confident they could kill me and take the loot. Too bad for them. My stealth is enhanced by 1 level, and I also have level 1 counter detection. There's no way they can see me. As expected, a Kwang couldn't detect Tanfong. He turned and reported, Boss, I can't find anyone. He probably got scared of our numbers and ran. Smart of him, I guess. Let's go. Secure the loot. Don't let your guard down. Be ready to fight. The loot rights are protected for 5 minutes, and after that, it'll be ours. With that, the leader led his men toward the dropped items. Just then, flashes of swordlight cut through the air. The sword blades sliced through the enemies. Tanfong appeared and said softly, it's Keter now. By the way, where's that girl Two-Hack? Oh well, I can look for her later. The remaining evolution points, plus the ones from the boss, were just enough to evolve. Greedy Hand 1 more level. I'll upgrade the skill first and collect the loot later. Very quickly. The evolution was complete. The system announced Greedy Hand. Epic grade. Assassin type skill. Increases the chance of receiving extra loot by 300%. And bonus items have a 100% chance to be upgraded. A 100% chance to upgrade. That's a total game changer. I'm going to make these orbs of light explode with rewards. With that thought, Tanfong activated Greedy Hand, and the system's notifications chimed continuously. System notification. You have used the skill Greedy Hand. You received 21 evolution points, 648 days of tradable lifespan, and the special item Demonized Soul Lantern. You received another Demonized Soul Lantern. Tanfong was surprised. I can't believe I got 2 of them in just one go. He checked the item. Demonized Soul Lantern. Medium Ghost Fire. Special item. Prevents lifespan loss upon death. Cooldown of 1,565 seconds. Soul Absorption. Passive. Defeating demonic creatures increases lifespan drops by 20% times 2. With 2 medium ghost fires, the effect is doubled. Soul Shock. Active. Ringing the bell stuns enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown of 521 seconds. Tanfong thought, the Ghost Fire Bell isn't equipment, but a tool. It doesn't take up an equipment slot, and 2 of them combine into 1. So convenient. Just then, a message from Breakbloom arrived. Big shot. Help me. Ah. Don't come over here. Tanfong panicked and messaged back. Tuak. Where are you? From a distance, a shout echoed. Get away from me. Don't come any closer. That was Latu's voice. She was surrounded by a group of lecherous men. They advanced on her with sinister smiles. "You're a feisty one. Little lady, come here quietly, and we'll make sure you have a really good time." Latu glanced at the cliff behind her, and, without a moment's hesitation, jumped into the abyss to escape. She clutched her staff tightly. Her eyes squeezed shut. Not daring to open them, her body plummeted, her back slamming hard against the ground. One of the men ran to the edge of the cliff and looked down, exclaiming, "She really jumped. That girl's got guts." By this time, Latu had already vanished. She sent a private message to Tan Fong Big Shot. "No need to rescue me. I'm back in the town. It really hurt. Luckily, all my team's equipment is with Wangman." He replied, "Okay, wait for me. I'll bring your things to you." Latu messaged back, "Thanks, Big Shot." Tan Fong thought to himself, this was a huge score. My tradable lifespan is now over 3,115 days, plus all the evolution points. He proceeded to upgrade Greedy Hand again. The system announced, "To evolve, 10 times the points are required. Do you wish to spend 200 points?" He said softly. 200 evolution points. That's not cheap. The higher the skill level, the more it costs. Forget it. I'll upgrade my attack skills first. More damage means more loot. The information panel lit up again. You have used 8 evolution points. 13 points remaining. Shield Shadow Slash has been upgraded, improving its range, damage, stealth duration, and attack frequency. Backstab now deals 25 to 30% more damage when attacking from behind. Feeling his power increase, Tan Fong murmured, "After upgrading Shield Shadow Slash twice, its damage has doubled. I can deal 3,000 damage, even without stealth. If I break stealth with a backstab, the total damage could reach 6 to 7,000. A gold rank boss usually drops 2 to 4 silver rank items, and rarely a gold rank one. Thanks to the effect of Greedy Hand, I got 11 gold rank items, 2 platinum rank items, and 1 platinum rank skill book. This is great. And 3 of the items are for assassins." The panel displayed Ghost Ship Twin Blades, platinum rank assassin weapon. Increases attack by 136, agility by 22, speed by 24%, and armor penetration by 17. Level 5 required. Special effect doubles the damage of normal attacks. Tan Fong considered it. The effect isn't that strong, but the high attack power, plus the agility, attack speed, and armor penetration make it very valuable. As soon as he finished his thought, more information popped up. He could clearly feel the enhancement. Without even upgrading his constitution, his HP went from 350 to 419. Wearing this set, almost no one could penetrate his armor at this stage. Good. I'll hide my equipment and keep using the original Darkness cosmetic outfit, so others won't guess my real gear. There was still 1 skill book left, so he opened it to check. It displayed Phantom Blur, gold rank, passive assassin skill, increases evasion by 15%, and a successful evasion negates all damage. He read it and said, "This skill is weak because evasion is hard to increase. Stacking points into evasion means sacrificing other stats, which is a high risk." But then he said aloud, "I'll learn it." Although he said that, his mind was still calculating. "I have an infinite evolution skill. I can increase my evasion without sacrificing other attributes. So it's a pure benefit." Tan Fong turned and walked away, murmuring to himself, "I should head back now. I'll sell the warrior, priest, and archer gear to Vuong Man at a 10% discount. They can't afford it, but I can let them owe me. This time, I found a level 5 boss thanks to Tu Hack. I really have to thank her." He walked for a short distance and ran into the group that had cornered Latu. Looking at them, his expression didn't change, remaining as cold as ice. But the group looked like they had seen a ghost, their faces turning deathly pale. The whole group panicked and fled for their lives, shouting, "It's the Shadow Run. Get out of the way. You idiot, don't leave me behind, damn it. Don't come over here, help me." Tan Fong's icy gaze watched them. Then he decisively took down the one who fell behind. Now only the leader was left, and the distance between them closed the more he ran. As he closed in, the man trembled and begged, "I was wrong. Please spare me. Great master. See you. Don't kill me. I only have 1 year of life left." Tan Fong said coldly, "When you were harming others, did you ever think about this outcome?" With that said, he struck, turned, and walked away, leaving echoing screams behind him. Immediately after, a system notification appeared due to killing too many people. You have received the Slayer status. Upon death, you will drop 75% of your lifespan. The aura around Tanfong grew heavy, and the Slayer title appeared above his head. He thought, "It's fine. With the Ghost Fire Spirit Pill, I won't lose any lifespan even if I die." With that, he returned to the small town. The townspeople started whispering when they saw him. "It's Shadow. He's back. He even killed the gold rank boss. Then why don't I see any shiny equipment? He probably just got lucky." Someone else laughed loudly. "You try fighting it then." Suddenly, a person stepped out to block his path. "Big Brother Shadow." "Please wait." Huang Hian held up a book and said, "Big Brother Shadow, we were wrong earlier. This is an assassin skill book we bought with our lifespan. I hope you'll accept it and let bygones be bygones." An information panel popped up. Stun Strike. On Assassin Huil. Increases attack by 20. Stuns for 2 seconds. With a 22-second cooldown. Xing Tanfong remained silent. He added, "This is a crowd control skill." Tanfong nodded. "Alright." He turned and walked away, leaving Huang Hian's underlings fuming. "Young Master Hien. He killed us, and you still gave him a skill. That's so cowardly. Let's gather the boys. We could drown him in spit. What's there to be afraid of? Since when do we have to bow our heads like this?" Huang Hian snapped. "What do you guys know? That Shadow guy is leveling up way too fast. He must be hiding a huge secret. If we can just catch him in the real world, investigate him, and lock him up, he'll have to work for us." Gathering lifespan, one of his lackeys immediately started flattering him. "So that's the plan. You truly live up to your name, Young Master Hien." Huang Hian smirked. "I'll have my family send a seductive girl to get close to him." His voice sounds strange. "He's probably not from our circle. Likely some poor commoner. Just offer him a beauty, and he'll fall right into our trap." Tanfong met up with Lai Tu, handed her the items and said, "Alright, little Hay. Let's trade." She smiled and replied, "Thank you, great master. But my name is Lai Tu, not Little Hay." She raised her staff, and her body immediately shot up into the air, shouting, "I'm really about to fly. This skill and this necklace make my damage skyrocket, and my mana regenerates twice as fast. Great master. Thank you so much." Seeing this, Tanfong said directly, "No need to be so formal. Just stick to our deal. Give me that spatial item." Lai Tu handed over the item and nodded. "Right. Here you go," she continued. "Great master. I fled into the forest and found a cave. It looked like the entrance to some ruins. Are you interested?" Tanfong remained silent, but his mind was racing. First the golden ship, now ruins. Befriending this girl was definitely worth it. If he hadn't given her those 2 gold rank items, he probably wouldn't have gotten this information. With this spatial ring, my inventory capacity is now 27 slots. Tanfong calculated, then asked, "Where's Wong Man? After we sell the items, we'll go to the ruins together." Lai Tu replied, "Okay, but their team just got a new priest. They won't be back for about an hour and a half." She continued, "I've already marked the entrance. There's a stone slab behind a bush. I managed to pull it open and crawl inside once, but I heard demonic screams from within, so I ran away. If not for that, I would have escaped those guys." Tanfong nodded and vanished, his voice echoing back, "Alright, I'll go on ahead. I'll come back to trade after I'm done." He was so fast that she only had time to yelp, "Great master," before he was gone, and darkness enveloped the entire forest, weaving through the canopy. Tanfong thought to himself, "I was originally going to find a place to grind to level 10, but now that there are ruins, I don't have to waste my time." There are 3 types of ruins that appear in the starting town tombs: cursed ruins and shrines of faith. No matter which type it is, the monsters inside are at least bronze rank. There are even silver rank ones. To Tanfong, that meant a sea of evolution points and lifespan. He found the entrance and, as he stepped inside, he recalled that these ruins often hide multiple gold rank bosses. The demonic creatures in cursed ruins are all cursed by ancient or evil gods. They might have once been human, or they might have been driven mad or turned into demons. As for the shrines, they are filled with followers of evil gods, and the terrain is extremely complex. The latter 2 types, if cleared, will reward you with special items or skill books. Looking at the carvings on the wall, he knew this was a shrine of faith. The drawings were very familiar, identical to the Eye of Judgment symbol on his body. The deeper he went, the louder the creepy sounds became. The space ahead was unsettlingly dark, and a bone-chilling cold permeated everything. Wong Man was holding up his shield, blocking an attack. The monster roared as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Seizing a moment of distraction, it struck hard, knocking him backward. A teammate shouted, "Healer, Quick, heal him. What are you just standing there for? Tudu trembled. Her eyes filled with tears. And she stammered, "Okay. What am I supposed to do?" The grip charged forward. Another party member raised his sword and yelled, "Damn it. It's coming again. Use a skill." She collapsed to her knees, crying into her hands. "I'm so scared." Teodu's scream sent the birds in the forest scattering in a frenzy. A short while later, Vuong Manhe's group returned to town, their faces heavy with gloom. Lai Tu ran up and asked loudly, "Captain, why are you back so soon? The Shadow Lord hasn't returned yet, and we haven't bought anything." One of them pointed an angry finger. "That girl, she's dumber than a rock. She didn't dodge the monster's attacks and didn't even use her skills. What good is she?" Lai Tu quickly intervened. "Calm down. She's just a newbie. It's normal to die once." But Tu Thon snapped back. "Get out of the way. Li Tu, I have to teach people like her a lesson." Someone else added, "It wasn't just once. She died 3 times in less than an hour." Lai Tu was stunned for a moment, then said, "All right, let me come with you. I have 2 new gold-grade items. This time, I'm sure no one will die again." Vuong Man spoke up. "Okay, it's good to have you join us. Who knows? We might even run into the Shadow Lord." Teodu mumbled, "I'm sorry. I'll try harder." But in her head, she was cursing. "If it weren't for your connection to the Shadow Lord, who would bother serving you? This is infuriating. A bunch of idiots." Back at the ruins, Tan Fong approached a large door. He stepped inside as a chilling sound echoed. Within, bald-headed creatures were prostrated on the ground. They were the believers of the old god. The judged, level 10, silver grade. Tan Fong watched them silently. Immediately after, he unleashed Phantom Shield Slash, lunging forward like the wind. After the strike, their health only dropped slightly. He thought, "I'll add a stealth-breaking backstab," but their health still only went down by half. As expected of level 10 silver grade bosses, these two have more health than a gold grade mystic demon. Then he noticed something strange. The believers remained kneeling, facing his direction. He was clearly in stealth. Could it be that they sensed the aura of the Eye of Judgment and dare not move? While still in stealth, Tan Fong spoke. "You know the way. Don't you lead me?" Upon hearing his voice, they immediately sprang up. He realized they had been corrupted, losing their minds and turning into feral beasts that only knew how to kill. The 2 believers suddenly let out ferocious roars. In just a few seconds, they went from a reverent posture to a frenzied state. Charging to attack, it turned out another group was entering from outside. They shouted, "Be careful. Monsters are coming. 2 silver grade bosses. One is hard enough, but now there are 2. Run." It was the Grey Rose Guild. The woman quickly cast a retreat spell. They retreated, leaving behind a trail of lifespan. Tan Fong stepped forward, recognizing them as the group that had bought his Ice Spike spell scroll. Grey Rose. I didn't expect them to be here too. But with their current gear, no one is strong enough to go deeper. He revealed himself and walked towards the remains, saying, "These people dropped over 100 days of tradable lifespan. She's quite the little rich lady." Tan Fong glanced around, but found nothing. No traps. No treasures. Just 2 minor silver grade bosses. Well, no point in wondering. I'll just move on. As soon as he finished his thought, Tan Fong swiftly dealt with both of them. A notification panel appeared. "You have defeated the believer of the old god. The judged. Received 4,000 experience. Leveled up to 9. Gained 4 evolution points and 188 days of tradable lifespan." Without stopping, he waved his hand and cast another skill, Hand of Greed. The power of the skill surprised Tan Fong. So this is the epic grade Hand of Greed. He received 32 evolution points, 1,504 days of lifespan, 4 gold grade items, and 10 silver grade items. There was even gear an assassin could use. As soon as he picked up a necklace, the information panel popped up. He looked at the item and nodded in approval. This necklace speeds up skill cooldowns by 20%. Shadow form went from 22.6 to 19.2 seconds. Venomous dart from 4.3 to 3.7. And Phantom Shield Slash was now only 8.8 seconds. All the equipment is level 8 or higher, so only I can wear it for now. I'll keep it. I can always sell it later. Suddenly, a circular pattern behind him began to vibrate intensely, just like a hidden door. A strange pillar rose from the ground with an activation button on top. Tan Fong understood immediately the mechanism would only activate after all the monsters were cleared. He approached the pillar, thinking to himself, "This must be the hidden mechanism." Before he could even touch it, the button pressed down on its own with a click. The floor beneath Tan Fong's feet began to move. The central part descended, and he stood on it, wondering, is this an elevator? The opening above was sealed by another door. After a few minutes, the elevator stopped. Tanfong remarked that they had finally arrived, feeling as if they had dropped more than 300 meters. He glanced around and exclaimed, "This is the hidden maze beneath the temple. Rawans can generate hidden mazes," and he had discovered many of them in his past life. Although they were full of traps, they weren't dangerous as long as someone could take the hits. It just took time. With his current stats, triggering a trap would mean certain death. Luckily, he had just picked this item up. As he spoke, he summoned the necklace, and its information panel appeared again. He summoned a silver-grade loyal believer, and a figure emerged from the necklace. Tanfong waved his hand and gave the command scout ahead. Having someone to scout the path was reassuring, but it didn't eliminate all danger. To be safe, he decided to evolve his passive evasion skill first. While upgrading, the information panel showed that 11 points had been consumed, leaving 24. Ghostly Shadow, an assassin-type passive skill, offered a 15 to 75% evasion chance and granted damage immunity upon activation. Tanfong ventured deeper, calculating his remaining points. It was just enough to upgrade Shadow Shield / to Epic. The consumption notification reappeared, making him hesitate. Reaching legendary grade required 10 times the points, making skills with a higher initial grade more cost-effective. For example, if a skill started at Epic grade, then upgrading it to legendary would only require 1 base point for the first evolution. The legendary tier requires 10 times the evolution points, multiplying the base cost from 1 to 10. If a skill is already epic, I can easily upgrade it to legendary, mythic, or even ancient or immortal. In contrast, a common skill needs to be evolved 7 times to reach epic, costing hundreds of points. But the upside is that I can upgrade any skill to epic cheaply, meaning from now on, all my skills will be at least epic grade. He had 11 evolution point left, enough to upgrade the Stealth Shadow skill. The cooldown was reduced by 35% to 16.3 seconds, which was still too long. The attack power for breaking stealth was weak and needed improvement. As he was calculating, a notification popped up, and before he could react, the loyal believer had stepped on a trap. Tanfong was snapped out of his thoughts and looked up to see a giant boulder crushing the creature in front of him. He wasn't afraid at all. If a summon dies, he just has to wait for the cooldown to call it again. This maze was complex, so he could only proceed slowly, hoping to find something valuable. Upstairs in the temple, the space was silent. The Grey Rose team hadn't left yet, hiding behind a door to observe. One member looked closely and whispered. The team leader confirmed that the 2 monsters had disappeared, and she asked in astonishment, "What did you say?" "Our life force is gone. Someone killed the monsters and took it." "Who could do that?" "Only the master. Shadow could take down 2 silver-grade bosses so quickly." Another member spoke up. "So the master really is here. He's the one who took the life force. I guess that's a good thing. At least we didn't have to die again." Grey Rose nodded, recalling that when she first arrived, she saw a figure who seemed to be talking to the monsters. Could that person be Shadow? His skill could mesmerize bosses. His power is terrifying. Back with Tanfong, the loyal believer shrieked as it was impaled by a volley of steel spears. Seeing the spear trap spring, he guessed he had reached the end of the maze. 3 hours of exploration was long enough. Based on his past life's experience, if he had to test these traps with human lives, he feared hundreds would have died. Tanfong summoned another loyal believer. It led the way, and he followed along a rugged path flanked by dark abysses on both sides. At the end of the path was a large, tightly shut door. He gave the command, "Go and open the door." Despite its best efforts, the door remained motionless and wouldn't budge. He thought to himself, "That's strange. Why can't it be opened?" Tanfong walked up and lightly touched it with his hand, and the door suddenly began to creak open slowly. He immediately stepped back, readying his defense. His face was tense, his eyes fixed on the inside. Behind the door was a hazy space, and in the middle sat a chest wrapped in thorny vines. He stepped inside, thinking as he walked. The chest was sealed shut and covered in thorns, and next to it stood a motionless NPC. The information panel appeared completely blank. There was no data. All information was hidden. Tanfong looked at the person, thinking to himself that this was the first time he'd encountered such a mysterious NPC. Suddenly, the NPC began to chant a strange incantation. When the spell ended, the NPC also began to disintegrate. He was stunned and muttered, "Whew, it's over already," as the spikes on Duong's head also vanished. The thorny vine slowly faded away. Tanfong was a bit confused, but he had a guess. even though he couldn't see any information about that woman. It was definitely related to the Eye of Judgment. The treasure chest glowed with a brilliant golden light, signaling that an epic item could be inside. But he still had to be cautious, as it could contain a monster or a trap. He pointed and gave the command, "Open the treasure chest." His follower stepped forward, and the chest lid flew open, unleashing a blinding light. Tanfong was stunned. It was an assassin-class skill book with both active and passive effects. As he received the item, an information panel popped up, Grace of Liberation. On Epic Grade Assassin class skill book, its passive effect increased weak point hit rate by 100%, doubled weak point attack damage, and activated decapitation. The active skill caused the next attack to deal an additional 100% damage per second for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 60, 44, and 4 seconds. Tanfong took a closer look. This skill greatly enhanced his ability to predict a monster's weak spots, and the active part was even more insane. After activation, if the next attack dealt 300 damage, decapitation would trigger, dealing an additional 300 damage per second for 3 seconds, for a total of 1,200 damage. A threefold increase. Even a multi-hit skill like Shield Shadow Slash counted as a single attack. Plus, this was an epic skill. It would only take 10 more evolution points to upgrade it to legendary. This was a huge score. His burst damage would skyrocket. It was all thanks to 2H. He needed to sell the rest of the items to their group, and then it was time to head back. After collecting the items, he contacted Lai 2 and 2H, telling them to have Wang Man return to the small town so he could sell him the items. She replied immediately, "Boss, are you done exploring? We'll head back right away then." Leaving the dark dimension, he returned to the small town to find Lai 2's group. As soon as he arrived, Tanfong sensed trouble. A crowd surrounded him, shouting, "It's Shadow Boss. Let us join you." One person boasted about being the chairman of Landin, another sent a friend request, and someone else claimed to be 666. Everyone wanted to join his party. Someone yelled, "Boss, I'm from Kwankok. Let me come with you. I'll marry my wife to you," while another shouted, "I'm from Jade Cloud Island. Let me join your group." Tanfong ignored all the flattery, only noticing that the teleportation gates between towns were now open. That meant he could go to Firefly, the town where Tongfei was. He instantly vanished from the crowd, causing them to panic. He disappeared. "Who told you to cling to him? You did the same thing. How dare you introduce your ugly sister? I'll beat you to death." The crowd descended into a chaotic argument as Tanfong slipped away using stealth. He reappeared in front of Li Tu and Tu Hak. Seeing a familiar face, she exclaimed, "Boss." Li Tu turned around and called out, "Captain, the boss is here." Tanfong looked over and recognized Tu Du among Vuong Man's group, thinking to himself, "Tu Du, why is that girl on Vuong Man's team? She's probably going to bring this group down sooner or later. I have to keep my identity a secret. The whole world knows about Shadow now, but I can't bring my powers into the real world yet. There are too many people who want to kill me. Right now, even a single knife could be enough to take my life." Teodu looked at Tanfong with excitement, thinking, "Is this really Shadow? He's so strong. If he helps me level up, I'll be able to meet Tongfei in a few days." He ignored her thoughts and went to sell the items. "This equipment suits your classes, and the basic skill books will also increase your combat power. The total is 2,200 days of lifespan." Vuongman was shocked. "That's so much, I don't have enough." Tanfong replied, "It's fine. You can owe me." He was grateful. "Thank you. You've helped us so much. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word, and we'll do everything we can to help." Someone cheered. "The boss is amazing." Using gold grade items this early, Vuongman was overjoyed. "A gold grade skill, it's so powerful. My strength just tripled. And he even let me buy it on credit. He really trusts us." Vuongman suddenly asked, "Why isn't there any priest gear?" Tuthon snapped. "If there isn't any, there isn't any. Just being on the team to gain experience is good enough." Teodu approached and said softly, "Hello, boss. I'm the priest for Vuongman's team. Is there no gear for me?" A system notification appeared. "Player Tudu has sent you a friend request." She looked at him, her eyes full of hope, but Tanfong just kept a cold expression on his face. Then he suddenly vanished without a word. Tudu was stunned. "Where did he go?" Vuongman reassured her. "He probably didn't have any priest gear this time. There will be some later." Tuthon was still indifferent. He probably didn't even notice her. Li Tu laughed. "The boss is like a divine dragon, showing his head but not his tail. So cool." Tanfong, in stealth again, walked into a shop and suddenly remembered something. He still had a gold-grade priest staff and a skill book of the same grade in his inventory. But how could he give something so valuable to Tu-Du? As I level up, I'll have a lot of surplus items. Selling them off takes time, so cooperating with the government through Vuong Man is a perfect fit. I can't let Tu-Du ruin this partnership. I have to find another priest for the team, and Tu-Tuyet is the best choice. Ko-Wai Tuyet, the manager of the God-Slaying Guild in his past life. Her hidden class was Whitebird Divine Priest. She had a white bird that helped with healing and boosted combat power. She was the strongest priest I've ever known. She even soloed an epic boss before. She was a top-tier teammate. Compared to her, Tu-Du is just useless trash. That's right, Tu-Tuyet and Tong Fai are both in the town of Firefly. If I find Tu-Tuyet, I'll bring her to Vuong Man's team. Finally, Tan Fong arrived at the teleportation gate. The information panel appeared, showing the destination, Firefly Town. The gate lit up, teleporting him away. The scenery here was desolate, with only the sound of the wind whistling past his ears. He walked past a few people who were talking. Hurry up. The silver boss is at half health. It'll be a total waste if Tong Fai steals the kill. He brought a whole gaggle of girls with him. He's just some minor celebrity acting all high and mighty. I swear I'm gonna kill that pretty boy today. After hearing this, Tan Fong thought to himself, that was fast. They've already tracked down Tong Fai. He then headed towards the ruined lands. Before him was a level 5 area, the Weeping Mulberry Valley, home to the Fire Splitters and the Lockmasters. The deeper he went, the louder the noise became. Charge Udar hit me D. Players were shouting as they dealt with the Fire Splitters. He hid in a corner to observe. A two-headed Fire Splitter. A silver-level boss. The situation was extremely chaotic. Quite a few players were even turning on each other and starting a bloodbath. Suddenly, a strange group of people approached, blocking the remaining players. It was none other than Tong Fai's group. The other crowd roared as soon as they saw them. You bastard. Tong Fai, you stole my lifespan, Onsha. And today, I'm going to kill you. You think you're safe hiding behind a female mage? I have a counter skill. Throat lock D. A crazed fan rushed in front of the group to shield Tong Fai, leaving the other player stunned. What? Tan Fong hid to the side, watching the show while recalling his past life. Back then, Tong Fai, the heaven-defying godly mage, had lured fans into the mage profession, promising them all his skills and equipment. But one type of mage wasn't enough, so the female fans immediately got creative. Some poured their stats into becoming fireworks mages. Others increased their agility to be harassment mages. One became a meat shield, while another put everything into strength to wield a staff and just bash people with it. At first, his team was unbelievably strong, stealing lifespans from everyone everywhere. But then, one by one, the female fans began to fall. Tong Fai put on a pained expression and shouted, "You've all tried so hard. I hope the boss dies quickly so everyone can rest. This world needs love, not violence." His words were like adding fuel to the fire. Tong Fai Mew Mew screamed, "It's okay. You're the one suffering the most, sisters. Charge. Protect our big bro. The monster is just a thing. But Tong Fai is king. You just fly high. We'll follow you forever." But before they could make a move, the monster lunged forward and attacked Tong Fai. One person immediately jumped out to take the blow, protecting him from any harm. Tong Fai knelt, his eyes welling with tears. "You." The person was slowly fading away, choking out her last words. "Brother Fai, I've always been crazy for you." Mew Mew screamed, "Sisters, and kill this monster. Brother Fai will reach number 1. We have to surpass that shadow guy." The whole group roared in unison. "Shatter the heavens. Command the winds. Fight alongside Brother Fai." They crazily rushed in to attack the monster. Tong Fai stood behind, well shielded, thinking to himself, a silver boss is already this hard. How could I ever beat a gold boss? That shadow guy must be buffed. I have a whole team and I'm only level 7. He's already level 9. I just need to kill this silver boss to hit level 8. Then I'll surpass him and become a god in this game. Just then, a hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his face. In a flash, Tong Fai's head fell to the ground before he even knew what happened. Tan Fong had used Shield Shadow Slash. He squeezed so hard that black blood spurted out in waves from Tong Fai's severed head. Everything happened so fast that the crazed fans didn't have time to react. Only letting out a shrill scream, "Big bro!" Tan Fong immediately dispatched the entire group. The notification panel popped up continuously. "You have killed the two-headed fire splitter. Received 1,500 experience points. Killed player, heaven-defying godly mage. Tong Fai Mew Mew. Fai. Forever with you." Tua Fiua. He zipped past and then turned back, continuously attacking the boss. as damage numbers appeared non-stop. The surrounding players were dumbfounded. He killed the boss in one hit, a single skill that deals several thousand damage. He's so strong. Not only that, it was an area of effect attack that wiped out Tong Fai and his entire fan club. Who is this assassin? Is he the Shadow? It must be the Great Lord Shadow. The first person to take down a gold boss, besides the Great Lord. Who else could do it? Get out of the way. Leave the loot for the Great Lord. The Shadow wiped out all of Tong Fai's minions, getting some sweet revenge for us. The Shadow is the GOAT. I love him. Let's go. Tan Fong looked around, thinking to himself, in my past life, I was probably surrounded and killed by this mob. Time to leave Firefly Town now. Just as Tong Fai respawned, a notification popped up. You have been killed by the Shadow, losing 1,106 days of lifespan. This can be traded. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of lifespan. Untradeable. He couldn't believe his eyes, muttering to himself, I'm dead, killed by the Shadow. Why would he even come to this little Firefly Town? There are hundreds of towns in Jianghai. His fans also started to respawn, completely bewildered. Am I dead? KK is dead too. Was it the Shadow? But why would he kill KK? He must have wanted to steal the silver boss. What a coward. Sneak attacking, while KK was distracted. While the group was still in an uproar, Maofi Bao walked up and asked softly, Tongfi, I'm an archer, and I have the eagle eye skill to detect stealth. I'd like to join you. Tu Fi Miu Miu immediately cut in. Move it, we're only taking mages, your damage is weak. You'll just hurt his chances of climbing the leaderboards. A moment later, Tong Fai spoke up. Don't be like that. I believe love can overcome any barrier. I can feel your sincerity. It's okay that you're an archer. Come on, you can grow stronger with me. Maofi Bao was so moved, she started to cry. KK, I love you. Seeing this made the other girls bolder. KK, I'm an assassin. I have a stealth ability. I have a crowd control skill. I can help you freeze him in place. He opened his arms wide and declared, everyone, we are a family. Anyone who wants to join is welcome. Let's all advance together with one heart. His words moved his rabid fans to tears, and they all began to chant, we'll follow Tong Fai forever, and never regret it. That Shadow is just a cheap shot artist with no honor. He'll pay for messing with KK. Once we've got him pinned down, we'll let KK deal the final blow himself. Revenge, for KK's sake. We have to kill that damn Shadow outsiders. In the crowd heard the noise and wondered, what's all the fuss about? What's that little star planning now? The person next to them answered, you haven't heard, he was just killed by some random player. I'm serious. The first person was stunned, with all those girls protecting him. How did he get killed? His opponent was the Shadow. What? Someone actually dared to mess with that crew. These fangirls must be crazy. Tong Fai watched his growing number of followers and smiled inwardly. Perfect. The more people here to witness it, the more will see me kill the Shadow. He might be strong, but he's just one person. How could a lowly assassin possibly compare to a noble mage like myself? Tan Fong, still oblivious to the commotion, was using his greedy hand skill to absorb lifespan when a notification popped up. You have received 16 evolution points, 217 days of lifespan, 6 silver grade spoils, and 11 gold grade spoils. He looked at the status window, calculating in his head. Weak point damage is now increased by 200%. Does that mean hitting a weak spot is twice as effective? The difference in weak points before and after the evolution is significant. To exaggerate a bit, half of an enemy's body is basically a weak point now. My shield Shadow Slash is guaranteed to hit for massive damage. The Headhunter skill got a huge buff, with its cooldown reduced from 30 to 25 seconds. I feel like I could probably one-shot a gold grade boss. But upgrading from epic to mythic rarity requires a ton of evolution points. The legendary tier alone needs 200 points. To upgrade Greedy Hand again would take a massive 3,400 points. I've only got 9 points left, so I'll just increase my back attack damage. As soon as he thought that, another notification appeared. Tan Fong glanced at the notification and thought, the silver boss and that mob of players. They gave me over 1,400 days of lifespan. Sweet. Time to head back to the city. Before he could even close the panel, someone was stealthily approaching him from behind. She lunged like a phantom, swinging a dagger and yelling, die. Shadow. The blade stopped just inches from his face, but the dagger's trajectory shifted, missing Tan Fong completely. The girl stared in confusion, not understanding what had just happened, and mumbled, why did that happen? She collapsed to the ground, and realizing she couldn't continue the attack, she shouted, damn it. Stealth up on the cliff. Tong Fai's fans raised their torches and roared, you shadow bastard. You're surrounded now, someone in the group bellowed. We're here to avenge Tong Fi. Tan Fong instantly activated his shadow search ability. Mao Fi Bao drew her bow and said, "That's useless. We can see right through your stealth." An arrow shot from her bow, flying high into the air. When she saw a figure materialize, she yelled, "Perfect! He's revealed." Tua Fi Miu Miu roared, "Sisters, use your ultimate skills and crush him. Unleash hell on him. Leave nothing standing." The girl from earlier saw the volley of attacks heading her way and shrieked in terror, "Wait! It's me." But it was too late. As the series of skills detonated with incredible force, a thick cloud of smoke and dust completely obscured everyone's vision. Tua Fi Miu Miu's voice rang out again. It's fine, she wasn't a mage anyway, which just proves her loyalty to Tongfei wasn't sincere. She got what she deserved. "Hurry up and release the eagle." "Find the shadow Mao," Fi Bao replied. "Understood." A cold chime rang out as an information panel appeared. Ghost Flame Lantern. A special item. Disables enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. With a 600-second cooldown, before the fans could even react, their bodies went numb. Mao Fi Bao cried out, unable to move. Immediately after, the whole group was yanked backward, terrified and confused about what was happening. Tan Fong appeared like the wind, using Shield Shadow Slash to finish off all the crazed fans. He remained in stealth, heading straight for where Tongfei was hiding. Tongfei peeked around furtively, muttering, "What's going on? Why is everyone dead? Was it Shadow impossible?" If he attacked, he would have to reveal himself. Tan Fong got right in his face, saying coldly, "Tongfei, you're dead." Startled, A quickly cast a spell. Damn it. Magic shield. But the shield shattered in the blink of an eye. Tan Fong struck too fast. Tongfei collapsed, blood splattering all over the ground. His body vanished, leaving only his lifespan behind. Tan Fong looked at it and smirked. That's quite a lot. Over 2,000 days that can be traded. But the female fans had none at all. They must have given it all to him. After all this time, do they still think this is just a game so ignorant? It's a shame this lifespan can't be traded. It adds up to 100 years. What a waste. The scene shifted back to the bustling little town. Tongfei respawned, roaring in anger. Damn it, from 2,000 days down to 500, that bastard Shadow. How could we not detect him? Mao Fi Bao replied. I already used my skill, but I only saw the 2 assassin sisters. Tua Fi Miu Miu chimed in. Maybe his stealth technique is a higher level. Mao Fi Bao added, my eagle eye skill only works against level 1 stealth. If he's level 2 or higher, it's useless. Tongfei snapped. That shadow guy just appears and disappears. How are we supposed to counter that? Don cursing. He grew afraid of being killed again, telling himself, I didn't offend him. He probably won't come back. Unless he's jealous of my good looks. Hearing him say this, his fans were fired up. For everyone's safety, let's move to a new leveling spot wherever Fi goes. We swear to follow. Not long after, in Firefly Town, Tan Fong was searching around in stealth. He looked around, muttering, that's strange. Where did Tongfei go? Did he move to another town or did he log out? He revealed himself and asked a passerby, Hey, have you seen Tongfei? The person jumped, almost screaming. It's the Great Shadow, he replied tremblingly. They went that way. Please kill him. But spare my girlfriend. She's Mao Fi Bao, the female hunter. Tan Fong said coldly, get a new girlfriend. He thought to himself, so she's the one who can detect stealth. While the guy was still pleading, Tan Fong had already vanished. He went into stealth and followed the direction he was given, thinking, I know the direction but not the destination. Finding them will take time. If only I could run into Y2 yet. Behind him, the guy was still yelling, Great one. I'm begging you. As he was walking, a figure flashed past him. Tan Fong immediately recognized the figure. It was Y2 yet. He revealed himself and chased after her, calling out, Mind Maiden, help me out. She turned around and asked, Are you Shadow? He didn't answer, instead pulling out a staff and speaking quickly. Your class can track targets over a wide area. Right, find Tongfei for me, and I'll sell you this golden staff for cheap as a reward. Y2yet's eyes lit up. As she initiated the trade, she asked, How did you know I have that ability? I've never told anyone. Tan Fong replied, Don't ask. Do you want the golden weapon or not? She hesitated for a moment, then said, I do, but I don't have enough. Tan Fong cut in. You don't even have 500 days. The real price is at least 700. She then remembered, Oh, I do have it. Let's trade now. A notification appeared. Trade successful. She giggled foolishly. A golden grade staff. Tanfong lightly tapped her on the forehead, bringing her back to reality. He reminded her, "Get to work." While casting the spell, Wai Tuyet thought, even though this is my first time meeting Shadow, he feels strangely familiar. She joked, "Aren't you afraid? I'll just take the item and run." "Great one," Tanfong replied. "Why? Don't you hate Tongfei?" she asked back. "You even know I hate him. Are you a friend of mine in real life? Your voice sounds strange." He answered vaguely, "Why don't you guess?" Wai Tuyet smiled lightly. "I'm too lazy to guess." Then turned to Bok Du and said, "Let's go." She stopped joking, her expression turning serious, and her gaze becoming sharp and cold. The white bird spread its wings and left the crowded residential area, flying straight towards the towering Red Rock mountain range. In the distance, a figure could be faintly seen. Wai Tuyet was silent for a long moment before saying, "I've found Tongfei." She reported the coordinates as 3,866, 9,527, but she wasn't sure they would stay put. By the time he got there, they might have already left. Tanfong quickly replied, "Send me a friend request. Keep an eye on them and report any movement immediately." Wai Tuyet hesitated. If it takes too much time. But before she could finish, he cut in. "It'll just be for a little while." Tanfong dashed forward, then suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stopped behind a large tree. Wai Tuyet found it strange and asked, "Hey, why did you stop?" "Master." Tanfong stared intently at a symbol carved into the tree trunk and said, "Check if there are any other trees like this around here." She immediately replied, "Give me a second." "Master, there's one about 100 meters ahead, and another to the left, at around the same distance." He lightly touched the carving. Wai Tuyet asked curiously, "What kind of symbol is that?" He just said vaguely, "Why don't you guess?" Right after he spoke, the space between the three trees lit up, forming a triangle. A pillar of light erected itself in midair. Wai Tuyet exclaimed in shock. An emerald-level treasure chest. Tanfong observed it carefully and whispered, "I can't believe a blessing of the ancient god would appear in the novice village. My luck isn't half bad." And it even spawned a rare treasure chest. The blessing of the ancient god can appear anywhere in the Forsaken Land. As long as you activate enough symbols, the blessing will manifest, sometimes summoning a boss, sometimes monsters, or treasure, and even rare rewards. Wai Tuyet praised in amazement. "You're amazing. Master, there must be at least 1,000 days of lifespan in there, which would be worth tens of thousands." Tanfong thought to himself, "That's a pretty accurate estimate." In his past life, the exchange rate was 1 to 10,000, and on the second day, it rose to 1 to 50,000. Wai Tuyet watched through her white bird and saw him just brush his hand over the symbol, so she quickly memorized it, thinking she might be able to find more things like this in the future. Tanfong opened the chest, and an information panel lit up. "You have received the Emerald-level skill book, Blooming Flower Curse." He looked at the words, surprised. "What kind of skill is this?" The panel displayed the description, Blooming Flower Curse. Emerald level. General skill. For 15 seconds after death, a cursed flower will grow on the enemy's body and absorb all of their tradable lifespan. No cooldown. Tanfong thought to himself, "What a bizarre skill. I heard rumors of it in my past life, but only now do I know its real name is Blooming Flower Curse. It makes sense." He learned it immediately and continued thinking, "With this skill, every time I kill a player, as long as the body is preserved, the cursed flower will drain all their lifespan. Tongfei's end is near. I'll kill you until you're completely wiped out, then I'll reach level 10. Bring that power to the real world, and kill you again." The scene changes. Ah Wolf howls in desperation. After a few hits, it collapsed before Tongfei's group. He said smugly, "We're this far out. That shadow probably won't follow us. You stole my silver rank boss and killed me twice. That's enough for now. Just wait until I'm stronger. I'll pay you back double." Tu Fi Miu Miu suddenly shouted, "Big bro, look, there are people fighting a boss over there." Tongfei glanced over and saw a few familiar faces. They seemed to be fans of Ungu Jai Kai. When Tu Fi Miu Miu heard that name, she became furious. "What did you say?" The fans seemed provoked and yelled, "Fans of Ungu Jai Kai. That trash just wants to help her climb the ranks." Tu Fi Miu Miu shouted, "Sisters, charge. Kill them all. Don't let anyone stand in our bro's way." The opposing group thought they were getting help and called out cheerfully, "This is great. We've got reinforcements. The boss is almost dead. Let's fight together." Suddenly, a staff flew through the air and smashed right into the face of the person who had just spoken. Tu Fi Miu Miu glared, slamming her staff onto the ground. Someone on the team screamed in panic. A long, The woman named Nisa next to him raged. What are you people doing? Are you insane? Tufi Miu Miu said coldly. This is the fate of Nguji Ki's fans. The girl heard the unfamiliar name and was confused. Who is Nguji Kai? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Just as she finished speaking, 2 arrows flew out, piercing her eye and mouth. Her teammate screamed. Misa, Meo Fi Bao chanted loudly. Gold armor makes a king. With Fi, we'll soar and win, sweep the lands and rule the universe. The group charged in wildly, not distinguishing between players and monsters, killing everything in sight. When the smoke cleared, only traces of lifespan remained. Tong Fai was grateful. Oh my god. Thank you guys. I was almost taken out by Nugu Jaiki's fans. How malicious. The fans moved, chanted in unison. Don't thank us. We'll follow you to the ends of the earth. While the group was still in a frenzy, high on a cliff, a cold gaze watched them. It was Tan Fong. He silently disappeared. Down below, the fans suddenly turned pale, shouting, Brother Fai, you. Tong Fai also froze as a cold voice rang out. You're dead. A flash of light, and his head flew from his neck. The fans screamed and cried. Brother. Tan Fong wasn't done yet. While stealthed, he approached Tong Fai's headless body. He softly chanted, Blooming flower curse, and a brilliant red flower sprouted from his neck. The people around exclaimed in horror. What is that? After that slash, Tong Fai was resurrected back in the small town. He roared in anger. You shadow guy. What's your problem? Why do you keep targeting me? Are you jealous? I have so many fans, damn it. He must have come to Firefly Town for me. Could it be that the person he likes is one of my fans? What does that have to do with anything? As he was cursing, the information panel appeared. His lifespan was decreasing. 400, 390, 380. He was bewildered. Why is my lifespan dropping? It's already under 400, and it's still going down. What the hell is happening? Is this a penalty for dying too much? His fans also resurrected one by one. When they saw him, they cried out in panic. Brother, there's a problem. A red flower grew on your corpse, and it's draining something. Tong Fi was stunned and asked urgently, What? A flower grew on my body. Is it draining my lifespan? The information panel continued to drop. 350, 340, 330. And he understood. That damn shadow guy. What a vicious move. He's trying to kill me for good. He yelled, Log off now, or my lifespan will run out. Everyone. I'm going to buy more lifespan, get new gear, and then come back to kill him. Hearing this, his fans replied, Wherever you fly, our hearts will follow. He gritted his teeth. You shadow bastard. Just you wait. I didn't train for 2.5 years just to be taken down like this. I'll crush you with my money. Elsewhere, red spider lilies covered the area. Tan Fong had just finished dealing with Tong Fai's group of fans, and red flowers grew all over their bodies. The information panel appeared. Due to excessive killing, your current crime level is 4. Death will result in losing 96.875% of your lifespan. He didn't seem to care, only saying, Another 1,000 days. They really killed a lot, but it seems they've all logged off. Bok Dieu was still circling high above, observing from the very beginning. From a distance, Ituit exclaimed, Truly terrifying. He's a top player for a reason. Tan Fong called out, Tiu Tuye. Tong Fai has logged off. Right, she replied. Yes. He and his fans are all offline. It continued. From now on, whenever he logs off, inform me immediately. She asked hastily. Yes. Great master. Can I go now? Tan Fong called back. Wait. I have a golden tier sword saint skill for the priest class. Do you want it? She cheered. I do. Of course I do, he replied. Wait for me in the small town, she said excitedly. Okay, Tan Fong returned and took out the skill book. This item is worth 500 days of lifespan, but if you agree to help me with one thing, I'll sell it for half price. She was startled and covered her body with her hands. Great master. I'm not selling my body. He sighed. Where is your mind going? I just need you to join my team and be our long-term healer. Why Tuyet became serious again. I agree, but if the teammates are too noob, I'll report it to you. Great master, Tan Fong assured her. They're not bad. I'll contact them right now. The scene changes. It's pouring rain, and a monster is struck down. Vuong Man delivered the final blow, and the whole team cheered. Nice. We killed it. He quickly called out, Qiuju, detoxify me. She asked blankly. Detoxify, Wang Man yelled. Yes. Priests have that skill? Hurry up. I'm about to go down. Tudu frantically searched for a skill, then confidently declared, Watch this. Purification. But she ended up hitting the tree next to them instead. The miss made Lai Tu's face turn pale, putting Wang Man in even greater danger. Tudu whispered, Sorry. My aim was off. As soon as she said that, Wang Man collapsed, and his teammates cried out, Captain. The group dejectedly returned to the small town. Wang Man frowned, thinking, I have to replace her. But where can I find a priest with a hidden class at this point? All the skilled ones are already in a party. Tudu, however, was still cheerful as she scrolled through her status panel, thinking, Today was a breeze. I'm already level 4. Great. I'll be able to meet Tongfei soon. Just then, Tan Fong sent a message. Wang Man, I know someone. She has the hidden class, White Bird Divine Priestess, and she's strong. Does your party need a member? He was ecstatic. If the big boss says so, there's no question. She must be amazing. Tan Fong continued. She's in Qin Hoa town. There are fewer monsters there, so go train with her. He replied. That's perfect. We're on our way. After that, he went to find Tudu, looking awkward. About this. Tudu, it's getting too crowded here. So we've decided to move to a different training area. Your level is still low, so it would be dangerous. Which means, we can't bring you along anymore. She tried to stop him, but I'm doing just fine. The team didn't even look back, shouting over their shoulders as they left. We're in a hurry. Take care of yourself. Tudu, she fumed. You yerks. If you wanted to kick me out, just say it. Don't make up lame excuses. I'll just go find the Great Dark Lord myself. Meanwhile, Wang Man's party had met up with Tan Fong, and he waved. Boss, a notification appeared. You have received 800 days of lifespan. Wang Man said, This is for the equipment from last time. I still owe you 500 days. Captain An will send it over later. Hearing that name, he thought, and Vu out loud. He made the introductions. This is Wai Tu Yet, and that's Wang Man. You should all get to know each other. Then, a voice called from the distance. Wang Man. I've arrived. A player named Executor of Justice approached them. Tan Fong recognized her at once. It was indeed An Vu. With that nickname, she had the hidden class Dragon Swordsman, was one of the top 20 players in the world in his previous life, a pillar of the great Xia Empire, and a nightmare to all foreign enemies. She shook his hand with a smile. Dark Lord, it's an honor to meet you. I'm An Vu, and I'm a huge admirer. He simply replied, Hello. Inside, he thought, this is the first time I'm meeting someone who was once ranked higher than me. And Vu got straight to the point. Boss, you level up so quickly. Do you have some kind of secret? Or are you perhaps a transmigrator? Or even reincarnated? Tan Fong didn't answer, only remembering that in his past life, she wasn't on Wang Manhei's team. By now, Jianghai City must have bought out her lifespan. She has incredible survival skills, so it's no wonder the government has placed its faith in her. An Vu continued. Boss, if you have anything to sell, just bring it to me. I'll buy everything. I hold the lifespans of all the officials in Jianghai City, so you probably wouldn't kill me. Right, Tan Fong replied calmly. No, I'm not that foolish. Cooperation leads to a win-win situation. She beamed. I knew you were intelligent. He silently understood that she was probing him. Just as the rumors described, behind her naive appearance was a cold, sharp intellect. She was the bridge between him and the government, a way for him to eventually break free from the game. The scene then shifts back to the real world. A player named Fi Forever, yours, said frantically into her phone. Ladies, the government just made an announcement. The lifespan in the divine game is real, and if you run out, you die in the real world. Male Fibao screamed. What? It's just a game. I already gave all of my tradable lifespan to Tongfi. Tu Fi Yua said with tears welling in her eyes. I only have a few days of lifespan remaining. A surprised player asked. You lost that much from dying just 3 times, Tu Fi Yua replied. I'm a player killer, so I lose twice as much each time I die. The other player said fearfully. Then I only have a few years left myself. Tu Fi Miu Miu's voice trembled. Damn it. I'm a meat shield mage. I've been player killing and dying over and over again. Now I only have 1 day of lifespan left. If it reaches 0, I'll actually die. No. I refuse to believe it. She suddenly cried out. Tongfei is buying lifespan. This is great. He will definitely help me. I have to dress in his merch from head to toe. Even the Tongfai ultra-thin anti-gank gear, she dressed up meticulously. Looking every bit the hardcore fan, she shouted as she ran. Tongfai. I'm on my way. In a quiet apartment complex, Chudu woke up and whispered, Am I back in the real world? She checked her phone and calculated the exchange rate. 1 day of lifespan is worth 15,000. And I have 200 days. Which means I'm a millionaire. She scrolled down to the latest news feed. Her eyes widening in shock. She screamed, Oh my god. The Dark Lord killed Tongfai, and he did it 3 times. Chudu trembled, tears streaming down her face. He once said that if your lifespan hits 0, you'd for real. And he started with 100 non-tradable years. Now, after dying 3 times, he has just over 12 years left. Oh Tongfai, but why did Shadow kill him? And kill him 3 times, while surrounded by dozens of people? How can he be so terrifying? The phone rang. It was a message from Tongfei Miu Miu. Sisters, let's gather. Tongfei needs our help. Anyone in Zhanghai, hurry and sell your tradable lifespan to him. He's at Daijiang Square. And the buying price is 1 to 10,000. This is a chance to help him and make some money. Chudu quickly read the message. Daijiang Square is nearby. I can't just stand here. I have to go help him. Thanks to those idiots. I also have 200 tradable days, which is just enough to save him. As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed off. In the game, the shrimp-headed monster had just collapsed. On the blue beach, Tanfong was continuously taking down monsters. Apanel appeared. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Your attributes have increased, and you've gained 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked a hidden class. You are the first person in Zhanghai to reach level 10. Gaining reputation. The first in Daiha, and the first in the world. Your reputation has increased continuously. When 7 people reach level 10, the teleport to the godforsaken continent will be unlocked. The announcement echoed through all the towns, congratulating player Shadow on reaching level 10. Special announcement. The news spread across the world, and everyone was talking. It's Shadow again, the one who killed the gold rank boss, and now he's the first to reach level 10. That top player is so strong, and he even killed that little star Tongfei. He deserved it. Someone exclaimed in shock. Shadow is from Daiha. I'm only level 8. What kind of monster is he? Out of more than 1 billion people, no one can catch up. The panel was filled with text. You have consumed 13 evolution points, with 0 remaining. The skill Enhanced Backstab's passive effect now increases damage by 40 to 50%. He looked out at the distant sea and mumbled, I only have a little over 7,000 days of tradable lifespan. It's still not enough. To leave the starting town, we need 7 level 10 players to open the teleport. But the highest level right now is only 7. So, I'll have to wait. That's fine. I'll go back to reality and handle some things first. He gradually faded into the sea breeze and disappeared. Tanfong opened his eyes in the real world, his gaze hazy yet bright. The panel asked, Do you want to use tradable lifespan to extract your abilities? He immediately chose, Yes. The panel listed the options. Extract class, equipment, skills, bloodline, and divinity. With the last 2 options temporarily locked, he glanced over it and said, Extract class. The panel showed, consuming 1,000 days of lifespan. Extraction successful. You have obtained Shadow. The unique hidden class. Passive activated, Strength +3, Constitution +3, Agility +8, and Spirit +5. He didn't stop there, and continued to extract his level, causing the panel to display a series of data. After reading it, he made his next choice. Extract skills. He suddenly realized that high-level skills cost more lifespan based on their rank, not the user. The stealth skill only needed 900 days, but when extracted, it became platinum rank. The panel showed, consumed 900 days to extract stealth, consumed 2,262 days to extract extreme poison dart. He felt the power surging within him and muttered, I still have 1,292 days left. That should be enough for now. To extract a platinum rank skill for such a cheap price is a huge win. A black aura began to spread around Tanfong's body. His strength was now double that of a normal person, and his agility reached 32 points, far surpassing human limits. With unlimited invisibility and poison darts that have a 14-meter range, it's more than enough to kill Tongfei. He opened his phone and scrolled through the news. Tongfei is desperately buying lifespan. Is he planning to come back for revenge? Daijiang Square is 7 or 8 kilometers from here, which is just over a 10-minute run. The phone vibrated. A new message. He read the name. Ho Koi Ben. That arrogant manager. He opened it. The message read, Tan Fong. Fong. Are your arms all better now? How dare you not answer my calls? It's a blessing that the young miss even looked at you. Call me back immediately. Or else I'll. He got angry just reading that far. What an idiot. Then he blocked the number and continued walking. The black aura still radiating from him. He tossed his phone aside and activated his stealth. Before disappearing completely, Tan Fong said softly, Soon enough, they will all understand the truth of this horrifying divine game. Outside, the stage was dazzling, and cheers for Tong Fai echoed across the square. Below, a crowd of girls screamed his name wildly. Looking up from the stands, two people, a man and a woman, sat right in the center. The chants for Tong Fai continued to roar. Upon getting closer, it was clear that the man was Tong Fai, and next to him was Zhang Lei. She turned to him and asked softly, Honey, I heard you were killed 3 times in the game by the shadow. I had my people investigate his real identity. He frowned. How's that going? Amidst all the stares, she maintained a bright expression. My people went to Firefly Town to contact him, planning to make him an offer he couldn't refuse. When he shows up in person to collect the money, haha, Jiangla lowered her head, smiling cunningly. At that point, we'll capture him, and I'll call you to witness it yourself. Tong Fai smirked. Remember to let me know soon. I heard the Daijong company uses this trick to force players to work for free. Right, she giggled. They're all just a bunch of fools. You're the best one. So many people are willing to die for you. Upon hearing this, Tong Fai laughed gleefully, his face full of confidence. Suddenly, a shout from the audience cut through the air. Hey, you people shouldn't be so reckless selling your lifespan like that. A plainly dressed man yelled. Haven't you seen the government's announcement? When your lifespan in the game runs out, UD in real life. Tong Fai remained silent, but before he could speak, the man continued. And you, Tong Fai, you know this, but you still lure your fans into selling their lifespan. You're hurting people, and I'm going to sue you. He grimaced, thinking to himself, someone just had to ruin the party. In an instant, Tong Fai stood up, spoke softly into the microphone. Hello everyone, I'm Tong Fai. I know the matter of buying lifespan has caused quite a stir, and for that, I sincerely apologize. Cries of protest rose from the crowd. No, you did nothing wrong. Tong Fai continued his repentant act. I'm grateful for everyone's feelings, but I hope you can all be rational. During these special times, please love responsibly, protect yourselves, and let's spread positivity together. His voice resonated with the crowd, bringing many girls to tears. When the entire country was affected, I worked with the government, using my own money to buy lifespan, hoping to be a worthy role model in the game. He bowed his head and began to cry. I did this to thank my fans, hoping you would gain something beyond just the game. Please live happily, and let's strive for a beautiful tomorrow together. I never imagined it would cause this much trouble. His voice, thick with emotion, rang out. I'm so sorry if any of this has made you uncomfortable. The girls' tears were on the verge of spilling, and the entire venue erupted with emotion. They screamed in unison. You did nothing wrong. You're so kind. We love you. The girls turned and yelled at the man from before. You ignorant fool. Get lost. We're helping him willingly. Don't you dare insult our sincerity. The man was left speechless. Mew Mew screamed. Don't believe those lies. Anyone who doubts him is a pig-brained idiot believing nonsense. How could in-game lifespan possibly affect real life? The crowd was stunned. Huh. When did she get up there? Still overcome with emotion, Mew Mew proudly beat her chest. I've died for him so many times, and even with only 1 day of lifespan left, I'm still standing here. If you're not determined enough to die for him, then don't you dare say you love Tong Fai. The brainwashed fans wailed along with her. That's so right, Tong Fai. I love you. Then, like a chain reaction, the whole crowd started shouting. I'll give you 20 days. I have 17 days. I have 3 days left. Me too, Tong Fai stood on stage, feigning emotion. Oh my gosh, I can feel the love. I love you all, the audience below screamed as if the stadium was collapsing. He turned to Mew Mew and took her hand, speaking gently, especially you. To be loved by you makes me so happy. Mew Mew was choked with emotion. Oh, Tong Fai, seeing you so full of affection like this, it would be worth it to die for you. He looked at her, his eyes welling up with emotion. But just as he opened his mouth to speak, a blue light streaked across the sky towards him. The beam of light cut through the air and pierced straight through Tong Fai's head. The crowd fell silent, their eyes wide with shock. And then they suddenly erupted in terrified screams. Jiangla froze in horror as blood spurted out. His pupils contracted, and a large hole appeared in Tong Fai's forehead. He staggered, and then collapsed onto the person next to him. She panicked as blood splattered all over her face. Who? Then, as if waking from a dream, she collapsed to the ground, screaming. Miu Miu turned back, looked at the cold corpse, and called out in a trembling voice. Tong Fi, what happened to you? The crowd below erupted into chaos. Is dead. He's gone. The bodyguards immediately surrounded Zhang Lei, shouting, It's dangerous, protect the young miss and get her out of here. She pushed through the crowd and fled, thinking as she ran, I have to get out of this place immediately. Sweat and tears streamed down her face as she clearly remembered an orb of light rising from Tong Fi's body before vanishing. Someone definitely took it. She rushed towards her guarded car, realizing the thing that killed Tong Fi was a game skill. How could a skill like that be used in the real world, killing someone, then turning invisible to take their lifespan? Only one person could do that, but before she could think any further, a second bullet pierced through her head, splattering blood all over the ground. Zhang Lei's face was horribly twisted in a grotesque expression. The bodyguards stood frozen, staring at her body and screaming. Young Miss Tanfong, hidden in the crowd, watched with a cold, expressionless face and muttered in a low voice. Just darkness. Time passed, and the sky turned to dusk. The media exploded with news that the superstar Tong Fi had been murdered in Great River Square. A fan had apparently sacrificed her entire lifespan for him, dying right beside his body. The police confirmed that Tong Fi's cause of death was due to supernatural abilities. Tu Du and So Nian were stunned into silence as they read the flood of news reports. She burst into sobs. I can't believe it. We just saw Tong Fi's concert yesterday. And now, So Nian suddenly realized. Darts. Invisibility. Those are abilities from the game. Disposable God. Tu Du. Could it be that darkness killed him? I heard that in the game, darkness defeated Tong Fi 3 times. But how could a game skill appear in the real world? Tu Du froze. Her mind, reeling as a terrifying thought, began to surface. Darkness killed him in the game. So in real life, the only one capable of pulling this off would be him. Darts. Invisibility. Those are assassin skills. It has to be him. Tong Fi was killed by darkness. The world has lost its light. Amidst the chaos, Teodu began to scheme. If darkness really brought his skills into reality, she would find a way to get close to him. She suddenly shouted, Stop the car, getting out. She ignored So Nian's questions. Herr Geist distant. From now on, I have only one goal. A dangerous resolve formed in her mind. Kill darkness. So Nian called out an alarm. Teodu, are you okay? But she was already completely consumed by hatred, determined to avenge Tong Fi. Elsewhere, Tan Fong was casually eating in a quiet little restaurant. He thought to himself while eating, even if you're invincible in the game, you still get hungry in real life. Suddenly, his phone started ringing off the hook. A text message popped up. Tan Fong, Hoban 2 is furious that you blocked his number. If you don't show up, you'll be fired, and they'll dock your pay. He glanced at the sender's name. Juong Tiona, a kind girl who was always getting picked on. In his past life, she had been a member of the Godslayer Guild. He smirked and texted back, just ignore him. And you should quit your job too. Focus on leveling up in the game. She replied instantly. Tan Fong, you're playing too, I heard it's really harsh in there. Players are running out of lifespan. He responded, when you're new, just dump all your points into agility. She replied, okay, I heard lifespan is super expensive now. How much have you earned? He typed back casually, not much, and I'm about to spend it all. She was surprised. Wow, you must have bought a house and a car already. The biggest headache is still our boss. Tian Tithi. The mention of her name brought back a flood of memories. Tithi, a department head at Tian Corporation, where he used to work. That woman was notorious for preying on men, having been seen at hotels with all sorts of foreigners, and now she had her eyes on him. He frowned as images and scandals about her came to mind. Tithi was obsessed with everything Western, and after the game launched, she moved to North America and founded the Alice in Wonderland Guild, which became the primary enemy of Great Xia in his past life. He thought he had to deal with her before she left for America. Otherwise, she'd be much harder to handle. If Tithi died, the Alice in Wonderland Guild might just fall apart. All its founding members were entangled with her in some way, and without her, they were nothing. While that intention was still taking shape in his mind, his phone rang. It was Teodu. He answered the call. "Hello," she screamed into the phone. "Tan Fong, you're still alive. I thought you died in the game. I've already earned enough money to buy a house. So don't bother me ever again." He replied calmly. "That's nice. Is there anything else?" she snapped. "Don't contact me again. And don't you dare look for me. You hear me," he just said. "Ooh." And hung up. She screamed. "You." "Tan Fong. We are over," he just smirked. Said, "Okay," and turned off his phone. After finishing his meal, he stood up and muttered to himself, "Time to get back to grinding." Soon, when someone reaches level 10, everyone will find out that skills can be used in the real world. He looked up at the sky and whispered, "And when that happens, the world won't be peaceful for much longer." Elsewhere, So Nien looked at Tudu with concern. "Did you just fight with your brother? You should apologize." "He's really angry this time." Tudu turned her head away, saying, "No way. I sold my lifespan to the TNT Corporation for 2 million. So Nien was stunned into silence. Tudu looked at her friend and said seriously, "I bought a house for us to live in together. I'll get familiar with darkness soon. And then I won't need him anymore." Just then, Truong Vai appeared, waving and calling out to Tudu. He grinned from ear to ear, slinging an arm around her shoulder and handing her an assassin-class skill book. "Don't forget. You promised me." She forced a smile. I know. I'll take care of you after this is done." But in her head, she was cursing him. "You clingy bastard. Just wait until I get close to darkness. Who's going to need you then?" After skillfully getting rid of him, she immediately messaged Big Brother Vuong. "Hey, I have an assassin-class control skill book. Could you ask Lord Darkness if he needs it? If he does, it's a gift." Her heart fluttered with excitement. This Truong Vai guy was actually useful for something, getting her such a great skill book. It was the perfect gift to build a connection with Darkness. She found herself thinking of his handsome figure. "Oh, Darkness, I'll catch up to you soon. You'll stay by my side. Heal me, protect me, and level up with me. I will trust you until you become a part of me, and until I'm strong enough that I no longer need you." A dark thought flashed through her mind. "And at that moment, I'll kill you with my own hands and gouge out your eyes to avenge Tong Fi." But the reply came back. "The Great One says that skill is trash. He doesn't need it, so you should just sell it for money." Tudu was left completely speechless. Earlier, in a barren wasteland, Tan Fong was stealthily moving when he suddenly heard someone shout, "Be careful, get back." He immediately went into stealth and approached the group that had just shouted, "Holy crap. Is that a real boss? I'd better focus on surviving first." A member of the Grey Rose team was holding a shield while blocking a blow. He yelled, "Run, it's targeting her, that was too close." Another team member cursed through gritted teeth, "Damn it." From a distance, Tan Fong observed the creature. It was a golden arthropod a level 8 boss. He smirked, a glint in his eye. "Interesting. If I remember correctly, this thing has level 2 anti-stealth detection. That means my stealth is useless in front of it." The boss let out a thunderous roar, making the very ground shake. Panicked, Tan Fong turned and fled. From a safe distance, he stealthily launched a surprise attack. He murmured to himself, "The out-of-sight effect doubles my damage. But if it sees me, the effect is nullified and my damage will decrease." He thought about the damage he just dealt to the boss's health bar. "I still have the legendary grade Gift of Deliverance. It amplified the weak points on its head and heart by an additional 200%. Out of the 9 strikes from my continuous slash, 3 of them hit a weak point, which was enough to compensate for the reduced damage." An image flashed in Tan Fong's mind. A legendary grade skill is truly something else. "I really should thank that little girl who led me to the Divine Temple." A member of Grey Rose watched the battle, stunned, whispering, "What kind of insane damage is that?" A single skill took out a huge chunk of the boss's health. Tan Fong didn't let up, launching a volley of poison darts. The darts embedded themselves squarely in the arthropod boss's forehead, dealing 1,785 damage to its weak point. He muttered in a cold voice, "My poison darts are only silver grade. The damage can't keep up anymore. I need to go through a class advancement to upgrade my stealth." After the attack, Tan Fong landed near the boss to observe it. But the monster suddenly sprang up and charged at him like a raging storm. The member of Grey Rose yelled in alarm, "Watch out." Tan Fong's eyes widened as he swiftly dodged the attack. He launched a relentless counterattack, giving the boss no room to breathe. Hiding behind a rock, Hoa Hong and Tudu watched in amazement. What kind of speed is that? His reactions are lightning fast, and he seems to know the boss's attack patterns perfectly. It's so precise. His speed was nearly on par with the boss's, yet he dodged every single attack. as if he had fought this creature hundreds of times before. As he fought, Tanfong thought to himself, "In my past life when I was with Chudu, she couldn't even protect herself, much less provide any healing. Over time, I had to train myself. A warrior can't just charge in recklessly. You have to know how to dodge and when to strike precisely." His eyes were cold and decisive, which was why he could deal with the arthropod boss so quickly. He thought to himself, "I once made it into the world's top 100 as just an ordinary warrior." The boss let out a tragic roar, as black blood poured out endlessly. Watching the boss clutch its wounds and try to flee, Tanfong felt a sense of satisfaction. Compared to special bosses like the hard-to-dodge ghost ship, this one was much easier to handle. Grey Rose was stunned. Oh my god. Is a gold rank boss actually trying to run away? Without a moment's hesitation, Tanfong dashed forward to block its path. A single horizontal slash from his sword ended the fight. The system announced, "You have defeated a level 8 gold rank boss, receiving 6,400 experience points, 7 evolution points, and 497 days of tradable lifespan." The two people behind him stared in disbelief. A single boss gave 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of lifespan. That's insane. But that wasn't all. The system panel continued to display. Darklight Shield. Platinum. Assassin Huil. Upon use, converts evasion into a damage immunity shield for 8 seconds. 60-second cooldown. Each 20% evasion converts to 1 shield layer. When the duration ends or the shield breaks, you return to normal state. Tanfong was stunned. He could hardly believe it. A skill book this overpowered actually dropped. If combined with the 75% evasion from the epic grade illusory Ghost Shadow, the Darklight Shield would have 3 layers. After learning this, it would be hard for any boss to even touch me. He immediately commanded the system to evolve Darklight Shield to epic grade. The system confirmed, consuming 6 evolution point. As the shield's grade increased, its duration was extended, and the conversion rate improved significantly. He laughed heartily. "I can use 7 shield layers now. I can probably take on a bunch of high-level areas ahead of schedule." Tanfong took out his darts. With 22 evolution points remaining, he decided to upgrade the extremely poisonous darts first. The system announced, "Consumed 16 points." The darts were upgraded from silver to jade, increasing their range and attack power, with the poison damage increasing per second for 5 seconds. Non-stackable. He was surprised. After 3 upgrades, the dart's damage had doubled, with a cooldown of only 5 seconds. Its power was comparable to Shadow Shield Slash. On top of that, 2 assassin items had also dropped, which he equipped immediately. The system introduced them Ring of Agility. Platinum increases agility, attack speed, movement speed, and cooldown reduction. Thick red gauntlets. Gold increases defense, elemental resistance, constitution, and health. He was confident now. These 2 items reduced his cooldown to just 7.7 seconds, and added 51 constitution, 106 physical defense, and 1,517 health. Enough to withstand 3 hits from the arthropod boss. With the Darklight Shield, his survivability had skyrocketed. Just then, Grey Rose ran over, her eyes shining brightly, and she praised him profusely. A big shot is truly a big shot. Killing a boss like it was nothing. Her party cheered as well. She blinked and asked, "Are there any items I can use? I'd like to buy them." Tanfong opened his inventory. "You're a mage." "Right, I have this platinum skill book. Frostbone Blast. It's a group skill that creates an ice orb and can fire up to 10 times. Price is only 800 days. Dieu du Grimast. 800 days, that's too expensive. People sell level 5 books for only 400 days. He frowned and replied nonchalantly, "This is a level 7 book. Its damage is 40% higher than a level 5's. 800 days is reasonable." Grey Rose immediately sealed the deal. "I'll buy it." And after the transaction, the system announced you have lost the skill book and received 800 days of lifespan. Her party waved. "See you later." Big shot. Tanfong turned and left without a word. No boss could threaten him in the early stages now. He would return to town to gather info on silver and gold rank bosses, then farm them relentlessly to accelerate his progress. Just then, a message from Vuongman popped up. "Big shot. The former priestess named Tu Du wants to give you a skill book." Tanfong frowned, his voice laced with sarcasm. "She wants to give me something. It's probably just some trash-tier book." He lowered his head, thinking, everyone now believes Shadow is the one who killed Tong Fi. Yet she's offering me a skill book. Is she trying to get close or get revenge? Tanfong chuckled softly. "Tell her to keep that trash and sell it." Vuongman agreed, and he smirked to himself. Huh. It's unclear if she wants to befriend me or avenge someone. Vuongman messaged back. The big shot says your skill is trash and he doesn't need it. Just keep it and sell it. She was taken aback. Tenfong continued. Vuongman, come to town. I have something to sell you. Have your lifespan ready. Vuongman immediately agreed, but then he asked seriously. Big shot. You were the one who killed Tongfi, weren't you? The question made Tanfong freeze for a few seconds. Then he replied calmly. That's right. I killed him. Now, it was Vuongman's turn to pause. He realized that Tanfong had both the means and the motive. The fact that Vuongman asked this proved the government had already figured most of it out. Tanfong's voice turned cold. Are you trying to arrest me? But then he thought, in the next 2 hours, someone will reach level 10, and skills will manifest in the real world. It can't be hidden anymore. This is a chance to test the Daxia government's reaction. That afternoon, the city was submerged in a rare silence. Tanfong, wrapped in a cloak, walked slowly to where Vuongman was waiting. As soon as he saw him, Envu asked, Big shot, do you really admit to killing Tongfi? He raised his head and answered directly. That's right. Envu smiled. To be honest, we've investigated thoroughly, and you were indeed the prime suspect. But we also know that Tongfi and Jiang Lei were plotting against you, and the Daijiang company was capturing players, torturing them, and forcing them to work. Your killing of those two can be considered self-defense. This attitude made Tanfong uneasy. They didn't know his true identity yet, so they were temporarily cooperating. In his past life, his cooperation with the government was spotless, but now, killing Tongfi and Jiang Lei would bring about major changes. He opened his system panel, lost in thought. I wonder what kind of major variables this reincarnation will create for the era of the disposable divine game. Tanfong took out a series of high-end items, muttering, now I can sell off some of my spare platinum gear. They're dependent on the government, so they'll need everything from skill books to equipment. The most important thing is, the government always has enough lifespan. The moment they saw the platinum items laid out, Envu's group's eyes lit up. Oh my god. Is that platinum equipment? Is that a platinum skill book too? Did the boss kill a world boss? But there wasn't any system announcement, Tanfong replied. I just got lucky and found a chest. Why Tuyet knows. I even got a jade book from it. Why Tuyet smiled lightly. I saw it with my own eyes. You call finding all this amazing stuff just being lucky. Le Tuputed, muttering jealously. He calls her, Why Tuyet? But he calls me, Little Hack. He shrugged. If you don't like it, I can call you Hack too. She snapped back in a huff. Forget it. Just call me Little Hack. Vuongman sighed. The difference between people is just too vast. And Vu also nodded. We fought all day just to take down a silver boss. And he gets a bunch of platinum gear just by opening a chest. Tanfong slowly read out the prices. The Platinum Archer book is 2,500 days. The Platinum Warrior weapon is 1,500 days. The Mage book is 3,000 days. And the Gold equipment and skill combo is 8,000 days. For all 25 items, I'll give you a discount, making it 1,600,000. Without hesitation, Envu nodded immediately. Deal. Vuongman's eyes widened. You're not even going to bargain, Envu said calmly. This price is reasonable, and it's convenient to pay off Y2 and Vuongman's old debts at the same time. The transaction was completed. After receiving the payment, Lin smiled and praised. Captain Anne is truly generous. She also burst out laughing. Looking at the system panel, Tanfong was lost in thought. Lifespan transactions exceeding 10,000 days would be calculated in years. 60 years is about 22,000 days, and the current price is equivalent to 400 million in real money. Even the Jianghai government would consider this a huge sum, but the benefits they would receive were far greater. He looked at Anvu's group and thought to himself that this equipment would help Jianghai become stronger ahead of schedule. The stronger the government, the lower the future risks, and they could even gain an international advantage. Just then, Envu asked in a serious tone, the Daijiang company is imprisoning players, and we're planning a rescue mission. Will you join us? He was silent for a moment, thinking to himself, is the government trying to recruit me? Hoping I'll help them so they can wipe the slate clean for me killing Tongfi. Tongfi said coolly, I'm not going, but I'll give you a piece of information. His voice slowed, ringing out clearly. Your suspicions are correct. I did use my game abilities to kill them. When you reach level 10, you can consume lifespan to bring your skills into the real world. Before leaving, Tanfong looked at Envu. You understand what that means. Right, you should make the most of your time. Envu nodded. I see. Dai Jiang is also buying up lifespan. When they reach level 10 and acquire skills, the rescue will become much more difficult. He replied curtly, Good that you understand. I'm leaving. With that, Tanfong vanished before the group's eyes. She gave a stern order. Vuongman, split the teams to level up. Our group of 6 is already high-leveled, so sticking together makes it easy to overkill monsters. But if we split up to lead our own squads, our leveling speed will be much faster. Vuongman nodded firmly. Understood. And Vu turned to the rest of the group and said, Everyone, focus on getting to level 10 first. As for you, log out and report this information. He replied with a firm, Roger. On a crowded street, 2 players pointed. Look, Shadow set up his stall again. But this time, he wasn't selling. He was buying information. He sat in the middle of the street with a sign buying Silver Boss coordinates for 30 days. Gold Boss coordinates for 100 days. Lap Tuan walked up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Still sitting here running a stall. He pointed a finger. Our young miss said that if you agree to help her level up, you'll get 300 million, and even shares in the company. An opportunity like this only comes once in a lifetime. You should know to cherish it. Another player retorted. Are you even online? You probably don't know yet. But Shadow is the one who killed Tong Fai and the young miss of the Daijiang Corporation in real life. Lap Tuan frowned. What? The crowd buzzed. The young miss was killed too, I've seen her before. She was so beautiful. What a waste. His face went blank as he immediately thought back. Jiang Lei had planned to capture Shadow in the real world and force him into illegal activities. But she ended up getting killed on the spot. So she really was dead. He remembered when they were attacked. She offered to pay 10 million for Shadow's help. He refused. And Lap Tuan had rushed forward hoping for a 5 million cut, only to be knocked out. The memories flooded back. Of waking up, locked in a basement, being tortured every day, forced to play the game to farm lifespan and scam other people. To think that Jiang Lei was actually killed by Shadow. She got what she deserved. Now he felt like a complete clown in front of Tanfong. He had once laughed at him for being a fool, but now he realized he was the real idiot. Tanfong asked coldly, With that hunting dog act of yours, you must have helped her capture quite a few people. Right? Lap Tuan panicked. No. I was forced to. I'm sorry. I'll leave right now. He muttered. What a piece of trash. The authorities quickly arrived to take him away. Just then, a masked person approached. I have the coordinates for a silver boss. 30 days for the trade. I'm a monitor. The scene changed to a different location. A group appeared in the middle of the street, causing the crowd to start whispering. Look, that's App Bitch. Who's Thi in real life? The young miss of the Tien Thi Corporation. Stay away from her. She's killed a lot of players. Be careful. He's looking at you. He's probably planning to steal your lifespan. The trio walked in, full of arrogant swagger. He looked around disdainfully and sneered. This game is nothing. Just throw a little money around, and you've got skills and full gear. With high combat power, you can just kill whoever has a lot of lifespan. The sight of Thi stepping on other players to survive in the game disgusted everyone who saw it. She grumbled in frustration. This game made me miss my flight. I should be in North America right now, having fun with Big Dick and Mark F. A. L. K. She glanced at the 2 trembling players before her and sneered. Stuck in motto of Daiha. Can't even go abroad. The men here are as weak as insects. Tony over there is way more attractive. The man beside her offered a fawning smile. The young miss truly has good taste. We're much stronger than the men of Daiha, especially in that department. Once we get back to reality, you can just try us and see. She blushed. Okay, I'll look forward to it. Thi suddenly asked, I heard Tong Fai is dead. The last time I tried him, he couldn't even last 1 minute. Utterly useless. He was intrigued. I heard the one who killed him was the Shadow. Even though he's from Da Xia, he's world class. So I guess that's acceptable. He thought to himself that if the Shadow could kill Tong Fai, then killing a normal person would be even easier. A perfect opportunity to get acquainted. He stood up and said calmly, I'll go offline and make a call. Have someone contact the Shadow. Tony, standing beside him, looked on with envy. 3,000 days of lifespan. But Thi didn't care. She was lost in thought, figuring the Shadow might not need money. But he couldn't possibly refuse 3,000 days of lifespan. In exchange for that, all he had to do was kill a regular person. A vicious thought flashed through her mind as she smirked coldly. I will never forget the look on your face when you rejected me. Your turn to D is coming. Tanfong. The scene changes. and Truong Vi plunges a knife into the neck of a corrupted creature. In an instant, its body dissolved, and numerous sources of power appeared around him. Truong Vi panted, wiping his mouth. "Tue-du, next time you use that popcorn spell, please be a little more careful. I almost died." She snapped back. "Why are you so aggressive? You're still alive, aren't you?" He quickly waved his hands. "I meant no harm, just a friendly reminder." Tue-du said, "The system shows 90% completion. I'm logging out to get something to eat. Let's go." They both vanished before he could say anything else. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. She used to call me Big Shot. But now that she's seen the shadow, she's acting all high and mighty. There will come a day when I take everything from you." It was a peaceful, sunny day inside a vast skyscraper, in Tue-du's new home. She had just woken up, rubbing her eyes as she sat up, clothes strewn across the floor. So hungry. She looked at her phone, surprised. What the heck? All the restaurants are closed, and no delivery drivers are taking orders. Did everyone go into the game? She remembered the past. When she was still at home, Tan Fong would always cook delicious meals, and she never had to lift a finger. Tue-du's gaze fell, and she stared silently ahead. She lightly slapped her own face. "Snap out of it. Tue-du, it's just a meal. Freedom is everything." She clenched her fists, her voice determined. "Come on. You can do this. You'll be just fine without Tan Fong." The harsh sun beat down on the wide expanse of the sea. A loud noise echoed from a dark cave. A giant crab rushed out, only to be relentlessly pursued by a blast of magic. Tan Fong dove straight down, slashing fiercely, and the monster was immediately split in two. After finishing off the monster, he took a calm, shallow breath. In just over an hour, he had already eliminated 4 silver bosses. A pretty solid rate of efficiency. 4 bosses each time would net him 16 evolution points. A glow surrounded Tan Fong. Each silver boss provided about 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. Now, all his equipment was gold tier or higher. He analyzed his stats. His cooldown reduction had increased from 55% to 75%, and the cooldown for Shield Shadow Slash was now only 6.8 seconds. His power had clearly increased, and with no platinum bosses outside the town, gold tier gear was currently the best available. The experience panel appeared. The only way to get stronger was through class advancement. Since future platinum bosses all had level 2 anti-stealth skills, he needed to raise his stealth to level 3 soon. But he was still short by over 20,000 experience points. Only with level 3 stealth or higher could he minimize the risk when facing a platinum boss. In his past life, it took a coordinated team of 20 people to even have a chance of defeating one. He turned and left, planning to return to town and contact the government to sell off all his loot. Tan Fong considered his next move. He had to act first and defeat the first platinum boss himself. Sunset descended upon the city. A notification appeared: tradable lifespan 105 years. A voice called out from behind him. "Bye. Big Shot, next time you have gear, remember to sell it to us." He paid no mind. Lost in thought. 40,000 days of lifespan. I can finally withdraw a lot of things now. A figure emerged from behind a wall. "Hey, you're the Shadow." "Right," he extended a hand. "I have an assassination contract. Interested? It's a real-world kill, and the reward is substantial." But Tan Fong just walked past him in silence. Price immediately blocked his path. "Wait. All you have to do is kill a regular guy named Tan Fong. I'll give you the address. You even took down Tong Fi, so this should be simple. Why turn down free money?" He was silent for a moment, then asked, "Kill Tan Fong?" He was curious. "What did he do to piss you off?" Price chuckled. "Don't worry, you'll still get your reward. Once the job is done, you'll receive 3,000 days of tradable lifespan." Tan Fong looked at him, thinking, 3,000 days is equivalent to 50 million. Interesting. Who on earth wants me dead? He had never seen this person before, nor was he a player he recognized from his past life. He was clearly just a messenger. The one who truly wanted Tan Fong dead was someone else. Perhaps an old enemy from the endgame of his past life. Seeing his hesitation, the man sneered. What tempted Tan Fong remained silent. To be targeted this early, it must be due to a grudge from before the game even started. Someone willing to spend this much money must be someone he had met before. Suddenly, an image of TT appeared in his mind. Tian TT. He sank into thought. Only she had both the motive and the financial means to hire someone to kill him. But if she really wanted him dead, the Tian family would have acted long before the game even started. He lowered his head, considering it carefully. This contract must have another hidden meaning. It's very likely the main objective is to get close to Shadow. Eliminating Tan Fong was just a convenient excuse. After all, he had rejected her invitation to party. Interesting. Before I could even look for her, she came to me first. He calmly looked at the man. I'll take the job, but I want half as a deposit, and I decide when to act. Hearing this, Price was a bit surprised. Wait, a deposit? I have to get approval for that. He typed for a moment, then nodded. All right, a deposit of 1,500 days of lifespan up front. The transaction was successful. Tan Fong thought to himself, I'll consider it interest. Tian Tithi, just you wait. I'll be coming for you soon. The man continued. Here's the target's address and information. With your abilities, finding him should be easy. Tan Fong looked at the address and exclaimed, Landscape impression. That's the exact place I'm staying. Tan Fong turned to leave, saying only, all right, just wait. Price watched his retreating figure with displeasure. What's with the arrogance? You're just a hired hand for Miss Tian. Same as me. Suddenly, a voice called out, Sir, please wait a moment. Bong Tuyet approached him. I heard you're hunting for boss coordinates. I have the location of a gold-rank boss. Are you interested? Tan Fong replied coldly. 100 days, and I'll pay only after I see the boss. She smiled faintly. Deal. It's north of town. A little far, but I'll lead you there. Tan Fong asked. Surprised. What kind of boss is it? She answered in a low voice. The plague-ridden one. Just saying its name will get you detected. He pondered. It seems she really has seen the boss. She continued walking without looking back. Will you be all right on your own, or do you need a babysitter? That boss has ranged attacks. Tan Fong replied softly. I'll be fine. Just lead the way. He lowered his head and continued to think. So it really is a gold-rank boss. Tan Fong was still thinking. This boss creates a poisonous aura, and anyone standing within its range will take continuous damage. Bong Tuyet glanced over at him. He paid her no mind. Thinking, I just need to kill it quickly. At my current level, a few moves should be enough. Bong Tuyet led him to a cave entrance. The boss is inside. My team cleared out the smaller monsters, but we couldn't defeat the boss. I'll take you in. The two of them entered the cave, with her calmly leading the way. Suddenly, she stopped. She pointed ahead. That's it. Below them was the plague-ridden boss, a toxic green aura emanating from its body. Tan Fong stared intently and said softly, All right, I'm sending you the lifespan. A notification appeared, transaction of 100 days of lifespan successful. At the same time, he thought, if I remember correctly, this poison can be dodged. The 75% evasion from my Phantom Shadow skill will come in handy. Bong Tuyet hesitated. Sir, I have to warn you, this is a trap. The moment you attack, people will ambush you. They have a level 2 anti-stealth item. Tan Fong seemed completely unconcerned, as if it was nothing. But Bong Tuyet pressed on. The important thing is, she hesitated for a few seconds. Then explained, they told me to pretend to stop you as part of the plan, to find out more about you, and then wait for the right time to investigate your real-life identity. He glanced at her, confused. What kind of ridiculous plan is that? She looked down in embarrassment, her face flushing red. I was forced into it. I just wanted to tell you the truth. Please, deal with the person behind me. They're forcing my hand in the real world, and I want them to die. Tan Fong stared at her, his voice cold. Who is the one behind this? Bong Tuyet didn't hide anything, answering immediately. It's Dong Fuang Hin. In the game, he's called Cloud Leisure. You've killed him once before. Hearing this, he paused. Dong Fuang Hin. Cloud Leisure. The one who tried to steal the Golden Ghost Ship boss and ended up having to hand over a skill book to beg for his life. Bong Tuyet said worriedly. Sir, you killed Tong Fi, so you can definitely kill him too. Right, I've told you everything. So please don't betray me. Please, kill Dong Fuang Hin, or my life will be ruined. Tan Fong thought coldly. What a childish plan. I never even heard of this guy in my past life. He must have died early. I'll just take care of the boss and take out the trash at the same time. After saying that, he turned away, leaving only one sentence, just pretend to lure his men here. I'll handle the rest. Before Bong Tuyet could react, she reached out to stop him. Wait, she thought. He's a goner. This shadow guy is walking right into his own death trap. Last time, Dong Fuang Hin brought 3 teams of 18 people, and they were all wiped out in just half a minute. The poison aura was too strong. The entire party couldn't even take off 5% of the boss's health. No matter how strong Shadow is, there's no way he can escape. I have to run. Just then, Tan Fong immediately unleashed his skill. Grace of Liberation. A brilliant red energy erupted from his body. Weakness amplification effect activated. Hate cut initiated. He shot forward like the wind, attacking relentlessly with shield shadow slash -700, -2189, -6345, -6752, -2180. The surrounding trees snapped and fell one after another. Bong Tuyet's eyes widened in horror. What the heck? One move took out 2/3 of a gold rank boss's health. That's over 80,000 damage. Is he even human? Or is he a monster? Tan Fong stood still. Observing the completely collapsed forest in front of him, he glided to her side and made a quick calculation. Grace of Liberation had a 25-second cooldown, but with his 75% recovery speed boost, it was down to 14.3 seconds. He decided to hold off on killing the boss and wait for Dong Fuanghian's group, which would give his skill just enough time to come back up. A loud noise echoed as everyone prepared to enter the cave and kill the boss. A group of people charged forward wildly with their weapons drawn, ready to kill anyone who got in their way. Tan Fong, still in stealth next to Bong Tuyet, thought to himself, "It's this guy again, trying to get in good with Dong Fuanghian. Huh. The plan is for Bong Tuyet to pretend to block them. But can she really stop all 10 of them?" She immediately raised a giant shield in front of her. He still didn't move, just observed. A golden shield. Huh, no wonder they chose her for the act. With that kind of defense, hardly anyone can break through it this early in the game. Bong Tuyet tightened her grip on the shield. She had only managed to unlock this gold tier equipment thanks to an encounter with the ancient god's blessing. Tan Fong glanced over, silently waiting for the right moment. When the moment arrived, he immediately unleashed his skill. Phantom Shield Slash. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was wiped out. Tan Fong's eyes blazed. Flames shot up high, and brilliant red flowers bloomed all around. Bong Tuyet gasped in fear. That's terrifying. He killed all of them with a single move. What are these red flowers? It's a good thing I didn't listen to Dong Fuanghian, or I would have ended up dead like Tong Fai. When the battle ended, she retracted her shield and said, "Hey, boss, let's add each other as friends. I'll tell you Dong Fuanghian's real-world location." Tan Fong looked at her and nodded. "Deal." Bong Tuyet suddenly blushed and stammered, "Boss, if you ever want special services, you can come find me. For you, it's free for life." He understood immediately. So that was her angle. No wonder she was so enthusiastic. Suddenly, Tan Fong directed the red aura to spread out behind her. He stepped forward, swinging his sword towards the Plaguebringer. The system announced, "You have slain the level 10 gold tier boss. You have received experience points, 7 evolution points, and 555 days of tradable lifespan." Tan Fong took a closer look. The lifespan he'd absorbed from that group was less than what he got from the boss. Serves them right. They should have just focused on farming instead of causing trouble. Seeing Bong Tuyet still standing up high, he was surprised. "You haven't left yet. Is something wrong?" She waved and smiled. "It's nothing. I'm leaving now. Bye-bye, boss." After she left, Tan Fong created a giant hand. He grew excited, his eyes shining brightly. It had been a long time since he'd seen an assassin-class skill book. And this time, one finally dropped. The system displayed Darkest Hour, Platinum Tier, Assassin class skill. Use the sword to create a dark light, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown 60.3 seconds. Level requirement 10. Range 65 feet. Base duration 10 secondes. The effect is less effective against enemies with higher spirit stats. He quickly skimmed the description. A blinding quill awesome. Learn. He stood up straight and raised his sword. As long as he could blind his enemies, he was confident he could win, even without using stealth. It can activate double damage, and no matter how high a boss's stealth resistance is, it won't affect my power. Tan Fong stared at the blade in his hand. The Plague Blade. A platinum-grade assassin-class weapon. It increased attack by 216 and agility by 42, added 0.3 to weak point attacks, and required level 10. Every strike inflicts a toxin that erupts after 3 seconds, dealing 50% damage. He smiled and left the cave after another successful hunt, full of loot. Needing just a little more experience to advance his class, the minions outside the cave were in an uproar, scattering in chaos to escape their fate of becoming a bag of experience points for Tan Fong. The whole mob scrambled over each other to flee, trying to get as far away as possible. He spun lightly and swept his sword sideways, felling a few crab-like monsters. His breathing steady, he felt a surge of power, and realized he had met the conditions for his class advancement. Golden streams of light swirled and gathered around his body. His golden eyes flashed as Tanfong watched the energy rings swirl around him. A notification sounded. The shadow class had advanced to the first tier. System sounds chimed rapidly. Strength increased from 3 to 9. Constitution from 3 to 9. Agility from 8 to 24. And spirit from 5 to 15. He stood tall as spiritual energy coursed through his entire body. Passive 1 extended stealth duration and allowed the use of stealth skills while stealthed. Passive 2 increased his stealth level by an additional 2. Passive 3 increased damage from out-of-sight attacks to 3 times the normal amount. Tanfong looked at his glowing hands. The first tier class tripled his stats. And what's more, he could achieve permanent stealth if he timed his skill rotation correctly. Additionally, his out-of-sight damage bonus increased from double to triple. To be this strong at just the first tier, it truly was the ultimate hidden class. The system chimed again, announcing that 7 players from Zhanghai had reached level 10. The teleportation gate would open in 10 minutes, preparing them for the journey to the godforsaken continent. He looked up at the system panel, a bit surprised. It was already 8:30 p.m., and that many people in Zhanghai had reached level 10. The leaderboard was full of familiar names, completely different from his past life, where it was dominated by foreigners. Top 1 was Shadow. Top 2 was Grey Rose. Top 3 was Y Tuyet. And top 4 were Hoai Hu and Tuyet Ham. A wind stirred around him. Tanfong chuckled, as a feeling of excitement spread through him. It seemed that releasing so much equipment had shifted the world's balance of power. This life would definitely be different. This was getting interesting. Back in reality, night had fallen. The lights in the high-rise buildings were still on, and police were escorting criminals to the station. The captain reported, "All key members of the Daejeong Industrial Organization have been apprehended. However, 3 of them are in a virtualized state, and we can't restrain them yet. Awaiting your orders." To Phi, the person in charge, replied, "Thank you, everyone. Inform Envu and tell them to find a way to force the suspects offline." The captain immediately relayed the order. A team member commented, "That should work. Even if they're safe in the game, they'll still get hungry in the real world and have to log off." Tufai nodded. "Exactly. We just need to cut their connection to catch them. We have Shadow to thank for his help this time. He provided the intel and warned us about the possibility of game abilities being extracted into reality. From what he understood, there had been major explosions in several places. If they had been any slower, Zhang Lei and his group would have reached level 10 and extracted their abilities, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even if they had caught them, the casualties would have been immense. Several nations were already in chaos, with thousands dead. The teams in the Forsaken Gods had reached level 10 thanks to the equipment and skills provided by Shadow. Shadow is a rare talent. We must find a way to keep him on our side. The scene changes. Back in the game, it was late afternoon. Hoatuet sent a voice message. "Boss, you're a true hero for averting that disaster. I'm so impressed." He was walking stealth through the streets and replied coldly, "Cut the nonsense. If you have something to say, just say it." She laughed. "Why so modest?" "Boss, the government just announced that Zhang Lei and Tong Fai were capturing and killing players. You took them out on official business." He remained silent, thinking to himself that the government was whitewashing his actions to make future cooperation easier. After a moment, he asked, "Have you found Dong Fuanghian's location yet?" Hoa Tuyet replied, "Not yet. He hasn't logged off. I'll let you know as soon as I have news." He answered curtly. "All right." He walked away, his mind heavy. The only thing that mattered now was getting to the godforsaken continent. Many people had already teleported, but none had reached the place yet. Tanfong activated the teleportation circle to travel to the godforsaken continent. He paid no mind to his surroundings. This area was just a starter village. The real game would begin on the new continent. Just as he left, a group of people appeared and started talking. Who was that who just teleported? It had to be Shadow. Of course. No way. I have level 2 stealth resistance, and I still couldn't see him. Then his stealth level must be higher than 2. The light gathered and then faded. Tanfong had arrived. He frowned as he looked around. The scenery was exactly the same as in his previous life. Before him were the familiar, desolate ruins of Zhanghai City. Players from different regions appeared in the ruins of their own cities, with their locations corresponding to their real-life counterparts. The reason for this remained an unsolved mystery. Suddenly, a blurry black shadow darted out from a doorway behind him. His danger sense flared, and he immediately spun around. An earth lurker charged at him, its fangs long and sharp. He leaned aside to dodge, and it slammed headfirst into the ground. Tan Fong was in his phantom haze state, making him nearly impossible to hit. He activated Shield Shadow Slash, his movements erratic as his blade tore through the Earth Lurker. The system chimed in. You have slain a common-grade Earth Lurker. Immediately, another, much larger Earth Lurker appeared, and Tan Fong leaped back to dodge its attack. As he landed, he activated Grace of Liberation. Right after that, he combined it with Shield Shadow Slash, unleashing a continuous chain of attacks. His speed was a blur, and the monster fell quickly. Tan Fong walked away, letting its corpse disintegrate. There were no safe zones here, just lurking monsters everywhere. If he could just find a shelter hidden within the ruins, he could establish a base and claim the area. The best shelter was in the northwest of Zhanghai. Tan Fong immediately dashed off, leaping across rooftops. That was the site of the God-Slaying Guild's base from his past life. The scene shifted, revealing a giant statue amidst the rubble. A few figures gradually appeared below, seemingly heading this way. It was none other than Latu's group. She exclaimed in surprise. This is a place abandoned by the gods. Vuong Man looked around doubtfully and asked, why does it look like the ruins of a modern city? Latu fell silent, then replied, it looks so familiar. She pointed to a tall building. Wait, isn't this Jiangnam? Waituyet also cried out in shock. Yes, that building is from Jiangnam. Latu stared into the distance. Someone said they saw Shadow get brought here. But where is he? Waituyet laughed teasingly. Hey, Shadow Chaser. Stop looking. You know how good he is at hiding. Suddenly, an Earth Lurker burst from the ground. Vuong Man quickly raised his shield, shouting, watch out, monster. She immediately coordinated with him, raising her staff to summon a guardian spirit. Two monsters charged forward, as if they'd been starving for ages. Both of them whipped their tails against Vuong Man's shield, dealing 1010 damage. From the back, Waituyet maintained a recovery spell, her voice serious. Be careful. The monsters here are even stronger than the silver rank boss outside of town. Tuthon coordinated smoothly, choosing the right moment to release his binding shot. Both monsters were ensnared, struggling fruitlessly. He laughed triumphantly. Got him, I put everything I had into that. Latu raised her staff high, shouting an incantation. Grand Fireball. The spell struck both monsters, incinerating them. She and Tuthon cheered excitedly. We beat them, that was awesome. Vuong Man approached slowly and told Waituyet, Little Tuyet, send your bird up to scout the area. She nodded, focusing energy into her staff. Through the white bird's vision, Waituyet could clearly see the ruined city below, swarming with monsters. The creatures, attracted by the battle, were now heading their way. She said worriedly, I don't see any safe zones. What do we do now? Captain, Vuong Man shouted in horror. What, no safe zones? Tuthon's face also went pale. This continent is insane. Latu clutched her staff, reacting quickly. Little Tuyet, to find Shadow. He got here before us, so he can't be far. If we can just meet up with him, we'll be safe. The white bird was still flying high above. Why Tuyet, looking through its eyes, suddenly paused. I don't see anyone. Wait a minute. There's a trail of light to the northwest. It's item drops from defeated monsters. That's right. It must be Shadow's handiwork. His bag is probably full, so he couldn't pick them up. Suddenly, more Earth Lurkers emerged. Latu shouted, watch out. More monsters. Enview reacted quickly, reporting as he ran. Let's go. Shadow already wiped out the monsters over there. If we just follow the light from the drops, we'll find him. The whole group shouted in unison, their spirits soaring. Stay in formation. Don't get separated. Fight while we retreat. The scene changed, once again showing the familiar Earth Lurkers, their toothy maws still waiting for prey. In the blink of an eye, the entire horde was torn apart by a flash of green light and sent flying. Tan Fong stood majestically amidst the pile of corpses. Even without activating Grace of Liberation, his Shadow Shield Slash still dealt 20 to 30,000 damage, making it a piece of cake to kill these minions. A true paradise for farming monsters. He strode away. Having arrived at his destination, this was the shelter. Beneath the rubble lay a colossal palace, a place that wasn't discovered until much later in his past life. This underground palace had thousands of rooms and dozens of great halls. It was the largest shelter in Jianghai and the base of the Godslayers Guild. Before it was conquered, it was like an underground city, filled with robotic monsters and guarded by a boss. The larger the area, the stronger the monsters. Tan Fong entered with an overwhelming aura. In his previous life, when he founded his guild, He had to gather 3 teams of 18 level 15 warriors, armed to the teeth, just to temporarily occupy this palace. He slowly descended the spiral staircase, a place shrouded in darkness. But this time, a system notification rang out. Suddenly, a notification appeared. You have arrived at the shelter. The space ahead is vast and ancient. He was surrounded by ancient architecture, with colorful souls floating about. This was the soul purification grounds. Tan Fong's face was covered, revealing only his sharp, cold golden eyes. This time, he alone was enough. The system chimed in. Defeat the Guardian to conquer this place. A few colorful soul minions shrieked menacingly. Then, they all charged toward Tan Fong in unison. As he attacked, he assessed them elemental soul minions. Gold tier. Level 12. Tan Fong quickly activated his skill, Darkest Hour, and the entire mob was shrouded in black. Unable to move, the space faded into a pitch-black void. In an instant, he unleashed a barely visible sword strike, dashing through the swarm of souls and executing Shadow Shield Slash. With every step Tan Fong took, his sword flashed, and monsters were cut down. In just a moment, the entire group of minions was wiped out. He sheathed his sword, thinking as he moved, while they were blinded, even the damage from his basic attacks was enough to finish them off. The 15 monsters in the Great Hall were annihilated, and this place still had dozens of great halls and thousands of smaller rooms. It was truly a massive structure. With this many monsters, wiping them all out should be enough to meet the conditions to evolve the Hand of Greed again. After clearing out the minions in the area, a colossal figure began to coalesce right beside him. The Guardian was about to appear. The scene shifts. 2 strangers teleported in from an unknown location. It seems they were also transported to the same city where Tan Fong was. Not Luke looked around, his eyes lighting up. Is this the continent abandoned by the gods? Ma Nan was also stunned. This ruined scenery looked very familiar. He paused. Isn't this New York? Elsewhere, 2 other people were randomly teleported, landing in a ruined area. Amidst a heavy downpour, the ruins of Shancheng, another group landed in the middle of a chaotic war zone, with bombs and bullets echoing everywhere. The ruins of London. Not Luke looked up, seemingly realizing something. Perhaps people from each region were sent to the ruins of their hometowns. Ma Nan frowned. Could it be that the map here corresponds to the real world? 2 familiar shadows suddenly emerged right behind them. Not Luke turned around to see countless land lurkers with their mouths wide open, ready to pounce. This is bad. Run. They both screamed in despair as the horde of monsters swarmed them. The scene changes to the ruins of Zhanghai, where items are scattered everywhere. Vuong Man peeked his head out from behind a rock, scouting the area. It's quiet now. No more monsters. Let's rest and recover our strength. And Vu emerged, laughing heartily. That's the Shadow Lord for you. I thought we were strong, but who knew we'd still have to hide in his shadow? But June blushed and coughed lightly. Captain Anne, please keep your voice down. And Vu remained unfazed. Did I say something wrong? Letu looked at the long trail of glowing items and sighed in relief. It's a good thing the Great One cleared the way. Otherwise, none of us would have survived. She asked quietly. If we die here, where will we respawn? Vuong Man spoke in a low voice. Captain Anne, the 6 of us shouldn't be reckless. Let's wait until everyone reaches level 10 before we make a move. She nodded. All right. Wai Tuyet continued to observe through her white bird's eye, her voice filled with worry. This monster was hacked to pieces. But why did it stop here? It's as if the Shadow Master vanished on the spot. There's so much loot. And there's even some gold rarity stuff. I really want to grab it all. Vuong Man activated a skill and said gravely, I've sent a signal to Shadow. I'm not sure if he needs any of this stuff. The scene instantly shifted. A streak of green light from a sword tore a monster in 2. Tan Fong stood amidst a swirling vortex of energy, breathing lightly, finally cleared out the small fry. Over 40 great halls, 1,000 rooms, and more than 400 monsters were slain, including 4 bronze bosses and 2 silver bosses, netting him over 80,000 experience points and 205 evolution points. He was just 5 points short of evolving his Hand of Greed. Just then, Vuong Man called him through the party channel. Big bro, where are you? We found the stuff you left behind. Can we pick it up? We'll pay you for it based on its value and lifespan. How about it? Hearing this, he thought to himself, so Vuong Man Hei's team is here too. Tan Fong sent a signal back. All right, contact me later. I have some things I need to sell. Vuong Man replied immediately. Okay, let's meet at the ruined fortification at coordinates 89, 554, 66, 666. As he turned to leave, Lightning began to crackle in the air behind him. Tanfong turned and left. A bolt of lightning trailing behind him. He leaned to the side. Just as I expected, he thought. The Guardian has arrived. A giant, armored soul materialized, wielding a spear. An information panel floated above its head. Fai San, the Soul Purifier. Level 15. Platinum rank. Guardian of the Land of Purified Souls. Defeating it will grant mastery over this place. Tanfong stood still, analyzing it. The strongest monster in the ruins was level 15, meaning Fai San was the final boss, possessing 750,000 health points, divided into 3 phases. In his past life, its single-target lightning damage was so immense that even he couldn't withstand it with a full set of gear. But now, he wouldn't even need to dodge that skill. He activated a basic move, Shield Shadow Slash, sending a blade of energy cleaving down the boss's entire body. Fai San faltered for a moment, as the electrical current within its body fluctuated. Immediately after, its health dropped by nearly a third, and a green liquid spewed from its neck. Fai San counterattacked, raising its electric spear and calling down a lightning storm around Tanfong. He dodged aside, calculating in his head, if I get hit by this lightning, with my current resistance, I'm dead for sure. A platinum boss's skills always have increased damage. I can dodge 75% of attacks. But against this one, its hit rate on me is still over 50%. He weaved through the gaps in the lightning, continuously avoiding the strikes. His 182 agility points gave him a speed of over 40 meters per second, allowing him to dodge easily before the bolts could land. In his past life, the entire team had to rely on a priest's shield just to survive. A glint appeared in his eyes as he spun around and decisively raised his sword. This time, he wouldn't give the boss any chances. Unleashing a piercing slash at Fai San, he glanced at the boss's health bar and thought to himself, the execution damage from Grace of Liberation, Shield Shadow Slash combined with Plague Blade, tore away 250,000 of its health. Forcing the boss into its second phase, Fai San roared, surrounding itself with lightning and entering an invincible state, continuously launching electric orbs. The 3 orbs had to be destroyed, or they would explode. He recalled how his team in his past life had wiped because of this move. Tudu had given up in despair and quit the fight, and the group only managed to win after that. Tanfong threw a shuriken with perfect aim, poisoning the target. He looked up. The boss's health was at 50%. He remembered that destroying each orb would inflict backlash damage on it. He rushed forward, throwing continuously. After destroying all 3 orbs, the boss entered its final phase, its health dropping to a critical level. Fai San was enraged, its eyes glowing red as it stared at him with all its fury. It unleashed its ultimate move, electricity swirling around it to form a massive circle. He stood in the center of the lightning. The moment he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. In Phase 3, the Soul Purifier would continuously cast its AoE skills. In his past life, the entire party had to wear lightning resistance gear and use a priest's shield just to survive. But this time, Tanfong didn't need any of that. He leaped into the air, his aura surging and gathering into a golden orb. Tanfong's eyes widened. He threw his head back with a determined gaze, his mouth chanting a command. A thought flashed through his mind as the lightning continued to rage below. Grace of Liberation. Dark Light Shield. In that case, I'll just have to attack from the air. Inside the floating sphere of light, Tanfong looked down at Fai San, thinking to himself that the lightning below was still too dense, so he would attack from the air. He activated Grace of Liberation and Blacklight Shield. He used Shadow Shield Slash, diving straight down from above to strike. Fai San's body vanished in a puff of smoke. Tanfong landed lightly on the ground as a system notification appeared. You have defeated the Soul Purifier Fai San. Platinum rank. Leveled up to 11. Increased all stats. And received evolution points. You have received 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Tanfong glanced at the system panel and nodded slightly as another notification rang out. You are the first person to defeat a platinum boss, receiving 10 reputation points and ownership of the Land of Purification. He stood still, contemplating. A hideout wasn't just a shelter but also a storage space. And most importantly, it could move between the game and reality. When the divine abandonment occurred, almost all real-world weapons had become useless. Images of disabled weapons flashed through his mind. Nuclear bombs had long become scrap metal, and planes and tanks were only usable for a short time before being paralyzed. In the future, power would rely entirely on game abilities. Once the hideout materialized, a magic barrier would offer absolute protection. Tanfong remained silent, his gaze thoughtful. A golden light flashed, and he whispered to himself that in his past life, The Godslayer Guild had used this place as their base. Memories flooded back. A mix of joy and loss. He stared forward, his voice firm. This time, I'll walk a different path and rise to the top on my own. Late at night, the rain continued to fall relentlessly in the forest. Bao Du tightened his grip on his axe and swung it down with all his might. Tu Thon dodged out of the way, shouting, "Move!" Seeing the axe blade closing in, Tu Du screamed in terror, "Help me!" Then she was struck down. A revival point lit up, and Tu Du lay motionless on the ground. A system sound chimed, "You have died." Losing 14 years of non-tradable lifespan and 2 days of tradable lifespan, she panicked, crying out, "I died again." Tu Thon roared in anger. "What kind of healer are you? How could you not dodge an axe that big?" Tu Du furiously shouted back, "Who are you yelling at? You're the tank. You couldn't even hold the boss's aggro. So how can you blame me? You useless piece of trash." The system announced level 8 player has left the party. Just then, So Nien's voice rang in her ear. "Tu Du." The tanker ran away. "The boss is attacking me. Help." She was hit and revived next to So Nien. So Nien turned and said, "Tu Du, maybe we should go farm some mobs to level up first. We don't have much lifespan left." She nodded. "Okay." An announcement echoed through the air. The player Shadow from Shanghai is the first to defeat a platinum boss, receiving 10 reputation. The crowd of players gasped. Solo a platinum boss? That's insane. Could it be Shadow again? Tu Du and So Nien looked up, their eyes wide. "Platinum? I haven't even seen a gold boss before. That's incredible." She frowned in frustration. "Are these guys really this weak? We can't even beat a silver boss. So how did that Shadow guy manage to kill a platinum one?" Elsewhere, in a dark room, Tan Fong regulated his breathing. After defeating the boss and reaching level 11, each level up increased all his stats and gave him free points, which he put entirely into agility to combo with his infinite stealth for safe boss kills. He looked at the golden orb of light. Surprised, the platinum boss gave a whole 20 evolution points. That's enough to upgrade Hand of Greed again. A system prompt appeared. "You have used 210 evolution points. Hand of Greed has been upgraded from epic to legendary, increasing the bonus loot drop rate and unlocking 100 inventory slots." A light flashed, and Tan Fong smiled softly. "Good. Now I get 5 extra portions of loot, plus 100 item slots." An ethereal image of the legendary hand appeared before him. The system continued to report, "You have received 5 bonus loot portions and 100 evolution points, leaving you with a total of 115 points. He muttered, calculating. He took out 2 pieces of assassin gear and a skill book, but since his level wasn't high enough, he temporarily stored them in his hideout's vault. He waved his hand, summoning a devout follower and ordering it to collect all the loot in the palace. His eyes narrowed in calculation. The remaining 115 points could be used to upgrade a skill to epic rank. His body began to glow as system notifications popped up one after another. Consumed 42 points. Evolving Shadow Stealth to epic. Stealth duration is extended. Damage is increased. And cooldown is reduced. Consumed another 34 points to upgrade Enhanced Backstab, increasing its damage from 50% to 75%. Then, 6 more points were used to upgrade Moment of Darkness from Platinum to Epic, causing a burst of dark light to erupt around his body. The skill now blinds enemies within a 50-meter radius for 16 seconds, with the duration decreasing against targets with higher spirit. He then used 33 points to evolve Blooming Curse to the legendary rank, allowing it to absorb 50% of a victim's non-tradable lifespan and even scattered halos of life. He was shocked. It could even absorb the halos. Many special areas have an extremely fast life drain rate, and this skill would prioritize absorbing that lifespan. It's truly a god-tier skill. Just then, Bong Tuyet's voice rang out, congratulating the pro for being the first to defeat a silver boss. Tan Fong asked what was up. She replied with good news. Dong Fuanghien had finally logged out of the game. Bong Tuyet explained that his family was reportedly holding a party in Jiangnan, preparing to pour lifespan into the game to shift their strategy. He smiled. "That's great," she replied. "It's the least I could do. You have to kill him, or I'm dead meat." He reassured her to rest easy, then collected all the rewards. The 100-slot backpack from the Hand of Greed was really convenient. Now it was time to meet Vuong Man and sell everything. Elsewhere, and Vu exclaimed, "Look, Shadow is here." She ran over, calling out. Master Tan Fong held up a hand to stop her. "Same old rules. I set the price. You either buy it or you don't. 30 items including common and bronze. I'll give you a discount. 950 days. And Vu smiled and agreed. "Okay. We valued the previous items at over 1,000 days. So let's round it up and send you 2,000. He nodded. This batch includes silver, gold, and platinum equipment, for a total price of 18,000 days. She looked at the system and exclaimed, "Platinum grade, I only have gold. A pro is truly a pro. Selling platinum already. This is amazing. Thanks to you, Jianghai will develop much faster." Tan Fong replied simply, "It's nothing. We're just helping each other out." Le Tu asked curiously, "How does your backpack have so many slots? Are you Doraemon?" He replied coldly, "Your backpacks are probably full. There's a staircase leading down under the stone wall. There's a teleportation circle there that goes back to town. But the first time costs 500 days of lifespan. Subsequent uses are free. It's up to you. I'm leaving." And Vu excitedly pointed at his departing back. "See, I told you. The master is a reincarnator. How else would he know hidden information like this?" Vuong Man forced a smile. "Captain Anne, you're scaring me." She pouted and smiled mischievously. "What do you guys think? What if I seduced Shadow?" The two men stood frozen, their eyes wide, as Tan Fong walked away with his back to them. At that moment, the system popped up and asked, "Would you like to use your lifespan to extract your abilities into reality?" He touched the panel. "Synchronize level. Synchronize class." A voice announced, "You have consumed 27,000 days of lifespan. Synchronization process complete." Level and class synchronization were complete, and a light enveloped him. Now it was time to extract his skills. Last time he only had level 1 shadow stealth. Now he had to upgrade everything. System notifications flooded in, consuming thousands of days for each skill. Extracting Shadow Shield Slash, Illusory Ghost Shadow, Blooming Curse, and Dark Light Shield. All synchronization complete. Remaining lifespan 7,480 days. Tan Fong said calmly, "Next up is equipment." Messages appeared continuously. Extracting the gold grade concealment necklace. He checked his stats panel. The believer's necklace reduced cooldowns and could even summon a silver grade believer, making him nearly invincible in reality. His entire fortune vanished, leaving only 486 days, but his current strength was now almost on par with his in-game power. Tan Fong disappeared in a flash, thinking to himself, "I need to accumulate more lifespan for the next extraction to achieve full synchronization." His figure silently appeared in a dark room. He muttered, "Thithi knows where I live. I have to leave here first." Extracting the soul purification land requires 1,300 years of lifespan. For now, I can only find a temporary hiding place. His gaze shifted to the corner of the room as he raised his hand. He summoned the Hand of Greed, watched everything in the room disappear, and let out a satisfied laugh. The space within the Hand of Greed is so convenient. All my belongings fit neatly inside. After that, he climbed out the window and left quickly. Sitting on the windowsill, Tan Fong opened his phone and checked the location. Dong Fuanghian was at the Jiangnan restaurant, 15 kilometers away. He considered his current speed. He jumped down and dashed off. It would only take 10 minutes to get there. His figure melted into the night. Inside the Jiangnan restaurant, the lights were still on as a man's voice rang out. "The skills and lifespan from the game can affect reality. This is a great opportunity for our family." Hiener did very well. Dong Fuanghian smiled modestly. "Grandfather, I only did what I was supposed to do." The family head laughed heartily and praised him. "This time we've acquired a huge amount of lifespan, enough to buy equipment and skills for the clan." The old man raised his hand and calculated. His goal was to get all the core members to level 10 as quickly as possible, gaining an advantage in both the game and the real world. From there, they would expand their power. The Dongfuang clan would become the supreme ruler and establish a 1,000-year dynasty. Hien lowered his head slightly. He glanced at the old man and gritted his teeth. The old geezer was on his last legs, but still clung to power. "Just you wait. Once I capture the Shadow, I'll force him to reveal his secrets and turn him into my tool. Then, all of you will die at my hands." The patriarch suddenly asked, "How are the preparations for dealing with the Shadow coming along?" Hien answered smoothly, "Don't worry. Sire, I have a reliable woman gathering information and will have results soon." The patriarch instructed, "Remember, he must be captured alive and forced to serve the clan." He replied quickly, "Yes, Sire." Outside, Tan Fong had already taken down the bodyguards. Inside, cheers echoed as they raised their glasses in a toast. "Long live the Dongfuang family." He calmly observed the situation, not expecting them to be using guns. Phantasmal Shadow and Slowing Darklight Shield couldn't dodge everything, and a hit to the head or heart would be truly dangerous. Tan Fong activated his necklace and summoned the devout follower, instructing it to go inside and leave no one alive. He thought to himself that a silver rank follower was more than capable of withstanding even gunfire. The people inside panicked as they saw the strange creature striding toward them. One person shouted loudly, "Who goes there? Who are you?" The devout follower roared and charged forward. Hien panicked. "That's impossible. That's a monster from the game, the Forsaken God's Fire." A hail of bullets rained down, but it continued to charge forward like the wind. It let out a piercing screech as a blue light radiated throughout the room. The devout follower swung its arm, piercing through the chest of the nearest person, before taking down another man. The patriarch was captured and screamed in panic. "Hien, save me." Hien turned his back and fled, muttering, "Damn it all." He ran for his life with only one thought in his mind. "I have to escape. Once I'm in the game, I'll be safe. As soon as I reach level 10 and extract my abilities, no one will be able to do anything to me." A blue light flashed in front of him, and he froze. That was, in an instant, his vision flipped upside down, blood splattered everywhere as Hien's eyes widened in disbelief. Tan Fong walked past him, leaving behind a body that had been sliced in two. Broken words escaped his lips. The Sha Dao. Brilliant red spider lilies bloomed, blanketing the entire area. The skill Cursed Bloom activated. Tan Fong turned around as he received a notification that he had absorbed 27,000 tradable life days and 482 non-tradable life years. He smiled to himself and thought, what a bountiful harvest. The spider lilies surrounding him quickly withered and then vanished. He watched silently, thinking to himself that this skill was truly perfect. It both erased all traces and drained every last drop of life force. A red light flashed around his body. His non-tradable lifespan had now exceeded 2,327 years. Entering the Berserk Zone would no longer be a pressure-filled ordeal. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed. "Quick! Call the police." There were gunshots and screaming coming from that room. The police rushed to the scene. This was the location of the Dong Fuang family's party. An officer pushed the door open and froze. There must have been a shootout. Someone has to be injured. But this is strange. The police looked around the trashed room, which showed clear signs of a struggle, but there was nobody there. Did anyone see someone leave? Tanfong, now invisible, left the noisy scene behind him. The bystanders saw nothing. The members of the Dongfuang clan had simply vanished. The first thing to do was report it to the police. He walked straight ahead, already setting his sights on his next goal, the Tian conglomerate. On the way, Tanfong calculated his next move. The Tian Corporation headquarters had moved to North America, but the director's daughter, Tian Tithi, was still being held in Mado. He had to act before she left the country. The distance from Shanghai to Mado was nearly 300 kilometers, which would take several hours on foot, far too long. Standing in his room, he murmured to himself that he needed to find a faster way to travel. His form logged into the game, and a familiar voice announced, "Welcome back to the abandoned divine artifact." Tanfong stood up and muttered, "There are still a few silver and gold bosses left in the ruins that I can go back and farm." Just then, a message arrived from Anvu Big Bro. "Big Bro, I've got great news." He paused. She excitedly explained that Tuhak had just discovered the entrance to an ancient tomb, but it was guarded by a golden wraith. "We couldn't beat it." Tanfong asked, "A tomb entrance? How did she find it?" And Vu recalled, "On our way back to the starting town, we were taking a detour to avoid some monsters when we realized Tuhak was missing. After searching for a while, we found her at the bottom of a pit, which turned out to be the entrance to the ancient tomb, and we couldn't get any signal in that area." She continued, "We went down after her and ran into a level 12 gold boss wielding a giant blade. Luckily, we were fast enough to escape. We're back in Seashell Town now. If you want to go, Big Bro, I'll send you the coordinates." Tanfong laughed after hearing the story. "That's in Vu for you. Getting lost and stumbling upon an ancient tomb. This kind of tomb is like a sealed shrine, a random opportunity found in the outskirts." He said, "Send me the coordinates." Amvu replied quietly, "If you get any gear you don't need, remember to sell it to us." He smiled. She was a sharp one. A moment later, he appeared at the coordinates she had sent. Before him was a giant well. Tanfong remarked with a soft sigh, "So this pit is the entrance. Tuhak is truly a talent." He bent his knees and leaped down. As he landed, the system announced, "You have entered the Tomb of Hatred. Remote connection has been blocked." He got to his feet and ventured deeper inside. A massive, dark figure let out a threatening growl. It was a level 12, gold rank wraith, its entire body radiating black smoke. As it stared intently at him, he narrowed his eyes. He'd never seen this monster before, but its appearance suggested it was a powerful melee fighter with a wide attack range. As it charged, Tanfong instantly understood why Anvu's group had fled. Even if Wangman had 5,000 health, a single slash would have taken out half of it. He thought to himself, if I take a direct hit from that, I'm dead. He immediately used Grace of Liberation and Shadow Shield Slash. A streak of blue light slashed across the Wraith's body. He looked at the bisected corpse and calculated, its defense is really high. My damage was reduced to only 80% of normal. Even after being cut in half, it exploded after the cleaving skill hit, and green blood pooled at his feet. He quickly retreated, exclaiming, "This is bad." The monster's body dissolved into a black mist that enveloped him. He dodged out of the smoke, punting. Its corpse explosion. I was too careless. Good thing I activated Illusory Ghost Shadow in time, or I would have been a goner. A golden light flashed within the mist. Tanfong recalled a similar incident from his past life where a teammate tried to loot a boss, and it exploded, wiping out the entire party. He had thought only platinum bosses could self-destruct, but who knew gold bosses could do it too? He raised his hand and cast Greedy Hand. The system announced, you have defeated a gold rank Wraith. You have received 1,010 days of lifespan, 20 evolution points, a platinum rank Dark Knight Ring Blade skill book, an additional 6,300 days of lifespan, and the platinum rank Armor of Hatred. He smiled. A huge score. I got both a skill and some sweet gear. The system displayed the new skill, Dark Knight Ring Blade. Platinum rank. Assassin class. This skill transforms dark power into blades, dealing elemental damage within a 5-meter radius, adding 500 shadow damage, with a 10.5 second cooldown, and requires level 11. Tanfong tapped the screen and nodded. An elemental skill specifically for assassins. Since the shadow class has higher spirit than strength, my magic damage is superior. The stats panel showed strength 9, constitution 9, agility 24, spirit 15. Evolved to epic rank. Cost 6 points. Remaining 36. The system continuously reported that the Dark Knight Ring Blade had upgraded from Platinum to Epic. Its range increased from 5 meters to 12 meters, and its damage rose from 500 to 1,300. Tanfong calmly noted that while it wasn't as strong as Shield Shadow Slash, it was perfect for clearing mobs. 2 skills appeared in his mind for a quick comparison. Shield Shadow Slash was a straight-line attack, while Dark Knight Ring Blade was circular, making it much faster for clearing mobs when surrounded. He immediately equipped the new armor. The system announced Armor of Grudge. Platinum grade. Provides high defense, elemental and damage resistance. Requires level 1. Tanfong took a closer look. The grudge effect wasn't special, but the stats were more than good enough to make it a worthy replacement. Tanfong moved on, collecting all the loot, which amounted to over 20 items. Selling them would surely net him more than 10,000 days of lifespan. Now he could venture deeper into the ancient tomb, hoping for some good drops, preferably a mount. Meanwhile, where Tudo was, a monster slashed directly at her. She and Sonyen panicked as they were struck by the powerful blast. 3 flashes of light appeared, and they were revived at the respawn point. Truongvi roared in fury, grabbing Tudo by the collar and yelling, "Tudo, you're just a pretty face with no brain. It's always your fault the whole team gets wiped. I only have 2 years of non-tradable lifespan left." Truongvi shoved Tudo to the ground, threatening her, "If I see you at school, you better watch your back, because I'll deal with you for good." After saying that, he logged out. Sonyen ran over to help her up, calling out worriedly, "Tudo." She advised, "Why don't we go to the small town where my parents live? There's a community group there that helps weaker players." Tudo's face was filled with rage. She silently cursed Truongvi and his followers, then said, "Sonyen, you can go by yourself." In her bedroom, Tudo shot up from her bed. She opened her phone and sent a text. Ham, can you help me level up?" Ham replied flirtatiously, "1 level up for 1 night with me." Tudo cursed back, "You piece of scum." Then she messaged Truong Hoai who, "Actually, I've always liked you. It was only because my brother Tanfong stood in the way that I couldn't accept you, but I've cut ties with him now." A message came back. Hoai Hao responded, "You fool. You'd even abandon your own brother. Who could possibly trust you now? Get lost." She texted someone else. "Ryu, I'm home alone. Come hang out with me, and we can level up too." That person replied, "I'm platinum now. I can get any girl I want. Stay away from me." She sent another message. "Brother Tioma, I'm sad. Can you take me out to play? I'll be waiting at the seashell." The other side coldly replied, "Everyone knows you screwed over Truongvi. You want me to punch you in the gut? She threw her phone, hugged a pillow, and burst into tears. Disgusted with all men. None of them were reliable when she needed them. With only 2.5 years of non-tradable lifespan left, what was she going to do? Tudu tearfully called out his name. Tan Fong. She wiped her tears and told herself, he would never abandon me. I have to go back and find him. There must be a way. That night, the lights in the high-rise apartment buildings were still on. Tudu stood in front of Tan Fong's door, thinking to herself, when I see him, I'll just give a simple apology, and he'll definitely forgive me. But it clearly wasn't my fault. So why should I have to apologize? She raised her hand, reconsidering. No, I'll just be submissive for now. I'll act obedient and ask him to help me level up. He cares about me the most. After all, she blushed, making a decision. Once I've leveled up enough and don't have to worry about my lifespan, I'll cut ties with him for good. With that thought, she knocked on the door and called out, Tan Fong, open the door. She knocked repeatedly, calling louder. Tan Fong, I'm back, open the door, Tan Fong. Can't you hear me? Her expression hardened, and she kicked the door hard. You're not going to open it. Are you? You think I actually respect you? She looked into the room and muttered in confusion. Where's Tan Fong? The bed, the desk, the clothes. Everything is gone. She quickly took out her phone to call him, but an automated message said, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. She stood there, frozen, whispering, Tan Fong. The phone repeated the message. We're sorry. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. She grumbled in frustration. Where did he go? At that same moment, deep within the tomb of grudge, Tan Fong walked past streams of blue light, leaving a trail of monster corpses behind him. Before him was a large coffin. He had reached the very end of the tomb. He summoned his loyal follower, thinking to himself, I've killed over 200 monsters along the way, including a silver rank boss. I'm almost level 12 now. Opening the coffin would probably reveal the final boss. He hoped it was a platinum one. The follower moved forward to open the lid. Suddenly, Tan Fong's eyes widened in astonishment. Streams of black energy poured out, engulfing the loyal follower. It was dragged into the coffin as dark energy surged into it, making it roar in agony. The system announced that the silver-level follower had been eliminated. Tan Fong stared at the black mist and figured it out. The deathly poison bone boss, a gold-level monster immune to physical damage, was going to be a real pain. A memory flashed through his mind. In his past life, someone had unleashed this boss before. As a result, it spread to a nearby base, and countless unknowing people died from the poison. He looked at the dark energy, thinking that if it possessed him, his only hope would be for his teammates to drive it out, or to use an invincibility skill. Otherwise, death was certain. He immediately activated the Dark Knight Annihilation Ring, and his body began to glow with a white light. He could clearly see the boss's true form hidden within the mist. A beam of light pierced through its body, and the system announced that he had defeated the deathly poison bone boss. Tan Fong looked at the corpse, which was sliced in two, confused. Its power surpassed even the platinum level. So why was it still ranked as gold? The loot it dropped was only gold grade too. He looked at the faint golden orb of light and sighed in relief. He was lucky to have the magic damage skill from the Dark Knight Annihilation Ring. He summoned his greedy hand to pick up the orb, sighing softly. Clearing out an entire tomb just for gold-grade loot was pretty disappointing. Suddenly, a bell appeared in his hand, and the system announced that he had obtained a rare item, a mount summoning bell. Tan Fong was stunned. Did he really get a mount? He looked at the bell, impressed. Lam Liangu really lived up to her reputation. The system displayed a message, Summon Night Phantom Wolf. Level 11. It can assist in combat and serve as a mount. Level 11 required. He was shocked when he saw it. A Night Phantom Wolf. This was one of the fastest mounts available. Its status screen appeared level 11. Gold grade. With outstanding stats. The mount gains the same amount of experience as its owner, but its level will reset if traded. When activated, its speed increases by 245%. At night, it automatically enters level 1 stealth. Breaking stealth deals extra damage, and it takes 60 seconds before it can go into stealth again. Its skills include a pounce that attacks a single target 3 times, adding physical damage with each hit, and a howl that boosts allies' stats. The howl skill has a 600-second cooldown. Tan Fong was amazed. It was a mount, a combat companion, and it had stealth. What a massive win. The sun began to rise over the city. He climbed onto the Night Phantom Wolf's back and took off. In just a moment, it had carried Tan Fong far into the distance. He looked at his new mount and thought to himself, Once I reach level 15 and gather enough lifespan to reclaim my mount, I'll head to Mado and deal with Thi once and for all. The two of them flew over the tall rooftops. Tanfong looked at the large building ahead. It was the Jianghai Arena, a vast, complex structure with underground levels and packed with monsters. A perfect place for level grinding. The Night Phantom Wolf carried him swiftly past, pinpointing the location. He paid no mind to the monsters on the walls staring at him. This was a place for the strong. All the monsters were startled. He leaped off the beast's back, landing gracefully. His face was calm, his gaze resolute. He unleashed his shield shadow slash, clearing everything in front of him. The next morning, in that same city, Anvu Zvung Hesort, finishing off a monster, seeing the golden light emanating from its corpse, she beamed with joy. A victory. Nai Luong cheered. Captain An, you're so strong, he thought to himself. The hidden class, Dragon Swordsman, is just too powerful. She's definitely the one I chose. She sheathed her sword and said, it took us over 10 minutes to beat a level 8 gold boss. I have no idea how our big bro solos platinum bosses. He scoffed. He's just an assassin who sneak farms low. What's so great about that? But inwardly, he thought, this girl has no backing. Taking her down will be a piece of cake. And Vu looked up and retorted, well, if it were a weak marksman like you, grinding down the boss would probably be easier. Nai Luong stammered, I don't do that, I fight head on. He pouted and started badmouthing him. I heard the Phantom is really aggressive. Even kills people in real life. I know a cop in Mado who's leveling up anti-stealth skills. Nai Luong raised his hand to suggest, in my opinion, we should set a trap and expose his real identity. You can only feel safe around a guy like that if he's under control. Otherwise, incidents like what happened with Tong Fai and Zhang Le will just keep repeating. Are we supposed to clean up his messes forever? Anvu and Vuongman exchanged a look. They both burst out laughing. Nai Luong's face turned beet red from the embarrassment. Little Ma, you don't get it yet. Now is the time we have to protect him. We need to be on the same side as the Phantom if we ever want to cooperate. He gritted his teeth. That guy's just an assassin. All you need is high stealth resistance to catch him. Nai Luong shouted. Who are you nobodies to lecture me, Anvu? Just you wait. I'll ruin the Phantom's reputation and make him get on his knees and beg. Vuong Man ignored him and asked, what did the boss drop? And Vu replied, 1 gold tier item for a priest, a silver tier piece, and a silver tier skill book. She looked up at the sky, wondering to herself, Big Bro sells us both gold and platinum gear. I can't imagine how many bosses he's killed. Or maybe his innate talent is treasure hunter, and he just opens chests all day. Vuong Man hesitated. Captain, that might be an exaggeration, but I'm still worried. And Vu asked, about what his mind flashed back to the Jiangnan Hotel, where the Dongfang family had vanished during a party. Vuong Man continued grimly. And I'm just saying what if the shadow was behind that? Should we still be cleaning up his messes? We don't know what kind of person he is in real life. What if he's a murderer? She turned to look at the ruins and replied, the higher-ups also suspect the shadow is involved. But there's no evidence. No one can prove it. And Vu smiled and added, even if it's true, I'd still choose to cooperate with him. If the higher-ups won't clean up, I'll handle it myself. Vuong Man asked, startled. Why? She put her hands behind her head. Who wouldn't want to be on good terms with the shadow? He took a deep breath. Tuthan ran up to them, reporting, Captain, we found an arena. All the monsters inside are dead. It continued. There are corpses everywhere. I don't know what team could be this powerful. And Vu quickened her pace and said, let's go. We'll check it out. When they arrived, the golden glow of loot was flashing everywhere. Nai Luong was stunned. This much loot. They must have killed hundreds of monsters. She replied with certainty. It was the shadow. Everyone be careful. Don't run into him. He argued irritably. What makes you so sure it was him? And Vu said, because on the leaderboards, he's number 1 and our team is number 2. I can't do this. So it could only be him. Nai Luong snorted. If I had a stealth skill, I could do it too. She ignored him and turned away to message Tan Fong. Big bro, are you still around? If you have any gear you're not using, sell it to us. Okay. Just then, a massive shadow fell over them, making Nai Luong freeze. He screamed and fell to the ground. And Vu's eyes lit up. Big bro, is that a mount? Where did you get it? From high above. Tan Fong replied, thanks to the coordinates you guys sent, I got it from an ancient tomb. He turned to Li Tu and said, thanks a lot. Teo Hawk just scratched his head and smiled. Sitting atop the Phantom Night Runner, he continued, Let's trade. Whoever gathered the items can have them. Same old price. Envu nodded. I get it. If we don't like it, we don't have to buy. Big Bro's prices are always fair. Tu Thon looked at the puddle at Nai Luang's feet and pointed out, Hey, you wet yourself. Furious, his face darkened as he cursed the shadow under his breath. You bastard. You dare to humiliate me. Just you wait. Meanwhile, Tan Fong shot off like an arrow on his mount. Tan Fong currently had 3 intimidating statuses active. The Shadow. Level 13. Executor of Justice. Level 10. Vuangman. Level 10. And Hakbo Lam Dai Li 2. Level 10. His remaining trade duration was 245 years, and he had 255 evolution points. Tan Fong was extremely satisfied. This time, after clearing out the desolate arena, he had picked up a gold-tier skill book called Silent Concealment. It allowed him to become invisible on the spot. As long as he didn't move or attack, the stealth would last forever. If he initiated an attack, it would deal extra stealth break damage. The cooldown was 120 seconds, with a level 13 requirement. He was certain that this skill not only greatly enhanced his stealth capabilities, but, if used at the right moment, and combined with his invincibility status upon logging in, could allow him to completely vanish in the real world. He immediately shouted, Evolve to Epic Tier. The system reported, consuming 11 evolution points. The skill's upgrade progress was displayed through tiers from Gold to Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, and finally Epic. With the stealth break damage increasing at each level, he hadn't expected his other skills could also be evolved. The system continuously displayed notifications. You have consumed 34 points to upgrade Venomous Dart to Epic Tier. You have consumed 200 points to upgrade Grace of Liberation to Mythic Tier. The effect of weak point attacks increased by 200 to 300%, doubling the damage. The constant system notifications left Tan Fong in awe. A Mythic Tier skill truly was terrifying. Now, aside from a few special magical beasts, he could hit the weak spot of any creature. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon another item. A necklace. The Deceiver's Necklace. Platinum Tia. An assassin-class accessory that increased physical attack. He dashed through the darkness, examining his gear and calculating. With his skills and equipment combined, he now had 4 layers of stealth that no one could currently break through. Adding the Veil of Shadows set, his evasion rose to 83%. It was a gold tier set that boosted Constitution, Spirit, and evasion rate, requiring level 12. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, and black smoke engulfed a building up ahead. Tan Fong immediately summoned his spirit beast. His eyes filled with suspicion. What is that? A blurry figure slowly emerged from behind the ruined building. It was a giant monster clad in metal armor, wielding a chain and an axe. Tan Fong froze. The Iron Maiden. Who would dare summon this boss? He shuddered as he recalled a memory from his past life. She had once appeared in the ruins of Zhanghai City. Back then, more than 1,000 people had joined forces to defeat her, and the number of deaths had exceeded 400,000. A sanctuary flashed in his mind. The one she guarded, the Sanctuary of the Wind Road, the second largest base in the Zhanghai ruins. Tan Fong frowned. He had originally planned to deal with the bodies before summoning the boss, but now, he might as well handle it all at once. Without hesitation, he spurred his Nightwalker steed forward. The Steel Saintess swung her axe, each strike powerful enough to tear the sky apart. A player was struck and instantly shattered into pieces, leaving those nearby speechless, unable to believe her immense power. The axe blade fell relentlessly, one strike after another, turning the scene into a living hell of blood and screams. Tan Fong stood still and observed, knowing it would be reckless to fight her now. He had to wait a bit longer. From a distance, a figure riding a tiger charged forward, and he recognized him immediately. It was Tran Vodan. He recalled that Vodan possessed the hidden class, Holy Temple Knight. For 9 years in his past life, they had fought inconclusively. The man was cunning, always finding a way to escape when he was about to lose. The Steel Saintess had once been defeated by his guild, leading players to say, the West has the Godslayers, the East has the Holy Temple. The two sides had split control over the Zhanghai ruins. The Holy Temple Guild, upon its founding, had established a tyrannical contract that guaranteed its members' safety, but collected a 50% life tax. Most members were just indentured servants for the powerful few at the top. Tan Fong looked at him with ice-cold eyes. This time, Vodan. There would be no escape. Her axe continued to whirl chaotically, slicing through space itself. Amidst the pandemonium, Tan Fong darted in like a shadow. Without a moment's hesitation, He activated his skill. Dark Night Ring Blade. A flash of red light swept through, engulfing the entire battle area. The system continuously announced, "You have killed Sama. Tu Fuang Fuang. Chuduna. Bad friend." And Lamokaha. Vodon was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "Who did this, Shadow? We have no quarrel with you. Why would you kill our people?" A cold voice echoed from behind him. "Because I don't eat beef." Immediately after, Tanfong activated instant scenery / his hand relaxing. Withered petals drifted down, and flowers bloomed from the corpses. The blood-red flowers signaled the blooming curse. A magic circle erupted, instantly reviving the recently deceased. Vodon roared. "You bastard! What does not eating beef have to do with us?" His subordinate panicked. "Boss, my transaction time has dropped to 0. He pointed directly at Tanfong. "It's that bastard Shadow's skill," his hot-headed subordinates yelled. "Guild leader." "Let's counterattack," Vodon snapped. "Fools. You're lucky to even be alive. Retreat and gather more lifespan." In another corner, Tudu trembled as she looked at her hands, tears streaming down her face. "Shadow, why did you target me? I don't have much lifespan left." The system announced Blooming Curse has absorbed 4 days of transaction time and inflicted 1 year of transaction inability on Tudu. Tanfong paused, realizing she was there too. He grasped the red wisp of light and thought, to only absorb this little. She must be at the end of her rope. This is the consequence of joining the Holy Temple as an indentured servant. Suddenly, an axe blade hurtled straight toward Tanfong. A world-shaking explosion occurred, and gray smoke engulfed the entire area. He immediately cast the vague phantom skill to dodge the axe, thinking to himself that this boss wasn't so scary in its initial phase. The Steel Saintess roared, searching for her target. Her eyes flashed with rage. She furiously swung her chain, the axe whipping wildly through the air. Space trembled with each swing, and Tanfong instantly recognized her pattern. She could only repeat the motion of swinging the chain. He leaped high into the air, calculating his strategy to strike her weak points or fixed areas. He activated Grace of Liberation, a strike that would inflict a beheading effect for massive damage. Next came Plague Blade, which would detonate after 3 seconds, dealing immense poison damage. Her health began to drop steadily, a clear sign that his weak point strategy was working effectively. Finally, a flash of light sliced through the air, decapitating her, just as Tanfong roared. As the crimson magic erupted, her upper body exploded into nothingness. She shrieked in agonizing pain. He quickly scanned the scene, guessing that her terrifying second phase was what made her a guardian. Watching the demonic arm slowly grow, Tanfong coldly calculated that when her health dropped to half, the demon sealed within her would awaken. All damage taken would be reflected back at the attacker. Old memories surfaced, rumors of a portal in the monster's stomach that would teleport anyone swallowed to the bottom of a volcano. But no one had ever succeeded. It seemed someone was playing the wrong game. From above, Halbach looked down, his voice filled with awe. "That shadow guy is insane. He forced the boss into its second phase with a single skill." Someone else chimed in doubtfully. "Are you sure it was him? This is a platinum rank boss." Halbach nodded firmly. "I watched the whole thing from start to finish. This boss was released by a Holy Temple Knight, and not long after, the shadow guy appeared and wiped them out in one hit. He took out half the boss's health with just a single move." Murmurs of shock spread across the rooftop. Tanfong's eyes glinted as he silently calculated. The Iron Maiden's second phase has a loophole. Every time she attacks, the damage reflection effect is temporarily suspended. After analyzing, he concluded decisively that as long as he attacked while she was in her attack animation, he wouldn't take any reflected damage. However, skills with continuous damage like Shield Bash, Decapitate, or Poison Dart would kill him instantly from the reflection. Tanfong glanced up at the rooftop. An idea sparked in his mind. Those people have been watching for a while. I can use them. Suddenly, a man with a booming voice charged through the crowd. "Move aside and let me see." Cheers erupted all around. "The big boss in tone is here. Number 1 has arrived." Halbach grinned and recounted. "We've been watching closely. This boss has a few skills. We've memorized them all." Bunny chimed in. But after losing half its health, it just stood still and its body started to transform. It's probably about to use a new skill. Antoine crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. Was the shadow guy fighting the boss alone at that point? She nodded. "That's right. After the boss entered phase 2, the shadow guy disappeared." He glanced over, then gave a swift command. "Bunny, use red eyes and check if he's still here." Without hesitation, she responded immediately. Her body transformed into a black and white rabbit, and she leaped down lightly. In that form, She ran right past the Iron Maiden, tracking Tanfong's trail, completely undetected. A few minutes later, Bunny returned and reported quickly. I can't find the shadow guy. If my level 3 anti-stealth skill can't detect him, he must be gone. I refuse to believe he has a level 4 stealth skill, and Tone leaped down from the rooftop, a calm smile on his face. Bunny, keep a close watch. Let me know immediately if the shadow guy returns. She was a bit surprised, then quickly nodded. Yes. Boss. Someone shouted in alarm. Is that guy crazy? Is he planning to solo a platinum rank boss? The person next to him looked closer, his voice urgent. Wait a minute. I think I've seen him before. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Back in the starting town, he soloed a gold rank boss without taking any damage. So it's the great ActionToon number 1. I heard his class is Soul Warrior. And every time he rolls, it's a 100% dodge. He used to be a world-class Souls-like pro gamer. His reaction time is insane. The Iron Maiden spotted her prey, her crimson eyes flashing. She swung her axe down at Antone, but his eyes remained calm, without a hint of wavering. The moment he saw the swing, Antone dodged to the side. Avoiding the powerful slash, she lunged with a terrifying skeletal hand. But he executed a lightning-fast roll, and her hand only crushed the ground. The more he retreated, the closer she pursued. On the ramparts, the crowd watched in awe. That master is so cool. His rolls are so calm. He hasn't missed a single dodge. Hoang Vien also praised him. This and Tone number 1's dodges are so smooth. Jia Hyuk frowned, puzzled. But every time he rolls, the boss's health drops a little. Isn't that strange? Hearing that, he suddenly realized it was bizarre. There were several glowing slash marks on the boss's body. Are soul warriors that strong Bunny's eyes lit up? Perfect dodges are just the basics. His attacks are what make him truly powerful. The Iron Maiden reached out to grab him again, and Bunny's voice rang out confidently. As long as he times the roll perfectly, his next attack will ignore 50% of the opponent's defense. At that moment, Antone swung his sword, streams of blue light swirling around the blade. He said in a low voice, "Take this." Halbach was amazed. What an awesome effect. Bunny nodded. That attack must be dealing 4-digit damage. He shot forward like a blue arrow, a confident smile playing on his lips. Each slash of his sword pierced straight through the Iron Maiden's body, her roars echoing with every cut. He danced with his sword under the moon, each strike piercing her defenses, his form splitting into 3 afterimages like shooting stars. Under the relentless assault, her arms were severed. For the final move, his blood-soaked blade gathered power for a single, fatal blow. Little Rabbit clapped excitedly. Look at that, before we knew it, the boss's health is already down to 1/3. And Tone turned around nonchalantly, smugly declaring, Lunar Fissure Slash. That is my sword path. He smiled calmly, as if it were no big deal. But suddenly, blue streams of light pierced through him from behind. -1001. Reflect damage. -1299. Reflect damage. -1299. Reflect damage. Everyone screamed in horror. Boss and Tone, the whole group was stunned. How did he die? He clearly dodged everything. Yeah, his skills hit the boss. So why didn't the boss take damage? But its health definitely went down. What's going on? Tanfong observed from the sidelines, feeling both grateful and scornful. It was a good thing this Antona's number 1 guy was so busy showing off. It provoked the boss into using all its skills one after another. Recalling the chaos of the fight, Tanfong calculated that it was his own relentless attacks that had actually dropped the boss's health to 1/3. His eyes turned cold. That Soul Warrior's execution and damage output were high, which is why he died to the reflect damage. But his class was fundamentally unsuited to fight the Steel Saintess. He couldn't attack while dodging, and a direct attack triggered the reflect mechanic. He truly dug his own grave. Suddenly, the Steel Saintess let out a deep growl and turned to walk away. Seeing her retreating figure, Tanfong froze. This is bad, her health is too low. The boss is trying to return to her sanctuary. If she gets back there, she'll regenerate, and all this effort will have been for nothing. Glancing up at the observation platform, he immediately understood. The Soul Warrior's death had sent the others into a panic, and now they were too scared to attack. But if the boss isn't fighting back, the reflect damage effect will also disappear. A determined glint appeared in Tanfong's eyes. There was only one option left to handle this forcefully. He immediately moved to block the Steel Saintess's path, refusing to let her retreat. Jia Hook yelled, "It's Shadow. Don't tell me he was the one damaging the boss this whole time. That's terrifying." Hoang Vien was stunned. I thought Antona's number 1 was the pro, but it turns out he was just a clown. Shadow is the real powerhouse. Little Rabbit was also floored. It's really Shadow. I have level 3 stealth detection and I still didn't notice him. Does that mean his stealth is level 4 or even higher? Up above, the guy named Clean Hands was drooling over the loot that had dropped. No one's picked up that Soul Warrior's gear yet. He thought, I have to snatch it. Tanfong activated his skill, creating 10 layers of the blacklight shield, each one capable of blocking a single attack. Just then, the Saintess hurled her axe at him. As the axe closed in, Tanfong's eyes grew sharp. This is my chance. Quick as lightning, he dashed past the axe and activated Shadow Shield Slash. His blacklight shield dropped to 7 layers. 9 strikes from the Shadow Shield Slash landed, but the final 3 triggered the boss's reflect damage. If it weren't for the shield, he would have been dead. The Steel Saintess was stunned by the counterattack, freezing on the spot. Then, she leaped high into the air, gathering all her power. She came crashing down on Tanfong. He dodged just in time, but his blacklight shield was completely shattered. Though he evaded the direct hit, he was now trapped in a sea of flames. He calculated grimly. This fire damage is insane. Even with an 80% dodge, all 7 layers of my shield broke instantly. If I had been 0.5 seconds slower, I'd be dead. Meanwhile, Clean Hands was stealthily approaching the loot, but he was suddenly struck by an attack, and blood went flying everywhere. Tanfong was the one who struck him, trying to steal my loot. It's not that easy. A system notification appeared. You have received 612 days of tradable lifespan from Entone is number 1, and 67 non-tradable years from the Flower Bloom Curse. From Clean Hands, you have absorbed an additional 355 days and 20 non-tradable years. Tanfong watched him fade away, muttering to himself, Entone is number 1 is quite interesting. I didn't apply the Flower Bloom Curse to him, but his lifespan is still massive. Dying once probably won't be a big deal for him. The Steel Saintess let out a roar and charged directly toward him. Tanfong focused, quickly calculating his strategy. He could only use Blacklight Shield and Shadow Shield Slash to whittle down her health over time. The Steel Saintess relentlessly unleashed vicious attacks, but he managed to dodge every single one. As he moved, he considered his options. The chances were slim, but the strategy was relatively safe. Watching from above, Little Rabbit's jaw dropped. This shadow guy is unbelievably strong. What kind of strategy is he even using? Hong Vian nodded in agreement. Now I understand how he got the top contribution score. Tanfong unleashed a skill, his eyes glowing as he shot past the Steel Maiden, delivering the final blow. Behind him, only devastating sword marks remained. The system announced you have defeated the Platinum rank Steel Maiden, receiving 48,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, and the key to the Sanctuary Chapel. The 2 onlookers shouted. He actually soloed it. That's the number 1 player on the leaderboard. The Shadow. After the kill, Tanfong used his mythical Hand of Greed skill to claim his rewards. He crossed his arms and examined the loot, a Jade tier, assassin class item called Black Flame Bone Piercing Leather Armor. It gave plus 90 physical defense, plus 120 elemental resistance, plus 77 damage resistance, and plus 77 constitution, requiring level 13. Its defense was even stronger than other sets. His left eye flashed as he acquired a new skill, Assassin's Intuition, Jade tier. It allowed him to see the outlines of stealthed units, provided plus 2 anti-stealth levels, and required level 13. He muttered, an anti-stealth skill. Huh, I'll take it straight to legendary. He consumed 1, then 2, then 30 evolution points, leaving him with 97. Assassin's Intuition was upgraded from Jade to legendary, increasing the anti-stealth from plus 2 to plus 5 and adding a new effect. Combined with his Grace of Liberation passive, his total reached 350. He could hit weak spots even with his eyes closed. With 97 points left, he decided to upgrade Phantom Haze to legendary. It cost 80 points, leaving him with 17. The new passive increased his evasion to 75 to 85%, and a successful dodge would now negate all damage at level 5. From a distance, Envu led a group over, shouting, Master, I'm here. Did you get any good stuff? Tanfong thought to himself. Was this girl born in the year of the dog or something? She didn't hear him, and just grinned obsequiously. Great God, I can't believe you hit level 13 overnight. Vuong Man chimed in. We grinded all night, and we're only halfway through level 11. You're so fast. Envu quickly bonked him on the head. Don't say a man is fast, right? Great God. Tanfong paid them no mind and initiated a trade. Here's the gear that just dropped. The price is listed. Buy it if you want it. She nodded. 40 to 50,000 days worth, I'll take it all. The system announced the trade was successful. After the transaction, he asked, "By the way, do you guys know anything about hideouts? I have something else I need to sell." And Vu confidently raised her hand. "We've heard that the Jianghai ruins have no safe zones, so players can capture hideouts to use as bases. You can store items and even set up defensive barriers. You're talking about the one dropped by a gold rank boss." "Right," he confirmed. And she nodded. "The Jianghai authorities haven't found it yet, but the Mado side once destroyed a mid-tier one." Hearing this, Tan Fong took out a golden key. "In that case, you must understand the value of a hideout." It turned out this key opened the Wind Chapel Sanctuary, the one that just dropped from the boss. "This hideout is 800 acres. You can discuss it among yourselves and make me an offer, and I'll consider it." And Vu and Wangman's jaws dropped. 800 acres. She quickly processed the information. A larger place meant it was more secure, big enough to house the entire Jianghai government. She asked cautiously, "What price are you thinking of?" Tan Fong didn't name a price just yet, simply replying, "Go back and discuss it first. See what you can offer, and I'll consider it." In his mind, however, he had a different thought. In his past life, this place had been sold for 2,000 years of lifespan. If he could sell it successfully, combined with what he already had, it would be enough to bring all his skills and equipment into the real world. And Vu nodded. "Then I'll go report this immediately." "Master, there's one more thing I need to ask you," Tan Fong replied curtly. "Speak." She got straight to the point. "We received intel that 7 gold-rank bosses have gathered in Dark Moon Town, and many people have died. We're willing to pay 10 years of lifespan for your help." He didn't agree right away, instead analyzing the situation. 7 gold-rank bosses gathered together. The government's forces should be strong enough to take them down, given enough time. But since you're coming to me for help, there must be something more complicated going on. Seeing that he'd guessed correctly, and Vu gave him a thumbs up, fawning over him. "You truly are a master. You figured it out instantly," she explained. "The 7 bosses have bizarre forms. We split up to take them on one by one, but as soon as we killed one, it revived, and the stats of the entire group skyrocketed. Our team was wiped out instantly." After hearing her story, Tan Fong grasped the key point. It was a group of bosses that could resurrect each other. He suddenly remembered that stone tablet. Could they be puppets created by the ancient god's stone tablet? If so, he absolutely couldn't pass this up. A system notification rang out. "Transaction complete. You have received 15 days of lifespan." Tan Fong turned to leave. Accepting the request. "Send me the location. I'm on my way." And Vu waved cheerfully. "Good luck." "Master," he thought to himself, "this girl is so pragmatic. A reward of 15 days of lifespan plus the loot from 7 bosses. She's a sharp one." He then hopped onto his Night Stalker ghost. Man and beast shot forward, swift as the wind. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Below, 3 girls were ganging up on someone. Tu-Du was forcefully slapped by a girl with red eyes and a bandage on her nose, who snarled, "You little tramp, you just joined the guild, and you're already trying to seduce the guildmaster." Her face was swollen, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "I didn't." The girl with twin-tailed hair gritted her teeth and growled, "Do you think I'm blind? Stay away from the guildmaster, or I'll tear you to pieces." Tan Fong watched silently from above as the 3 took turns kicking Tu-Du, their curses hissing through the air. "Worthless hussy, you little witch." He recalled his past life and scoffed. Tu-Du had just joined the Holy Temple and was already caught up in petty drama. Just like before. Always the same nonsense. Back then, he always cleaned up her messes. But now, he just let her deal with it herself. "Aplia echod. Stop hitting me. It hurts so much. I'm going to die." Then a shout. "Beat that little witch to death. How many men have you seduced?" He opened a teleportation gate, thinking to himself that beneath the giant wall in the center of the River Sea ruins, there was a secret room leading back to the starting town. Information very few people knew. Stepping through the gate, Tan Fong paused before the magic circle and quickly analyzed it. Each teleportation came with a price. The first time cost 500 days, the second, 1,000, the third 2,000, and so on, doubling each time. He considered his options. Over time, the starting town would develop. Weak monsters would evolve into bosses, and treasures would appear. He absolutely had to claim the ancient Godstone altar this time. The system asked if he wanted to return to the God-forsaken region, Dark Moon Town. He was surprised, having never heard that name before, but he chose to teleport. The system confirmed, and a notification popped up the moment his feet touched the ground. Consumed 500 days of lifespan. Teleportation complete. He looked around, surprised to see it was quite crowded. But most of the people were elderly. Ahead, 2 men were helping an old woman. She panted. We're finally back in the safe zone. The young man supporting her reminded her. According to our agreement, you've reached level 3. So now you need to share 72 days of your lifespan with us. Hearing this, the old woman shot up and yelled, What, you're demanding payment? I thought you were a non-profit organization. The 2 young men quickly tried to explain. Ma'am, when we partied up, we gave you all the lifespan dropped by the monsters. We just need you to give back that same amount now. But she just kept cursing. I don't know anything about a stupid agreement, you youngsters trying to shake down an old woman. You have no shame. The 2 remained patient. You've got it wrong. Ma'am, we leveled you up for free, and you just share back the lifespan that dropped. If you hadn't partied with us, you would have gotten nothing. She screamed, Touch me, and I'll call for help. You scoundrels from the Dream Sand River Guild. You're all just a bunch of trash. She was still in the middle of her tirade when someone grabbed her by the collar and lifted her off the ground, cutting her off mid-sentence. Before the 2 young men could figure out what was happening, the old woman was thrown violently to the ground, leaving them stunned. Tan Fong appeared with a knife in his hand, pinning the woman down, his eyes as cold as the Grim Reaper's. Blood pooled around her as the 2 men stood frozen in shock. What in the world is happening? With his work done, he turned away. The lifespan she dropped is on the ground. Go pick it up yourselves, the blue-haired guy praised. Dumb. That was awesome. The other one asked shakily. May I ask which master just took action? Tan Fong simply replied. I just felt like it. The 2 bent down to pick up the lifespan, thanking him profusely. 72 days. That's the exact amount, thank you. Great Master Tan Fong felt a slight annoyance. You couldn't attack people inside the town. What a pain. He muttered to himself. The Dream Sand River Guild. So this is where it all started. In Dark Moon, he recalled that guild. It was a community-focused organization dedicated to helping the elderly survive in the God-forsaken region. It was even officially recognized by the government and was one of the largest guilds in existence. He thought to himself that in this chaotic world, there really was a need for more people like them. Night fell, and moonlight dappled the forest floor, where a monster was tightly bound by vines. So Nien stood guard and shouted to her mother. Now, Mom, use your skill, her mother replied. Got it, lightning strike. A bolt of lightning descended, and so Nien's father immediately charged forward. He delivered a single strike, and the monster vanished. He beamed. We did it, so Nien cheered. Mom and Dad. You're so amazing, her mother said happily. See, anyone can do it if they just try hard. As the 3 of them were leaving, her father suddenly remembered something. Nien, your friend? Du. She joined the Holy Temple Knights. Right, I heard their guild tax is really high. She replied, Yeah. I tried to get her to join the Dream Sand River Guild with us. So Nien explained, I told her the Dream Sand River Guild is a non-profit where everyone helps each other out, and we have people who provide careful guidance. But she wasn't interested. Her mother said, She's level 10 now, so the Holy Temple has already taken her away. Her father added, reaching level 10 just to be used as a tool. The mother sighed. A 3-year contract. Once you sign, you're a slave for 3 years. If you're not strong, it's better to just kill monsters slowly and earn lifespan. Her father nodded. Just like our family. If we run into a boss, we just retreat. Nothing wrong with that. So Nien's voice grew heavy. But Du is different. She has a hidden class, so she's much stronger than us. Suddenly, a volley of arrows tore through the air toward them. So Nien's father was hit. His health plummeted as arrows embedded themselves in his back. She screamed. Dad, her mother cried out, covering her mouth. Mr. Zah. The archer was a man in black. He snared. See my damage. 1 more shot is all it'll take to kill him. His companion replied, The Dream Sand River Guild is nothing but trash. There's no one strong among them. Another chimed in. Exactly. Anyone with real talent wouldn't hang out with that bunch of old geezers. The man perched high above looked down on them, his voice cold. You 2. Hand over all of your lifespan. Now. She trembled, clutching her clothes tightly. The government forbids killing outside the wilderness. Aren't you afraid of being hunted? Dongden Kungladong sneered. To hell with the government. Do they even know who I am? Cut the crap. I'll give you 3 seconds. So Nien shouted to her mother as she prepared to attack. Mom, I'll hold them off. You need to call for help through the guild channel, okay? He smirked and gave the order. Thuk Ha. Go. Kill the old one. Keep the young one alive. Just as the 2 subordinates charged forward, They were bitten in half by Tanfong's mount. So Nian stood there, stunned, panicked, and unable to comprehend what had just happened. Dong Den Kung La Dong didn't even have time to react. Just as he uttered, "What?" his head flew from his neck. The last word left unfinished. Tanfong stood there, holding his head, his eyes cold. Shadow, were the last words that echoed. The moment his cronies respawned at the safe zone, they collapsed. The whole group roared in anger. How did we lose so much lifespan? All our traded lifespan is gone, even in PK mode. You don't get drained this completely. One of them scrambled to his feet in a panic. I'll die if this keeps up. I have to hunt some small monsters to get some lifespan back. But a brilliant golden light descended upon them. A crushing force pressed all three of them to their knees, rendering them unable to resist. A group of people approached. Rong din kung la rong. Ga nuong bi kom che. Borong beat bei. Don't move. You've been killing players all over the place. And now you're under arrest. They spoke in a stern voice. We are government hunters. Provide truthful information. If you resist, your lifespan will be completely drained. The wind blew, and red spider lilies drifted around Rongden's corpse, so Nian turned and bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you, Great Master Shadow. My mother and I only survived because of you. Tanfong was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, this girl is brave and kind, completely different from Teodu. I don't get how they were ever close, but it's probably for the best that they've gone their separate ways now. Then he turned into a small burst of light and vanished, leaving the mother and daughter stunned. Where did he go? Is this the lifespan that dropped Mrs. Thu asked in surprise. Why did he just disappear like that? So Nian, however, was still deep in thought. I never expected the #1 player on the world ranking board to be so kind, she said softly. The scene changes to a pitch-black space, heavy with a gloomy atmosphere. Someone in the group mumbled. Captain Ann said Shadow was coming. But it's been half an hour. Where is he? Another guy asked. Do you think he can even take down those infinitely respawning bosses? I doubt it. The bosses just keep reviving. How could he dare? While they were still talking, Tanfong had already appeared stealthily, calculating that the ancient god altar would add one effect and remove one effect from a piece of equipment. If he was lucky, it could even change his class characteristics. There's a rumor that the world's 7th-ranked expert once sacrificed 7 stone tablets to summon the ancient god's phantom and defeat a legendary boss. The bosses created by the ancient god stone tablets have many special mechanics, with each one possessing different abilities. Sometimes, a boss is completely invisible with extremely high stealth capabilities, causing players to be killed without knowing why. Other times, the real boss is a summoning mage hidden somewhere, so even if you kill its minions, they will just respawn infinitely. According to the available data, if you kill one, it will respawn stronger with stacking stats. The government posed the question if all of them are killed at the same time. Can they still respawn? Tanfong concluded. It's worth a try. He raised his hand and summoned a follower, put a collar on it, and sent it to scout. As soon as it appeared, it charged forward. The follower's sharp claws continuously attacked the giant boss, but the damage was negligible. One of the bosses turned its head, its bloodshot eyes staring right back. In the blink of an eye, the follower was engulfed by a plume of black smoke, leaving only half of its body behind. Tanfong grew wary. Level 10. Null counterattack, and twice the power of a golden boss. In that case, he swung his arm, activating Dark Knight Ring Blade. Let's do this. A red light filled the area, as Tanfong's power enveloped everything. All the bosses were ensnared in a ring of energy. Instantly, their heads fell in droves. He went over to check, but saw no items had dropped. But the bosses' corpses began to merge, forming a grotesque shape. A colossal creature appeared, with dozens of eyes and a huge, deformed mouth gaping wide. Tanfong took a defensive stance and analyzed the situation. Killing them all at once was the right call. Now, for Phase 2, he looked closely at the symbols carved on the monster's body. Ancient God Script. This spells out Utos, the ancient god of calamity. He observed while dodging its attacks. I probably have to strike the symbols in order, he thought. All that effort excavating ruins and studying the ancient god script wasn't for nothing. With that, he rushed forward and slashed the first symbol on its arm. Next was the symbol near its wrist. Then he slashed the symbol on its chest. Utos roared and spat blood as its colossal body collapsed, shrinking back to its original forms, now tattered and barely intact. Suddenly, a series of coffins appeared and surrounded him, and inside them, giant creatures were also slowly awakening. Strangely, their bodies began to melt into thick, Black patches. Tanfong observed that the symbols on the coffins lit up, corresponding to each monster. He guessed the final phase had begun. I probably have to destroy them at the locations of their corresponding coffins. He had seen an ancient god altar before. This must be the final act. As the horde of monsters charged at him all at once, Tanfong tightened his grip on his weapon and gave a cold smile. Bring it on. On the other side of the forest, an explosion roared, sending birds scattering in panic. The remaining group of people was startled. An earthquake. The valley is shaking. Is the boss about to go berserk? Let's go check it out. One of them sneered. Why hasn't that damn dark shadow shown up yet? He probably can't handle this boss either. He wouldn't dare come. But when someone pointed, the whole group froze. Look, before them was only a pile of rubble and a few empty coffins. The ground was cracked open. The three of them looked at each other in confusion. Was it really an earthquake, or did the boss die from the tremors? Just then, they received a message from Anvu. Everyone, retreat. The boss has been taken care of by Shadow. Two of them were stunned. What? Regaining their composure, the group buzzed with chatter. We were just debating if he could even handle the 7 bosses. It's only been 10 minutes, and it's already over. He didn't even show himself. Now I understand why the higher-ups trust him. Meanwhile, Tanfong looked at the stone tablet in his hand and smiled faintly. This was a pretty good haul. His level increased to 14. The 7 bosses, along with the Hand of Greed, yielded 294 evolution points. Most importantly, he had obtained the Ancient God Tablet. With a mechanic like this, the government could study it for a month and still not understand it, likely suffering heavy losses in the process. The system opened an information panel. The tablet contained the curse of the ancient god of calamity, Utos, and could be used to actively place a curse on any piece of equipment. The curse randomly enhances one stat based on class characteristics, but it also comes with a negative effect. Tanfong summoned his armor and said, "Apply it to the Black Flame Ritual Piercing Leather Armor." This Jade-grade equipment could reduce a target's defense and elemental resistance by 35%. A wave of great power enveloped his body. The system announced, "You have applied the Curse of Utos to the Black Flame Ritual Piercing Leather Armor. Enhanced attribute, the Black Flame state can now stack up to a maximum of 15 times. Negative attribute. The equipment's base stats are reduced by 31%. Tanfong read the stats and chuckled. 15 stacks. The boss's defense and elemental resistance will drop into the negatives. That's just overpowered. The negative effect is negligible. He raised his hand. Next, skill evolution. He upgraded the instant shadow slash skill to the legendary tier to see its new effect, consuming 200,000 coins. I have 115 evolution points left. For the phantom shield slash skill, upgrading it from epic to legendary gives a quick dash of about 30 to 40 meters and enters stealth for 15 seconds, up from 12. It deals 9 slashes that pierce all enemies, with a cooldown reduced from 12 to 8 seconds at level 4. The slash path is 6 meters wide, each hit adding 500 to 700 physical damage. Each successful hit grants a shield stack equal to 100% of max health, stacking up to 9 times and lasting for 60 seconds. Tanfong mused that if all 9 hits landed, his